Chapter 1009. This was the first time they had felt such a frightening aura in the 3 days they had been here. This aura did not feel particularly powerful, but the oppressive aura it possessed made Yuan Shi and the others sweat profusely. The last time they felt this was probably when they saw Quartermoon's corpse in the ice-sealing divine region of the North Ice Realm. Even though dozens of eras had passed, it still possessed an extremely strong, oppressive aura. It was like the aura of a god, supreme and inviolable. This hall was not very big. It could only be considered a small size compared to the 2 divine halls with the switch sculptures. This hall could only be considered a slightly larger corridor in the palace. There were lamps hanging on the walls and pillars on both sides of the corridor. However, they were burning with black star fire. Upon closer inspection, one could see a fist-sized sphere in the flames, like a star that was burning intensely. Rows of star fire lamps lit up in this desolate and ancient hall. A gust of wind blew, but it made everyone feel cold. The lights did not bring any warmth to this place. Hiss! It's so cold. Is there no one else here? Yuan Shi shivered violently as the cold wind blew against the back of his neck. He straightened his collar and raised his head to look at the door in the distance that did not seem to be getting any closer. He frowned and said, "Why is there such a chilly wind here? The 7-colored star fire has turned into a dark blue light. Why does it feel like we can't walk through that door?" "Little star, this place doesn't seem to be good." Yin Nuoxing raised her head and glanced at him. She then turned her head to look at the door in front of them. After a moment of silence, she lowered her eyelids slightly. It was unknown what she had seen, but she was in a daze for a while. After a while, she bent down and picked up something from the ground. It looked like a token engraved with a rune that no longer had any energy. Whether it was the way it was made or the material it was made of, it exuded an ancient aura. Qin Yen took the token from him and glanced at it. Mei Mao trembled slightly. "This rune has existed for at least a few eras. You also saw something." She raised her eyebrows and ran out. Little Moon didn't even have time to pull her back. She cried out in surprise, and just as she was about to rush up and follow closely, the former stopped. She didn't run far and squatted down to pick up something from the ground. "Why are there so many things in this place?" Nightmare's face twitched. The originally clean and tidy floor suddenly had a mess of random items scattered all over it. There were things that looked like weapons, many broken scrolls, and tokens on the ground. There were piles of fragments of unknown materials that looked like sand. It's just like a battlefield after a great war. Helmets and armors are thrown away. Divine weapons are scattered all over the ground. There are also many traces of damage. Yuan Shi pulled out a long sword that was stuck in the ground by his feet. The edge of the sword was sharpened by something like a saw. He believed that this long sword had gone through a fierce battle and was finally damaged to such a state. He had no choice but to throw it away. He could no longer sense the energy in the long sword. There were no traces of energy left. He did not even know what level this sword was. There were many similar things in this long corridor. Everyone raised their heads and looked along the promenade. Under the illumination of the starlight, countless things were scattered on the ground in a disorderly manner, casting shadows on the ground. An ancient aura assaulted their senses. Something was whispering in their ears, telling them the bleak and tragic story of this place. There was a hole on the right side of the wall. In the center of the hole, there was a ball of sparks. The dark blue flame was swaying. It was only the size of a finger. It was struggling at death's door and was about to be extinguished. The surrounding walls were scorched black by the fire. There seemed to be a lingering smell in the air after the fire burned out. This unique aura, is this a divine flame? Yuanshi was shocked. How could there be a divine flame in this place? Moreover, it looked like it was about to be extinguished. Divine flames were ultimate divine objects that were born by the heavens and earth. They did not have a lifespan. They were divine objects that were equal to the heavens and earth. They would never dissipate. Even destroying them was extremely difficult. However, there was a flame that exuded the scent of a divine flame here that was about to be extinguished. All that was left was a spark of sparks. That is the demon imprisoning flame. Qinyan suddenly exclaimed. The 17th ranked demon imprisoning flame? Yuanshi sucked in a breath of cold air. He carefully looked at the dark blue flame that was like a candle in the wind. He stared at it and whispered, "The dark blue luster swaying in the wind is like the shadow of a demon king sealed in flames. The uncontrollable demonic nature. It is indeed somewhat similar, but that is the 17th ranked divine flame, right? How could it become so fragile? What is this?" This was not the end of it. Nightmare Devil let out another cry of shock. In his hands were two long, unknown objects that were less than 5 feet long and less than 4 feet short. These two objects were already damaged. One could vaguely see a square shape that looked like knuckles. If he was not wrong, they should have originally been 2 truncheons. At this moment, they were already as black as charcoal. However, at the end of the truncheons, one could still see a blurry imprint. What is this? Yuanshi hurriedly moved closer. This should be the Tianyuan maces that were recorded in the Archean Age. This thing was inscribed with part of the great Tao of the heavens and earth. It is a divine weapon, a God's Park weapon. Nightmare trembled as he looked at the maces. He was excited. However, his excitement was extinguished after a moment because the maces were indeed completely damaged. There was nothing left of them. God's Park weapons. Hearing this, Yuanshi sucked in a breath of cold air. This time, her teeth were about to fall off from the cold. That thing is of a higher level than an eternal weapon. How could it be broken here? This is a burial ground for divine weapons. Wow! What's wrong with the maces again? Hearing Yuer's exclamation, Yuanshi rushed over and squatted in front of Yuer and Little Moon. He saw that Yuer was holding a regular triangular object in her small hands. There was a triangular hole on all 4 sides. There was also an empty space in the center of the triangular object. There was a purple bead in the center of the triangular object. The triangular object itself was black. However, it was not burnt black. It was originally black and emitted a strange wave that made people's hearts palpitate. Yuer and Meimao trembled. Their small bodies could not help but tremble. They sat down on the ground and held the triangular object with trembling hands as if they were holding a bomb. Yuanshi looked at her blankly. He didn't know why this little girl was so surprised, but he instinctively felt that this thing was definitely not a good thing. They had found many damaged divine weapons, but this one seemed to be the only one that was still intact. Not only was it not damaged, but it was also emitting a weak energy fluctuation. Divine weapon of the demon race. Yuer was so shocked that her voice changed slightly. It's just a divine weapon. Oh, but it's quite scary to see a divine weapon of the demon race in this place. Yuanshi heaved a sigh of relief. He thought it was something else. However, before he could finish his sigh of relief, he saw Yuer shaking her head vigorously. He could not help but be startled. It's not that kind of divine weapon. It's the demon race. It belongs to the demon world. It's the 4 symbols of heaven and earth. It can trigger the entire demon world and the great Tao of heaven and earth. It's also the great Tao of heaven and earth. It's the great Tao of heaven and earth. It's the great Tao of heaven and earth. It's the divine weapon of heaven and earth. Yuer was so excited that she spoke incoherently. Finally, she clenched her teeth and said, "It's a part of the demon world." At this moment, Yuanshi heard it clearly. The others also understood. Then for a moment, they did not react. They were all stunned on the spot. I've heard before that the Devil Realm's divine artifact carries the great Tao of the Devil Realm's laws of heaven and earth, and is equivalent to the heaven and earth law ray that Big Brother Yun grasps. However, the power of the Devil Realm's laws is much weaker. Even so, it's still stronger than the average divine artifact, and could be considered a type of divine personification weapon. The Devil Realm has 12 such treasures. But, the more Yuer spoke, the more nervous she became. Towards the end, her charming face was filled with anxiety, but she couldn't say anything. But what? Yuanshi gulped. Yuer was so anxious that she stomped her feet and started to walk in circles. After a while, she finally remembered what she wanted to say and said in shock, "But the carrier of the demon world's great Tao of heaven and earth, the carrier of its rules, was lost and disappeared. It disappeared during the primordial era, so the 12 divine weapons of heaven and earth can't be used. That carrier of rules is equivalent to half of the demon world's great Tao of heaven and earth. Without it, the 12 divine weapons can't be used. Even if you want to use it, you'll have to pay a huge price." Yuanshi's handsome face paled. "Hey, wait a minute, little you, don't tell me that the thing in your hand is the carrier of the demon world's laws." Yuer looked at him seriously. After hesitating for a while, she nodded heavily. Yuanshi's head exploded. His vision turned black, and he was almost out of breath. "No, wait a minute, little you, how do you know that this is the carrier of your demon world's laws?" Nightmare frowned. He felt that things weren't that simple. Yuer bit her lips and said softly, "First, it's recorded. It's very clear because it's something very important to the demon world. Although it's lost, it won't affect the demon world's laws at all. It just makes it difficult to use the 12 divine weapons. Until now, the entire demon world is still looking for this carrier of rules. Second, I can feel the power of the laws in the demon world. It shouldn't be wrong. It also has a weak reaction to the Saint Demon chessboard." Everyone was silent again, since she was so sure it shouldn't be wrong. But there was a very serious problem here. "What do you plan to do with this thing?" Qin Yan's voice was slightly serious. She looked at Yuer closely. That thing was like a barrel of explosives. If the people of the demon world knew that the thing they had been looking for so many years was in her hands, it would be very difficult to deal with it. If this news gets out, the demon world might be forced to come out prematurely. Then they would rush over to seize it at all costs. Yuanshi and Nightmare looked at each other and pondered. According to Yun Nuwashing, the celestial realm and the demon world had only won a few wars because the other side's culture was too fierce. Furthermore, they were born with the celestial realm as their base. That meant that they were a part of the celestial realm, a part of the dark side. Once that huge power was activated, the entire world would be in chaos. Actually, we didn't want to throw this question to you, but since you found it, we still need you to answer it. You've stayed in the celestial realm for a long time. You should know the relationship between the celestial realm and the demon world. What you have in your hands is a barrel of explosives. It's a turning point. If this news gets out, there will be no peace between the two realms. What do you plan to do?" Qin Yan looked at Yuer solemnly. She rarely spoke so much. It was obvious how heavy her heart was at the moment. Yuer and Mei Mao's expressions were constantly changing. Yuanshi and the other sighed in their hearts. This question was very difficult for her to decide. She was a person from the demon world. She had always longed for the legendary celestial realm. One day, she accidentally came here and met the third most important person in her life. As for whether it was the third or the first, they weren't too sure. Anyway, she met Yun Nuoshing. As time passed, she also knew that the two realms weren't as harmonious as she thought. It could even be described as an abyss of suffering. Now, she had a crucial turning point in her hands. If she brought it back to the demon world, the celestial realm's chances of winning the next war would be even lower. If she kept it with her, the two realms would still be in a stalemate. One day, a war would break out between the two realms. It was hard to say who would win and who would lose. Wenyu's family and friends might even be involved in this war. After all, she was the princess of the third largest clan in the demon world, the ancient demon god clan. If they attacked the celestial realm, that clan would definitely contribute a lot. Why don't you just leave it here and pretend that you didn't see it? No one can come here anyway. Chuchen couldn't help but mutter. Everyone smiled bitterly. This was where the problem lay. The value of the celestial realm was that it could be used to explore the ultimate secrets of the place it grew up in. It was equivalent to half of the demon world. No one would leave such a valuable item here. However, it was safest to leave it here because other than Yun Nuoshing, no one would be able to find this place. If they didn't take it away, there wouldn't be any risk of it being stolen. Even if it was the latter, there was no guarantee that no one would be able to take it away from them. The probability of that happening was very small, but it wasn't completely zero. Celestial realm? Speaking of Yun Nuoshing, that person didn't seem to have spoken at all. She had been quiet ever since she came in. Everyone looked at each other and turned their heads. That person was looking forward in a daze. She even put away the demon imprisoning flame that was about to burn out. Well, she just put it away. That person seemed to be restless, feeling everyone's gaze. Yun Nuoshing gradually came back to his senses. He turned his head and realized that he had unconsciously walked out for a while. He scratched his head and walked back. Also quickly went up to him and held the black, triangular object tightly with both hands. She looked at him with a hopeful and complicated gaze. "I'll listen to Brother Yun." Yun Nuoshing smiled and reached out to rub the little girl's head. He had heard the conversation just now, but he was restless and didn't pay much attention to it. Now that he heard Yu's words, he couldn't help but smile. Can do whatever she wants. Hearing this, smiled sweetly and nodded heavily. "Well, I'll keep it well. I won't bring it back to the demon world. I won't let anyone know that this thing is with me." Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They were actually more or less worried that this girl would bring this thing back to the demon world. If that happened, there would be a lot of trouble. Yun Nuoshing smiled and turned around. He took 2 steps forward, but he suddenly stopped. His movements were still in the same position, as if time had stopped. After a while, he stopped and turned around to look at Xian and the others. He smiled faintly and said, If I tell you to turn back, will you beat me up?" Xian and the others' expressions changed slightly. They were talking about this. For him to say something like this, was this place really that dangerous? "Okay, I'll beat you up." Chu Yingzhan rolled up her sleeves and waved her fist. Yun Nuoshing nodded. "If you're done, then we'll turn back." Chu Yingzhan. "Then forget it. Tell me first, is this place really that dangerous?" To everyone's surprise, Yun Nuoshing shook his head. "I don't know. I don't know what's in front of us. I don't know if it's very dangerous. I only know that I'm back here again. Well, back, not here. This place is exactly the same as the 3,000-star ruins in the ancient past. The switches of the 12 temples are still there and are still open. Even the battlefield in the corridor in front of the main temple has not been cleaned. What you see now is the wreckage left behind from the battle in the ancient past. All the wreckage was left behind from that battle. The battle with the heaviest casualties happened here. This is where we are standing. Yun Nuashing pointed at the ground and sighed. That's not right. Wait a minute. If that's the case, why aren't there any corpses? The corpses of the gods are immortal, right? This battlefield. Yuanshi thought of something. There were only broken divine weapons here, but there were no corpses of all kinds that would appear on a battlefield. The dead gods were affected by the residual energy, and nothing was left of them. The gods who died in battle directly turned into light rain and dissipated in the void. If it wasn't done deliberately, there wouldn't be any corpses of the gods. Yun Nuashing said calmly. With a wave of his hand, the demon-imprisoning flame, which he had put away like a candle in the wind, appeared in his hand. He looked at the flame and said, "Divine flames." The 150 divine flames on the ranking, no, the 153 divine flames are all unique. Every divine flame is a unique existence in the world. It's the same principle as not allowing the same God to appear in the same space-time. In this world, in this Yuan realm, as long as a divine flame is not destroyed, a new one will never be born. The owner of the demon-imprisoning flame was forced to self-destruct in that battle. The self-destruction of a heavenly god. The divine flame was about to explode, but there was still a candle flame left. It stubbornly burned for 70 eras without extinguishing. It's also thanks to the fact that there are enough Godhead weapons here. The dissipated divine power allowed the only living thing here to hang on to its last bit of life force and not be completely destroyed. As Yun Nuashing said, he used a few divine flames to close the demon-imprisoning flame. I'm trying to see if I can restore it. It's still a complete divine flame in this state. It can also save a lot of energy and not have to deal with the power of the 17th ranked divine flame. Come to think of it, it's also because of this spark that I know more thoroughly that the bastard had probably moved the 3,000 celestial relics here. That bastard had long been revived in the cycle of reincarnation. It's fine if he's revived, but he's still pretending to be a ghost here. As Yun Nuashing said, he felt an inexplicable irritation in his heart. He could not help but kick the wall. Immediately, the ground trembled a few times. Everyone looked at him indifferently. I think that pretending to be a ghost is a unique skill of you bored gods. Look at which one of you isn't pretending to be a ghost. Yun Nuashing was stunned. He hurriedly waved his hand and wanted to refute. However, Ming sighed softly and said, "Big Brother has been pretending to be a ghost for 70 eras." Yun Nuashing's face darkened. That was the reflection of his divine soul in samsara. He was not pretending to be a ghost. Okay? In short, if you don't want to turn back, then put some distance between us. If anything happens, I can still react in time. Don't refute. Otherwise, I'll throw you out, Yun Nuashing said. When he saw that everyone seemed to want to say something, he raised his eyebrows and said in a deep voice, "Xian," and the others spread their hands helplessly. They looked at each other and sighed in their hearts. At least this guy knew how to compromise now. If it were in the past, he would probably have thrown them out without a second word. Chapter 10:10. This place could be said to be the burial ground of divine artifacts. The ground was covered in fragments of unknown materials. The pieces that fell off from the divine artifact weapons had all lost all of their power under the erosion of time. After several dozen epochs, they finally turned into dust. There were some weapons that they had never seen before. Their styles were extremely strange. There seemed to be something whispering in their ears, like the sound of the wind, like a confession. Millions of divine souls dissipated here. But the strong souls lingered in this place without dispersing. Many scenes flashed in front of their eyes. The earth-shattering battle, the powerful guardians crushing all those who trespassed into the palace, the strong gods being unable to fight back, and the legendary gods were also very weak. Gradually, they seemed to hear the sound of fighting, but they knew that it was just an illusion. It was just a remnant, weak soul telling the only intruder of the 70th era what had happened here. A tragic story. At the very front of the many illusions, Yuan Shi and the others seemed to see an extremely familiar figure. Right now, that person was also standing here, right in front of them. He stood alone at the very front, as if he was a god who shouldered the weight of the entire world. His back was tall and firm, but he was all alone. In the illusions, there was clearly someone standing beside him, in the same position as him, advancing and retreating together with him. However, when he returned to this place, he could only walk alone at the very front. Alone, alone. Ku Ming wanted to walk up to him a few times, but she stopped in the end. She stopped on her own accord. Ziyan pulled her back and shook his head at her. He said in her soul, "Right now, we don't have the qualifications to stand on the same level as him. I'm not saying anything discouraging, but at least for now, we can't bring him any trouble." Ming and Mei Mao nodded slightly. She knew that she was telling the truth. He was such an idiot. He molded himself to be perfect and strong, standing high above the clouds, interfering with things that others could not imagine. He shouldered everything alone, and even when he was tired, he never thought of stopping. He shouldered everything alone. She could not imagine what kept him going. Even if he did not have any memories of the 70 eras, the imprint left on his soul was complete and real. The feeling on his soul was inescapable and could not be deceived. If it were her, even if she could endure it, her heart would have become numb. She would live like a walking corpse without direction, but he could still walk forward resolutely and never stop. "Brother, during those 70 eras, did you feel lonely?" Ming could not help but ask in her soul. She spoke to him alone. Yun Nuoxing's expression changed slightly. However, his back was facing them, so no one sensed it. He did not stop walking. He took a light breath and smiled faintly. "Why do you ask? I can feel that brother's heart is empty and lonely." Ming said softly. Yun Nuoxing was silent. He looked at the door in front of him that seemed to be impossible to get close to. He was silent. His eyes were gloomy, and an extremely complicated expression flashed across his face. However, he returned to normal after a while. He let out a long sigh and said, "That kind of thing doesn't matter. I don't know exactly what happened in those 70 eras. However, the feeling that is engraved in my soul tells me that at least those 70 eras were not very bad. I was still walking in the world as an observer. I did not get involved in other people's worlds. Perhaps I was still like that. Loneliness and what not, it doesn't matter. I don't have the time to think about whether I was lonely or not. Time has already passed for 70 eras. I don't have that kind of time, right?" Yun Nuoxing said with a smile. This time, it was Ming Ming's turn to be silent. She was so silent that she didn't know what to say. Yun Nuoxing felt her slightly depressed mood and couldn't help but smile. She said, "It's okay, it's okay. I've been like this for so many years. To me, it's just a part of my life's feelings. It's my experience in the world of mortals. I've never felt lonely. I have all of you by my side. With all of you troublesome girls by my side, how could I feel lonely?" Ming pouted. Just as she was about to refute, Yun Nuoxing suddenly squatted down. He waved his hand behind him to signal everyone to stop. He fumbled around in a pile of ashes on the ground. He brushed away a cloud of dust and held up a thumb-sized brooch. It was shaped like a sun, and there was a glittering gem embedded in the middle. "What is that?" Chu Yingzhan stretched her neck and asked curiously. A brooch. Yun Nuoshing used his clothes to wipe the brooch clean. He placed it in his palm and gently rubbed it. There was a touch of nostalgia in his eyes. After a while, he said, "The light girl's brooch. We lost it at that time. But the 10 of us were fighting at the front line. We couldn't stop." After that, he seemed to have remembered something. He said in a teasing tone, "This is my gift to her." At that time, everyone thought that the silly girl and I would be together. In fact, old Sean and the others were also trying to matchmake us. The light girl planned a wedding on her own. She wanted to wait until that day to tie me up. Unfortunately, that day didn't come. I knew all about it. I just didn't expose them and let them do whatever they wanted. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a lot of tisk, tsk sound behind him. He broke out in a cold sweat and quickly changed the topic. The battle here, there was no turning back. We fought all the way to the main hall. No one could stop us. When we went out, we were directly thrown out of the palace. There were a lot of wreckage left here that no one could clean up. We lost a lot of divine artifacts and quintessence weapons from that era. I hope that I can find something to look for. Chu Yingzhan nodded. Just as she was about to continue forward, she suddenly thought of something and widened her eyes. "Idiot! You used to be a heavenly god, right?" Yun Nuoshing nodded strangely. "Yes. What's wrong? Were you a blacksmith?" Chu Yingzhan asked nervously. Yun Nuoshing scratched his head. "I dabbled in sub-professions. It was necessary in some aspects. Then, do you have any quintessence weapons on you?" As soon as she said this, Xian and the others understood what this crazy girl was thinking. They were a little speechless. They had not thought of this aspect, but this girl was the first to think of it. Yun Nuoshing had been walking with them all this time, so they always forgot that he used to be a heavenly god. After all, he was a legendary expert. He was too mysterious and unfathomable. Anyone with a little common sense would not think that there was a heavenly god walking beside them. It was already fixed in their minds until this girl brought it up. "Yes. Why? Are you interested?" Yun Nuoshing nodded and looked at this crazy girl with a smile. His eyes were shining brightly. "Yes, yes, yes." Chu Yingzhan nodded vigorously. How could she not be interested in a weapon that was of a higher level than an eternal divine weapon? Xian and the others also looked at him curiously. However, after thinking about it, they had all seen quintessence weapons. If quintessence weapons and quintessence weapons were of the same level, quintessence weapons would naturally be of a higher level. Thinking of this, their excitement and curiosity weakened a little. After all, they had seen the whirlpool zither. Its appearance was not too different. It was just that its power was boundless. Yun Nuoshing looked at her with a half-smile. "I have about 50 quintessence weapons with me, and 5 quintessence weapons. Do you really want them?" His words were spoken with a strange cadence, rising and falling several times. That strange tone made all the hairs on Chu Yingzhan's body stand on end. "You don't have some strange condition, do you?" Yun Nuoshing coughed and said seriously, "Do you think you can control quintessence weapons?" Chu Yingzhan choked. Generally speaking, I don't think so. After all, they are quintessence weapons." Yun Nuoshing was also taken aback. This answer was somewhat out of his expectations. He originally thought that this girl would be stubborn and cause him to lose his rhythm. However, after being stunned for a while, he quickly reacted. He coughed dryly and said, "That's right, you know your place. However, it's not impossible for you to use it. What are your conditions?" Chu Yingzhan narrowed her eyes and looked vigilant. Yun Nuoshing smiled and stretched out his hand, waving it in front of them. Then he clenched his hand so hard that his knuckles cracked. Everyone's face turned pale. Why did they feel that even space itself was wailing? There are no conditions, but you will have to pay a lot, Yun Nuashing said with a smile. Once this is done, I will happily train you. When you can withstand a blow with 70% of my power and not directly break through your defenses, you can start to choose the quintessence weapons you like. When you can take a blow with my full power and not die, you can start to control those treasures. When you are more familiar with them and can withstand the pressure of my quintessence, you can use a little of their power. There are many more after that. I won't go through them one by one. Yun Nuashing smiled and turned around, spreading his arms slightly to everyone. Do you have the courage to step on this path? Everyone's hair stood on end, and their faces turned pale. It was a path to Azura Hell, and there was absolutely no chance of survival if they walked on it. Not everyone was like him, risking their lives all day long, and that was probably already in the category of risking their lives. But it is really tempting. Yuan Shi, Nightmare, and Chu Chen looked at each other and sighed inwardly. If they could succeed, their strength would also skyrocket. After all, it was a quintessence weapon. Normally, using a higher-grade divine item would tire them half to death, not to mention divine weapons. They could not even touch divine weapons and could not use the power of divine weapons. At most, they could only think about it. However, if they could control a quintessence weapon of a higher grade, their strength would also increase significantly. Humph, it's just a quintessence weapon. How could we not be able to control it? Nightmare said with his arms crossed, pretending to be calm. Yuan Shi nodded firmly and raised both hands. We're in. Yun Nuashing glanced at them and nodded indifferently. Now, there are 3 people who are ready to die. Is there anyone else who wants to squeeze in? Chu Chun was stunned. He looked at the right hand that Yuan Shi had raised, and his expression changed greatly. He wanted to put his hand down, but Nightmare directly raised his other hand and sealed his mouth at the same time. Chu Chen's face turned pale. Yuan Shi and Nightmare looked at each other and laughed sinisterly in their hearts. We can't do this kind of death-seeking thing with just the 2 of us. Little Chun, your courage is commendable. In the future, I will burn a 10,000 souls flower for you every year. Chu Xianling sighed, and Chu Chun could not even cry. He did not want to participate. He was forced to. Well, this is not urgent. Looking at the gray Chu Chun, Yun Nuashing had a helpless smile on her face. She shook her head. We'll talk about this later. I'll give you some time to think about it. After all, this is a serious matter. Now, it's time to go in and take a look. Xian and the others were stunned and raised their heads. They did not know when the huge door had appeared behind Yun Nuashing. Looking at the door up close, it was even more shocking. It was as if they were looking at a vertical piece of land. The 2 doors on the left and right had 12 stars that were shining with a blue light. The sun in the middle was surrounded by an 8-pointed star that looked like a cross and a pattern that looked like a lotus or a chrysanthemum. It was the symbol of the 3,000 star ruins. They had seen it on the door when they entered. Some of the buildings in the Holy Spirit ruins also had these emblems engraved on them. Ah! Yuan Shi suddenly exclaimed with a very strange raised tone. Under Yun Nuashing's strange gaze, he took out a palm-sized badge from his space ring. The 8-pointed star that looked like a cross was surrounded by a pattern that looked like a lotus or a chrysanthemum. This was found in some of the buildings in the Holy Spirit ruins. It's very old and broken. Yuan Shi handed the badge to Yun Nuashing and sighed. Yun Nuashing took the badge and looked at it for a while, then shook his head and took out an identical badge from his pendant. His badge was a little newer, unlike the one that Yuan Shi gave him, which was old and tattered. This is just a dimensional array device that was used to go to the 3,000 star ruins. It's a one-time use item. There was a formation engraved in it back then, but after entering the ruins, many people threw it away. I kept it in my pendant as a souvenir, probably when that old guy moved the 3,000-star ruins into this world. It was sent flying into the Saint Spirit miracle that evolved on its own. Casually threw it away. Yuan Shi and the others were speechless. Did this count as throwing trash everywhere? How unethical! They thought that they found something useful and were excited for a while. Everyone gathered around Yun Nuwashing. Little Moon and Yu were chatting about something. The two of them picked up a lot of things along the way, but most of them were useless. There was no trace of energy left. Even if some of them still had energy left, they were just defective products. They did not know where the whole thing had flown off to. These scattered pieces of trash piled up in this place like a garbage dump. Brother Yun, Yu excitedly handed something to Yun Nuwashing. The latter glanced at it and shook her head. It's useless. What about this? Little Moon also handed over something she found. Mei Mao looked at Yun Nuwashing with some hope, but she only got the same answer in return. The things that they handed to Yun Nuwashing were things that still had energy left. In the end, most of them were useless. Brother, I found something that you might be interested in. Ming also dug around in the nearby garbage dump. At this time, she approached Yun Nuwashing with a mysterious look on her face. Yun Nuwashing raised his eyebrows. Something that he was interested in? Ming winked at Mei Mao and smiled sweetly. She handed a blue, fist-sized crystal ball to Yun Nuwashing. The latter took it and looked at it. She could not help but be stunned. This is actually a space storage device, and there is a very weak remnant of soul power. What's in it? As soon as they heard that it was a space storage device, the group became excited. The things that could fall here were all things that were left behind by gods and gods. The things inside were definitely not simple. Yun Nuwashing pondered. Her divine power and soul power gushed out and drilled into the crystal ball. It broke through the remaining weak energy in the crystal ball effortlessly. The crystal ball no longer had any secrets. When her soul power drilled into it to take a look, she could not help but smile. The things inside the crystal ball, if it was in the past, would definitely not be of much interest to him. The owner of this crystal ball was once a divine god, and a divine god from the realm of the gods. They were at the same level as him, so their collection would not be bad. Therefore, there was nothing rare about it. However, it was useless to him in the past. For the current him, the most important thing was that it would be of great help to the people around him. Even though he had collected countless godly and mystic arts, the number of godly and mystic arts he had was definitely less than 1% of the ones that had appeared in the realm of the gods. It would be better to have more things to choose from. Moreover, his collection was biased. That's right, the basic attributes of these godly and mystic arts leaned towards the dark side. The cultivation of these godly and mystic arts leaned towards risking one's life. In fact, what Xian and the others said was not wrong. He pursued the ultimate and strongest power and walked the most dangerous path. Of course, he would give up on these safety measures, but it was not necessarily suitable for Xian and the others. Fortunately, the godly and mystic arts in the crystal ball seemed to be quite normal and did not emit such a dangerous aura. What are you laughing at? Seeing that he did not move, Chu Yingzhen frowned slightly and waved her hand in front of him. Yun Nuwashing coughed dryly and restrained his expression. It's nothing. It's good stuff, and it's good stuff that's safe. You guys are in luck. Everyone looked at him suspiciously and shrugged. They did not pay any attention to this guy, who was always trying to be mysterious. With Ming's lead, everyone was very interested in picking up rubbish. Yes, picking up rubbish. The closer they were to the door, the higher the pile of rubbish. Perhaps this also meant that the closer they were to the door, the more people died. After tossing and turning for half an hour, Yuan Shi and the others had picked up a lot of things that looked very powerful, but in fact, they were probably just fragments and pieces of rubbish. They did not know what these things were, but they felt that they were powerful. If Yun Nuoshing was not busy opening the door, they would not have picked up rubbish for no reason. Buzz. Yun Nuoshing, who had been standing still for half an hour, suddenly opened his eyes. Two extremely dazzling rays of light shot out from his colorful eyes. He waved his hand, and 12 huge crystals appeared from left to right, from top to bottom. Their shapes were exactly the same as the 12 stars on the two sides of the door. He suddenly pressed his palm into the air, and the 12 crystals shot out with a whoosh and embedded themselves into the positions of the 12 stars. Buzz. As the 12 crystals embedded themselves into the door, the flowing light on the two sides of the door became extremely bright. It was no longer a single ray of light that would disappear, but two pillars of light that shot out from the two sides towards the moon in the middle, filling it up in an instant. The divine runes of the stars appeared from the moon and spread to every corner of the door. Thousands of stars, listen to my command. Constellations of the 12 worlds, engrave your eternal glory on the tablet of these stars. Yun Nuoshing shouted loudly. The 12 stars actually represented all the stars in the star domain of each of the 12 worlds. The language from the primordial era stirred up the stars in the sky. The 12 stars also emitted an extremely bright light, and the entire star palace trembled violently at this moment. Ka! When the divine runes of the stars covered the 12 stars and swallowed the entire door, the sun pattern suddenly turned into a divine rune that floated in the air. It faced Yun Nuoshing and the others and slowly turned in a circle before dissipating in the air. At this moment, the door to the star domain also let out a heavy and ancient sound. Chapter 10:11. Rumble, the entire star palace trembled violently, and they could see the walls slightly distorting. The expressions of those who entered the star palace changed slightly, and they all stopped what they were doing. They looked at the trembling walls in shock and bewilderment. The divine essence in their bodies slowly circulated, and they were vigilant of what might happen. However, after being vigilant for a while, they only felt the trembling of the star palace gradually weaken. After a while, there was no movement, and everything returned to normal. What's going on? The group of people was baffled. They looked around blankly, but couldn't see anything different. They shook their heads and continued what they were doing. There were so many high-quality star fates here, so they had to hurry and capture some. Clang. The trembling stopped with a heavy sound. The door that had been sealed for dozens of eras opened in front of Yun Nuoshing and the others and retracted into the wall. A faint light came from the star palace in front of them, and it gradually dimmed. The situation inside also appeared in their vision. It was a circular palace, and most of the outer circle was occupied by a 10-meter-tall flight of stairs made of golden wood. It was like a golden wall, and the entrance could only allow 3 or 4 people to squeeze in side by side. They could overlook the entire palace at a glance. If they followed the flight of stairs in front of them, they could walk down to where the main body of the palace was. On the platform made of starry sky below, there was only a 1-meter-tall rectangular altar. There were 2 long branches on both sides of the altar, and there was nothing above it. Yun Nuoshing waved to Xian and the others and carefully walked down the stairs to the starry sky platform below. Yuan Shi even touched the starry sky platform with his long leg to make sure that he could stop. Only then did he feel at ease and step on it, as if he was testing the water. Yun Nuoshing and the rest looked around, but they didn't see anything special. This palace was too small, and they could see everything from the entrance. After they entered, they could see everything. They didn't know what the golden wall that took up 50% of the palace was for. The only thing they could deduce was that strange-looking altar in front of them. Speaking of which, was this really an altar? Yuanshi reached out and touched the two long wooden sticks on both sides of the rectangular altar. He looked at the curved opening at the top of the wooden stick, pondered for a moment, and said, "I think there should be something here originally. It's about that long and thin." Yuanshi stretched out his hands and used his divine essence to draw out a long, unknown object. Then he carefully placed it on the curved opening of the wooden stick, and it just happened to fit. "Well, it should be like this." Nightmare glanced at the object he drew with his divine essence and was speechless. "Is that bread?" "Yuanshi, don't mind the details." Yun Nuoxing leaned over to take a look. After a moment, he sighed softly. "It seems that we are still a step too late. There should have been something here, but it's gone now." He waved his hand on the two wooden sticks and shook his head helplessly. "I've never been here before. The main palace wasn't originally like this. To be able to come here and take away something that was originally here, I'm afraid, is it that ancient life form that reincarnated, or a god from the ancient past?" Xian tilted his head and said, "I'm pretty sure. I just don't know who came here first." Yun Nuoxing nodded and sighed. The possibility of the gods who appeared later entering this place is infinitely close to zero. The words to open the door are in the language of the ancient era, and it is a sentence deduced by gathering the runes on the guardians of the 12 shrines together, the command to open the door. In other words, people who aren't from that era will never know how to open this door. Chu Yingzhan pondered. "That's how it is." Yun Nuoxing sighed deeply and shook his head. He turned around and walked toward the long staircase behind him. "Let's go. There's nothing left here." Xian and the others hurriedly followed. They would occasionally look back at the rectangular altar on the ground and frown slightly. Was it over just like that? That was a place that had caused a huge uproar in the ancient past, but in the end, only an empty shell was left when they explored it. The feeling of being beaten to the punch. It didn't feel good at all. Xian and the others raised their heads to look at Yun Nuoxing. When they saw that he didn't seem to care, they didn't say anything. It wasn't like they had to come to this place, and he didn't seem to be expecting anything. At this moment, he even seemed to be relieved. It was as if he just wanted to see the place that had caused him so much trouble and nothing else. Now that he saw it, his mood became slightly complicated. What the hell? This is an empty shell. In the end, we still don't know what that old bastard left behind to torment the divine realm for 16 trillion years. Yun Nuoxing fiercely rolled his eyes and cursed in his soul. Everyone was speechless. So this guy really didn't care? When he reached the door and was about to step out, Yun Nuoxing's footsteps paused. Under Xian and the others' puzzled gazes, he turned around and shouted at the empty temple. "If you don't come out, I'm leaving." There wasn't even a trace of an echo in the palace. Xian and the others looked at him with a face full of question marks. They also looked back and found that there was indeed nothing in the palace. It had been more than 10 seconds since he spoke, but there was still no response. They couldn't help but turn back and spread their hands at him. Nothing happened. Yun Nuoxing's cheeks twitched. He sighed helplessly and waved his hand. "I didn't really expect anything to appear. I just don't feel good if I don't shout. I've been holding my breath for 70 eras." After saying that, he didn't stay any longer. He turned around and walked out of the temple. Before the others could follow, the light that filled his body seemed to have become much more intense. A strong light source appeared behind him, casting a large shadow on the ground in front of him. the extremely strong light was so bright that it seemed like there was a sun behind him. The sudden change caused Yun Nuoshing and the others to stop moving. Nightmare couldn't help but shout in his soul. What the hell did he do? Yuan Shi and the others all thought that the old monster was too pretentious. He didn't even respond if he didn't shout. Would he dare to respond if he shouted? Yun Nuoshing calmly turned around. That intense and dazzling light was automatically filtered out in his eyes. That previously quiet palace suddenly overflowed with circles of golden light patterns. They intersected in midair and silently annihilated. A ray of light shot out from the altar and floated in midair in the palace. There, a paragraph of text appeared, and that extremely dazzling light was emitted by that extremely dazzling text. That's the coordinates? The coordinates in the void. The coordinates left behind are... Yun Nuoshing's expression turned serious. He subconsciously reached out to pull Xian and the others behind him. However, as soon as he grabbed her wrist, his expression changed. Yun Nuoshing lowered his head and saw that Xian and the others' expressions were stiff. Even the color on their bodies had turned gray. They were frozen in place. It wasn't just them. Even the space around them had turned gray. Only the temple was still a gorgeous golden color. He narrowed his eyes and condensed a bit of energy in his palm. He quickly streaked it through the air, leaving behind a dazzling golden streak. However, it disappeared after a while. When he saw this scene, he suddenly understood. Did he stop time? Yun Nuoshing sighed softly. He turned around and walked into the temple. This time, when he walked up the stairs, he didn't walk down. Instead, he stepped on air. He was a little surprised. However, he quickly calmed down. He raised his head. This angle was just right for him to walk in front of the line of text. Yun Nuoshing slowly walked to the front of the glowing text. He looked around and said, "If you have something to say, just say it. Don't play tricks. My time is limited. I'm very busy." He looked at the glowing text and narrowed his eyes. It was a set of coordinates in the void. It was marked with several very special symbols. There was no real distance in the void. These coordinates didn't represent a specific distance in the void. They were just marked with several very special symbols to roughly point to a location. That's the upper plane of the 8 elements realm. It's a place between the center of the void and the edge of the void. He exclaimed in surprise. His colorful eyes couldn't help but shrink a little. He opened his mouth in astonishment. It was a symbol picked out and placed at the end of the coordinates in the void. That symbol was a very special symbol in the language of the mythological era. It represented the origin of the world. It was an origin rune. Normally, it wouldn't be read out loud. It was only used in writing to express things that were difficult to be described verbally. Isn't that the language of the mythological era in the realm of the gods? Yun Nuoshing's eyes flickered. He had guessed that the bloodline of the gods would activate the language of the mythological era. The reason might be related to the rules of heaven and earth. The beginning and end of each era needed a supreme god to announce it, so that the rules of heaven and earth would start to change. However, it didn't mean that there had to be someone to announce it. Even if there wasn't one, the progress of this world wouldn't be affected at all. At most, there would be some debris hovering in the void, which wouldn't have a big impact on the entire void. Perhaps it was the debris that allowed the gods who had strong rules to inadvertently come into contact with the remnant rules of the mythological era. That was how they learned the language of the mythological era. The era they had been talking about was the time of the entire Yuan realm. To be precise, it was the time of the 8 Yuan realm. Whether it was the primordial age or the ancient age, those weren't just the primordial age and the ancient age in the realm of the gods. He didn't know about the mythological era or the Dark Age, but in this era, the realm of the gods was separated from the outside world, and there was a disorder. It was the same era, but there were two different situations, and the realm of the gods was two different worlds. There are two kinds of languages in the mythological era. One is the language of the gods, which is the language of the gods. The other is the language of the gods that appeared at the end of the gods era, which is the common language of the 8 Yuan realm. The former is completely extinct, and only those with the bloodline of the gods can come across it. As for the latter, there are still some rumors circulating in the realm of the gods, and some of the older generation should still know about it. Yun Nuoxing rubbed his temples. The appearance of the symbol gave him a shock, and his thoughts were a little confused. He originally thought that the distortion of the realm of the gods would only appear after the three factors of origin weakened: the primordial age of the 8 Yuan realm and the ancient age of the 8 Yuan realm, and the mythological era should be the mythological era of the realm of the gods. Now that he saw this symbol, an ancient life form from the lower plane of the 8 Yuan realm, who finally came to the edge of the upper plane, he didn't know whether he had stepped into the divine realm or the realm above the divine realm. But he also came into contact with this most ancient language. Perhaps from the beginning to the end, it was the mythological era of the 8 Yuan realm. And the realm of the gods wasn't limited to one world. Almost nothing about the mythological era exists, and I can't even tell which world belongs to which one. Yun Nuoxing saw stars and felt dizzy. He thought of another thing. The void was infinite, and the world was infinite. A world could be big or small at the same time. For the group of extraordinary experts from the realm of the gods in the mythological era, a world was too small. Their footprints definitely covered the entire void. And looking at the entire void, there were probably not many people who could be enemies with the gods of the realm of the gods. Later, civil strife broke out in the realm of the gods, and the twilight of the gods, and the great samsara of the great Yuan realm broke out almost at the same time. The glory of the past had all come to an end, and the 8 Yuan realm and the realm of the gods were silent. The first great divine god was only the divine destruction god, and she herself had entered the samsara. According to this trend, the three factors of beginning of the 8 Yuan realm began to weaken, and the overall strength of the 8 Yuan realm declined. Gradually, it reached the 139th era, and the void became a lot colder. In this era, the realm of the gods was closed, and the divine spirits and divine gods didn't show themselves. Later on, the suppression became more severe, and only a few divine spirits came out, so they fled to the outside world. He didn't know how the other places were like, but seeing that the divine spirits all went to the outside world, he thought that the outside world was better. Anyway, the entire 8 Yuan realm was quite miserable. Looking at it this way, the strength of the 8 Yuan realm has been weakened since the mythological era, while the realm of the gods was singled out and taken special care to be weakened again and again. The laws of heaven and earth there are very weak. So, in the past 2 or 3 eras, there are no outsiders who can rival the people of the realm of the gods. Well, the realm of the gods still has the title of the number 1 world in the 8 Yuan realm. Yun Nuoxing scratched his head. If it was the mythological era, no one would dare to declare war on the realm of the gods like they did in ancient times. Suddenly, Yun Nuoxing shook his head violently. He had strayed too far from the topic. His thoughts had gone berserk. It was as if whenever the mythological era was involved, his thoughts would go berserk. Be it Xianyu or Yun Nuoxing's thoughts, it was the same. So, what's the point of setting up the coordinates here? Yun Nuoxing refocused his attention on the coordinates. He didn't know how much time had passed. He looked back at Ziyan and the others, who were still frozen in time. He couldn't help but frown. He turned back to look at the coordinates and reached out impatiently. His palm passed through them. puffed the moment his palm passed through the golden words. The golden words suddenly exploded. The golden light dissipated, and the exploded golden words scattered into tens of millions of fragments that flew in all directions of the hall. A gust of wind swept up, and the fragments pieced together like a jigsaw puzzle around the hall. Yun Nuoxing was blinded by the sudden burst of golden light. When his vision returned to normal, what he saw was a star field surrounded by starlight. The light of the disc-shaped galaxy had passed through vast distances and landed in his eyes. The starlight of the galaxies in the surrounding star field was spinning rapidly. Normally, this should be impossible. It would take hundreds of millions of years to observe the obvious signs of movement. It was obvious that this should be a fantasy space. There was no need to say so much. Just look at the white fog in front of him. A white figure appeared in front of him. It floated about 2 or 3 inches above the ground. Its white clothes and white hair fluttered without wind. It seemed to be the same ghost as the one he saw in the cave. The difference was that the ghost in the cave had its back facing him, but this one was facing him. However, he couldn't see the face clearly. He could only vaguely see the outline of the face. It seemed to be quite handsome. In that case, this guy should be a man. Well, it was useless to judge people by their faces these days. If he didn't take out his gun, he couldn't prove that he was a man. After letting his imagination run wild for a while, Yun Nuoxing's expression turned serious. He took a deep breath, took a few steps, and got into a battle stance. He opened his mouth and shouted, "What the hell is that in front of me?" Then, the ghost in front of him trembled slightly, causing his cheeks to tremble. Was this guy conscious this time? The white ghost slowly raised its head, revealing a face that was only covered in white light. Its facial features were only a nose. It looked at Yun Nuoxing and said speechlessly, "Can't you say something else?" It was speaking the language of the immemorial era, so he could understand it. "Oh," Yun Nuoxing thought for a while, and nodded. With a fierce expression, he shouted, "That damned ghost in front of me." The ghost trembled all over. Yun Nuoxing felt that if he were in the other party's shoes, he would have gone berserk by now. However, the other party's temper was obviously better than he imagined. He just sighed silently. "All right, I'll be serious. What are those coordinates?" Yun Nuoxing shrugged and said seriously. The coordinates were already engraved in his mind. He didn't think that the other party was just showing up. "I don't know." The white figure shook his head very straightforwardly. Yun Nuoxing was stunned when he saw this. "I don't know where that place is either. I just deduced it." Yun Nuoxing let out a long, "Oh," and slowly walked closer. He clenched his fists, and his forehead darkened. "What do you want?" The white figure's face seemed to twitch when he heard the cracking sound of Yun Nuoxing's fist. "What do I want?" Yun Nuoxing was furious. He jumped over and said, "I'm going to beat you up." "What do you want?" The white figure wanted to say something, but after thinking for a while, he twisted his body and dodged Yun Nuoxing's fist first. Then he said calmly, "Young man, calm down. I'll calm you down. And at percent, you mother****, do you know that you messed up the celestial realm with just one sentence? I've been busy for 16 trillion years, but in the end, I had no choice but to clean up the celestial realm. And at percent, I'm so ***king angry right now. Why should I calm down just because you want me to?" Yun Nuoxing was flustered and exasperated. Whenever he mentioned what happened in the past, he would be furious. If it weren't for the fact that he was afraid that the white figure might have some kind of backup plan, he would have already pulled out his sword and charged at him. "Oh, that thing. I'm sorry. I didn't think that the consequences would be so serious." To Yun Nuoxing's surprise, the white figure actually bowed and apologized. This made him stop his crazy actions. He scratched his head embarrassedly and sighed helplessly. I'm not in charge of the celestial realm anyway. I'm just a small maintenance worker. The celestial realm was messed up, and I even had to clean up after it. It made me feel a little resentful, so I guess I'll just let it go. Let's not talk about this anymore. It's already over. Why are you still here? Yun Nuoshing waved his hand and said before the white figure could say anything. The white figure raised his head slightly and stared at the rapidly spinning galaxy. It's about the coordinates. Chapter 10:12. It's about the coordinates. Upon hearing what the white spirit shadow said, Yun Nuoshing's lazy expression quickly disappeared, and he put on a serious expression. The coordinates only pointed to a region of the void. It did not even include the coordinates or names of the worlds located near the void. However, these were not important. What was important was that the symbol from the mythological era made him very confused. The origin rune made him understand one thing, and that was that the era change in the realm of the gods was not just the era change in the realm of the gods, but the era change in the entire 8 elemental realms. Wait a minute, let me ask you something. How did you know about the origin rune? Yun Nuoshing narrowed his eyes and asked, That, I don't know either. The spirit shadow simply spread his hands, leaving Yun Nuoshing dumbfounded. He then continued, It suddenly appeared in my mind one day. There was also a language that I had never heard of before. Let me think, it was probably the day I was promoted to beginner star. Oh, beginner star corresponds to the heavenly gods in the realm of the gods. However, in this realm, there is a difference in the strength of the world one is promoted to. In the void, there are many heavenly gods, but they are not all at the same level of strength. I know that. Yun Nuoshing waved his hand and remained silent for a moment. He also obtained the language of the mythological era because he was promoted to the heavenly god tier. The spirit shadow scratched his head and said, That language is from the previous era. The era I was in, according to what you know, is the Dark Age. If we go back another era, it would be the mythological era. That is the language of the mythological era. I studied it and found that many of it described the void, the world, the origin of the world, and the great Tao. This is incredible. A language alone contains countless information. Some of it is even the result of a lifetime of research by the heavenly gods. Yun Nuoshing shrugged. He knew this. When he came into contact with the language of the mythological era, before he awakened his memories in this life, he felt that this language was very mysterious. He felt that he could trigger the laws of the world just by casually speaking it. However, that was just an unconscious way of speaking, and it did not really cause anything. Even if he did not understand the language of the gods, every syllable of that mysterious language contained many meanings. The gods would be able to translate the meaning of the words by themselves after a little deduction. It was just like using the power of the soul to read a divine formula written in a different language. There was not much of an impact. Even if one did not understand what was written, one could still cultivate it as long as one could understand the energy flow path depicted. When he awakened Quarter Moon's memories in this life and the many fragmented memories, he felt that the language of the gods was very mysterious. He had studied it a little in the ancient era, but he did not gain much. He felt that he could study it again in this life. He might even be able to create a divine formula written in the language of the gods. Perhaps it would be completely different from the divine formulas and mystic formulas now. Seeing that Yun Nuoshing was showing signs of being distracted, Gue Ing patted his head and said, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's get back to the original topic. Yun Nuoshing raised his eyebrows and curled his lips, indicating that he could do whatever he wanted. This guy's voice sounded a little hollow, as if it came from a very far place. If one looked at the tone of the voice, one could more or less tell that it was a male voice. Ing waved his hand, and the stars in this area began to change. They began to spin rapidly. He reached out and grabbed a star that flew past him, and he crushed it with force. Two torrents of energy surged out from between his hands, and in an instant they disappeared to the other side of the star field. He muttered to himself for a moment and said, "This world hides a huge secret. I've heard this excuse countless times. Skip it and get to the main point." Yun Nuoxing waved his hand and said, unhappily. Ing was stunned for a moment. He smiled helplessly and said, "There's no main point." Yun Nuoxing's eyes widened. His cheeks twitched as he smiled bitterly and said, "Then why don't you start from the beginning?" Ing chuckled and said, "There's no need to have too much of a goal. After all, there is indeed something hidden in those coordinates. Even if that thing is no longer there, it will still leave behind traces of when it left. We can continue to pursue and explore." "Explore?" Yun Nuoxing frowned slightly and said, "At the 3,000-star ruins, you left behind a set of coordinates and a sentence that led to the realm of the gods. That was the beginning. You took my astral origin technique. If you could understand the message I left in it, you would know what I saw at the end of that life. When I was about to fall silent and fall into the cycle of reincarnation, I sent that message back to my palace and let those mindless energy puppets use the astral origin evolution I left behind to deduce that thing. In the end, they obtained the coordinates that led to the realm of the gods, and a sentence." Ing paused for a moment and sighed. "Originally, that palace was left for me after I reincarnated, so that I would have a place to return to. I didn't expect you to discover it first and barge in. You even killed all of my palace guards." Yun Nuoxing laughed dryly. He had nothing to say about this. Humans would always be attracted by mysterious things, even if they were not human. Curiosity and greed would always kill many things. After Ing finished sighing, he continued, "However, the coordinates were very rough. It just happened to point to the world where the realm of the gods was at that time. It did not point to the realm of the gods itself. After all, those energy puppets did not have any intelligence. They could only deduce a rough result." Yun Nuoxing's eyes widened. "An unexpected calamity." Ing scratched his head and nodded helplessly. "At least, in terms of results, that was the case. The realm of the gods was unjustly implicated for no reason. Cough, cough. After I reincarnated, your war had already ended. Many years had passed. I searched the world where the realm of the gods was at for 10 million years and found traces left behind by that thing. It had obviously left for a very long time, and I could not find any trace of its origin from this small fragment. I thought about it. It just so happened that I descended to the realm of the gods in that life. Before I recovered my memories, I became a monk for a period of time. So I might as well leave that clue in the realm of the gods and move my own palace over." "And a monk?" Yun Nuoxing's face was twitching so much that it was about to cramp. "Oh, those coordinates aren't fixed. Whenever I find the last trace left by that thing, I would send the result back to the temple so that it could deduce the next location. It's a divine spark weapon in itself, and its specialty is deduction and evolution. It's not much worse than me doing it myself." Ing continued to speak. He stepped out in the starry sky and walked towards a direction. Yun Nuoxing followed behind him unhurriedly. "What exactly is that thing?" Yun Nuoxing did not understand. What kind of thing had the power to change the world? Speaking of which, the world mentioned here, was it the De Yuan realm? The De Yuan realm? Or a specific world? Or Guiying shook his head and said very casually, "How would I know?" Yun Nuoshing, "You didn't know, but you still chased after me for so long. That was just something I saw before I was about to fall. If there were not really traces left behind, I would not know that that thing really existed. In the 1,000 years after I reincarnated and regained my memories, I was still doubting whether what I saw was an illusion." Guiying spread his hands helplessly and said, "Later on, I still believed that thing existed. After all, I saw it in a very ancient record." He waved his hand, and a large pale pink nebula in front of him began to surge. Bolts of star domain lightning penetrated tens of millions of miles away. The large nebula released a huge amount of energy with a rumble. A moment later, a hole was torn open in the dense star domain clouds, and a completely gray altar appeared in their sight. Yun Nuoshing narrowed his eyes slightly, and bits of azure light surged into his eyes. He could not see that thing clearly, as it was very blurry. Even when he used a bit of divine power, he could not see it clearly. However, he could roughly make out its shape. It was an altar about 10,000 feet in size. Around it were circles of stone steps that descended in the shape of stairs. The highest platform in the center was surrounded by a circle of evenly arranged stone pillars that were 10 feet wide. There were also stone pillars on the stone steps below, and the further down they went, the more stone pillars there were, and the higher they were. On a flat surface, all the stone pillars were of the same height, and a large number of runes of unknown meaning were scattered all over the stone pillars and the altar. In this altar, only the stairs in front of them did not have any stone pillars or runes. That staircase was marked very conspicuously by a row of golden fences, and even the stairs were golden. The shape of this altar gave Yun Nuoshing a sense of familiarity, but this did not mean that he had seen it before. After all, this kind of thing would more or less have something in common. Yun Nuoshing could list no less than 100 types of similar altars, but this did not mean that he had seen it before. After all, this kind of thing would more or less have something in common. Just based on the shape of the altars, Yun Nuoshing could list no less than 100 types. This did not mean anything, and he could not feel any flow of energy from the altar. This was also very normal. This was only an image, a memory image. It was the last scene that the ghastly shadow saw in his previous life. A mysterious altar swaying in the starry sky and the void. An unknown source of prayer. We don't even know where it came from or where it's going. During the Age of Darkness, many people had seen this mysterious altar, but even gods could not catch up to it or approach it. The ghastly shadow said indifferently, "I've never heard of this thing before." Yun Nuoshing shook his head indifferently. He had never heard of such a thing in the far ancient era. Now that he heard of it, he felt that it was very strange. It seemed that this was another situation where information was cut off due to the change of era. However, it was still fine if the information was cut off, but why had no one ever seen this thing? Why was there no news at all? If this thing really existed, it should have been discovered by someone. And then the news should have quickly spread throughout the Eight Elements realm like a plague. This I don't know. Wraith shook his head. With a wave of his hand, the nebula closed up again, and the ancient and deep altar also disappeared into the dust of the star system, becoming silent. Perhaps that thing had stopped since the age of immemorial. Oh hell, I've been chasing after it for a long time. Logically speaking, it shouldn't have stopped, so there's only one explanation. It's cruising in the void, and no longer intersecting with the space of the present world. Yun Nuoshing raised his eyebrows. He had also thought of this. Very few people would stay in the void for long periods of time. The void was limitless. If that thing continued to exist in the void, it would not be a problem for it to hide anywhere. Even if it was never discovered, it would not be a problem. But if that's the case, didn't that thing avoid the purge of the great samsara? Yun Nuashing frowned. The great samsara? Oh, it's the void reset, right? The ghastly shadow was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. I'm not sure about that. Anyway, it's fine as long as it didn't explode. Yun Nuashing stared at him coldly with a salted fish gaze. Was this guy serious? Such a careless thing. Well, he couldn't think of a reason why it could survive the great samsara without exploding. It was probably similar to the realm of the gods. Sigh. He didn't care about that kind of troublesome matter. It was fine as long as it didn't explode. With that thought, he withdrew his salted fish gaze. And then, where are you now? Yun Nuashing crossed his arms and looked at him indifferently. I'm here. I'm back. I hid in this palace and went into hibernation. I've been hibernating for 3 billion years. I'm the only one who can open that space, and no one can find me. I don't know when I'll wake up again, but it won't be too early. I can only let my spiritual body out for a walk occasionally. Life is so tiring. The ghastly shadow let out a long sigh. Is it the aftereffects of the samsara? Yun Nuashing thought of something. Yes, you're also a samsara traveler, but you're luckier than me. You don't have the problems after the samsara. The ghastly shadow spread his hands and admitted straightforwardly. Good luck. Yun Nuashing couldn't help but smile bitterly and shake his head. Other than luck, the samsara was treated fairly. He was a special case. It wasn't the samsara of the divine soul itself, but the reflection of a heavenly god's divine soul was equivalent to the divine soul itself. The reincarnation of the reflection was no different from the reincarnation of the divine soul. In the ancient past, he went to the underworld alone and knew the people there. Even if he could get in through the back door, he still suffered a lot of losses on the samsara road. This was something that no one could avoid, not even this old guy who was above the heavenly god realm. There's nothing wrong with repeating the complete samsara with memories during the initial period of ignorance. It's equivalent to a newborn soul, and the age of the soul starts from 0. However, on the day when the memories are restored, the divine soul awakens, and the age of the soul is added to all the memories of the previous life. The soul becomes old all of a sudden, but the body is still a new body. It's weak and can't bear the powerful divine soul. This step leaves behind some hidden problems. However, as you continue to cultivate, this hidden problem will gradually heal itself. In fact, it's not a big problem. The problem is the ghastly shadow smiled bitterly and shook his head repeatedly. Yun Nuashing's cheeks twitched. He thought of a very terrible thing. Don't tell me that when your body was still weak and unable to adapt to the suddenly powerful divine soul, you did a divine, right sublimation? The ghastly shadow smiled bitterly and nodded. At that time, the celestial realm that I was in was the world of the upper plane. It died of old age. Some of my friends and family's descendants were still in that world. I had no choice but to forcefully sublimate my divine, right, and change that world into a new shell so that it could continue to exist. Well, that shell was made by me, and it could last almost forever. Then, the great samsara came back and blew it up. Yun Nuashing mercilessly exposed. The ghastly shadow fell silent. He scratched his head in distress and sighed. It also blew me into the samsara. The great samsara at the end of the ancient era was so powerful. The bigger the target, the more powerful the power to protect it. Even the heavenly gods couldn't protect an entire world from the great samsara. In the end, it still blew up. Yun Nuashing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After that, when I woke up, it was already the end of the 82nd era. Moreover, It was a samsara with a physical body. When I woke up, my body and soul were intact, and my memories were not lost. You can say that I was quite lucky. The ghastly shadow said with a relaxed look. You were kicked out of the samsara path. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes. The only way to samsara with a physical body was to jump out of the car at the end of the samsara path. It was also the only way to avoid having one's memories erased. As for where it could go, she didn't know. He shook his head indifferently. The only bad thing is that the after effects of the ascension of divine, right from the last time, have also been brought over. Until now, the divine right and the body have not completely merged, and I would faint for a period of time from time to time. It's a terminal illness. There's no cure. Hurry up and die once, and start over 10,000 years later. Yun Nuashing waved her hand and said, calmly, then the coordinates you left behind now were left behind 3 billion years ago. The ghastly shadow pondered for a while and shook his head. That's something from the last era. I've been chasing after it for more than 2 eras, but I still couldn't catch up to it. I'm tired. Moreover, I'm now in a deep sleep, focusing on solving this problem. However, I'm still worried about that thing, so I thought. Yun Nuashing shuddered inexplicably and took half a step back. She looked at him with a vigilant expression. Don't tell me that your next sentence is, I'll leave this glorious mission to you. The ghastly shadow grinned. Yun Nuashing felt that he was smiling, but that guy didn't have a face, so she couldn't tell at all. She wasn't too sure. Then she saw him calmly nod. That's right. Yun Nuashing turned pale with fright and turned around to run. Hey, young man, are you serious when you turn around and leave? This old man has given you such a rare opportunity. Why are you so cold? The ghastly shadow slapped Yun Nuashing's shoulder and sighed heavily. Yun Nuashing's slender eyebrows twitched fiercely. A ferocious smile appeared on her beautiful face. She flung the ghastly shadow's hand away and shouted, Stop joking, stinky old man. I'm telling you, in this lifetime, I won't be able to ascend to Empyrean God. I'll forever stay at the later stages of Empyrean God. I also won't touch these strange things anymore. Damn it, the last person who did this kind of thing has already died multiple times. Actually, he was talking about himself. Ho, so that's how it is. At that time, you touched something that you shouldn't have touched, causing the people around you to either die or scatter. So, you don't want to touch these strange things again? The ghastly shadow nodded calmly, causing Yun Nuashing to be stunned. His next sentence made her go crazy. But young man, I've been waiting for you here for a long time. Stop, let me explain. The you in your sentence is not referring to a specific person, but to everyone who can reach this place. So, you're not waiting for me. That's all, goodbye. Yun Nuashing finished speaking quickly and turned around to rush out. However, before she could run 2 meters, the stars in front of her changed. The white, ghastly shadow appeared in front of her again and shook her head at her. Yun Nuashing's hair stood on end. Why are you haunting me? Young man, calm down. The white, ghastly shadow reached out and patted her shoulder to comfort her. Then it said, Also, you're wrong. I'm really waiting for you. I'm not listening. Yun Nuashing covered her ears in exasperation and shook her head fiercely. Her shaking was about to create a tornado. The ghastly shadow shook his head helplessly and sighed. In the primeval age, at the beginning of the 65th era, she became a heavenly god and the monarch of darkness and chaos. At the end of the 68th era, she set fire to the god realm and ended a war that lasted for 16 trillion years. At the beginning of the 69th era, she came into contact with an ancient ruin in a world in the lower planes of the 8 elements realm. Because of this, she was targeted by an ancient and mysterious force and hunted for an entire era. Finally, at the beginning of the 70 era, she engaged in a destructive battle with the elemental stone of the Ganyuan region and perished with the ancient force. Then, she had a final battle somewhere in the lower plains and destroyed an enemy's world. Yun Nuoxing's expression changed slightly. This guy, incidentally, when you attacked my palace, you and your 9 friends contributed the most. This was what the remaining guardian of the palace told me. The ghastly shadow smiled faintly and clapped his hands. Is it quiet now? Chapter 10:13. Yun Nuoxing stared at him quietly. There were probably only a few people in this world who knew so much about him. And this person whom he had never met before today was definitely not one of them. However, he did not find it particularly strange. A celestial god could see through almost everything in the world, and those above the celestial god level would only be more powerful. No matter what relationship they had with him, they would not need to spend too much effort to investigate him. Even if the elements of chaos could conceal all the mysteries of heaven, it was completely useless against celestial gods. The law of causality was powerful enough to overturn all factors. Quite a lot. Yun Nuoxing put his hands in his pockets and sighed softly. He shook his head and let his long hair flutter. Then he turned his head and looked at the phantom. And then, what do you plan to do by telling me all this? I don't plan to do anything. The phantom smiled faintly. I just want you to calm down. This is a very important matter. Like I said, you have the power to change the structure of the world and the distribution of the void. At least, that's what the legends say. Because I know that this matter is not too deceptive, and because you happen to be the person who broke into my palace and caused the greatest disturbance, I just happened to notice you. I took a look at your previous life and felt that you are quite a trustworthy person. So that's all. That's your misconception. Yun Nuoxing was still resisting. At that time, he had encountered a strange thing. Before he had even set foot on it, he had been chased by them for an entire era. There was no way for him to escape. Even though he was a celestial god, he was chased around the void and was in an extremely sorry state. After that, he learned that there were some things in the void that he could not provoke. Also, if he saw strange things in the void, he should never get close to them. He should turn around and run. There might be ghosts. Therefore, now that he was being entrusted with finding something that sounded strange from the beginning to the end, he would reject it no matter what. He did not want to experience that kind of experience again. Young man, do you plan to keep running away? You have been hiding here and there for dozens of eras. Are you willing to keep hiding like this? The phantom asked, leisurely. No. Yun Nuoxing denied it sternly. I've never run away. I know that they will come to me one day. I've been reincarnated for 70 eras. I've died continuously just to create an opportunity for this life. I have my own plans. Oh. When Spirit Shadow heard this, he was a little surprised. This fellow was very similar to him. He was someone who could easily prepare for 2-digit eras. A moment later, he chuckled again, his voice somewhat tempting. Then, are you sure that your own arrangements can become a force that can oppose them? That is a group of powerhouses above the divine realm. When you become a divine realm, the divine realm declaration will let the entire 8 elements realm know of your existence. Now that you are back, they will definitely take action. Although I don't know why they have been chasing you for so long, the hatred of killing their family is not that serious. Ahem, when you become a divine realm again, even if they have made arrangements, can you directly break the seal and ascend to the divine realm? Even if you can, your opponent is a group of powerhouses above the divine realm. Your ending will not be much better than the last time. The phantom said step by step. Yun Nuoxing raised his eyebrows and looked at him rather indifferently. To put it bluntly, you still want me to find that thing that I don't know if it really exists. Indeed, having the power to change the pattern of the world and the distribution of the void sounds very tempting. But are you sure that that thing really has such power? If I get that thing, will I have the power to turn the situation around? That's hard to say. The Phantom spread his hands. After all, that is a legendary thing from the Dark Age. It is a legendary item among the divine realm. Naturally, it has something special. As for whether it is real or not. Anyway, you have a lot of time now, don't you? If you don't try it, how will you know if that thing really has the power to make you transcend? Yun Nuashing narrowed his eyes and thought for a long time. In the end, he shook his head. It's too vague. It's hard to say at all. Wasting time in a place where I can't see the result is too risky. If I can't find it, and I advance into the divine realm, because too much time has passed, I will be in big trouble if I don't make any preparations at that time. I'm not sure if that little trick I left behind is enough. He was never afraid of risks. High risk, high reward. It was like walking on a tightrope. In the past, he had always walked on an extremely narrow path. It was not a coincidence that he was able to reach the heights he once had. However, this mysterious item was too mysterious. It was so mysterious that he could not see through it at all. He could not predict the situation. If there was a success rate of 20 to 30% for him to see it, perhaps he would have hesitated and agreed. But this thing was simply unrealistic. The Phantom understood his concerns. He put his hand on his chin and thought for a while. After a while, he said, "How about this? I will pass on to you the insights I have gained after ascending into the divine realm. I will also attach 2 memories of me pursuing that thing. How about that? I'm beginning to suspect that you are up to no good." Yun Nuashing was full of vigilance. Why was this guy so stubborn that he wanted him to find that thing? Couldn't it be someone else? He said it so urgently and even gave such conditions. It was no wonder that Yun Nuashing was doubtful. The Phantom was silent for a while. Then he put his hands behind his back and sighed. 2 eras? It's killing my obsessive-compulsive disorder. Yun Nuashing. She suddenly seemed to understand this guy's thinking. He had persistently pursued that thing for such a long period of time, for 2 eras. In the end, he did not even see its shadow. All he chased after was the tail gas left behind. For a paranoid person, this was simply unbearable. He was also such a person. He thought that he had already paid the price of 2 eras, but he still did not get anything. He wanted to stop, but he was unwilling to accept it. He had no choice but to pay an even greater price. Then he kept lowering his requirements. Thus, he had reached this strange situation. To put it bluntly, this was the mentality of a gambler. It was just that they did not gamble with anyone. They only competed with themselves. There was no turning back for an arrow that had been shot. Since he had already spent such a long time, he could not even see that thing. Even if he entrusted it to someone else, at least he could see what was on it. As long as he saw something that did not disappoint him, he could comfort himself. Everything was worth it. If it weren't for the problem with my body, I wouldn't have bothered to entrust this kind of thing to someone else. I'm just putting in a lot of effort. In the end, the best result is only the qualification to see its true appearance. This is such a loss. Bah, what kind of deal is this? I'm the one giving it away. The more the Phantom thought about it, the angrier he became. He could not help but spit and shake his head with a sigh. Yun Nuashing spread his hands innocently. This had nothing to do with him at all. At most, he just happened to appear here and coincidentally became a thin piece of driftwood that appeared before someone with obsessive-compulsive disorder drowned. As for whether he would be dragged into the water with him or whether he would be able to swim back to shore, he was not too sure. He hated this kind of unclear things the most. The last time he encountered one, he was dragged to death alive after an era. Only God knew what kind of bizarre end he would have this time. So, you're saying that you agree? Hearing his long sigh, the phantom slowly put down his hands behind his back. There was a hint of a smile in his voice. This was the result he was looking forward to. He could only look forward to it like this. No matter what, thank you. You were sure that I would agree. Yun Nuoshing tilted his head in puzzlement. It seemed that he did not show any disappointment from the beginning to the end. He looked calm and steady. Even when he agreed, he did not show any other emotions. It was as if he had calculated it. The phantom did not think that they had lived for so long that their expressions were spoiled. It's hard to say. I calculated that there was a 70% chance that you would agree. After all, this is a slightly different kind of opportunity for you. It would be best if it could be of help to you. To put it bluntly, it's just that I can't move now, and I'm not willing to stop here. I have no choice but to let someone else find that thing for me. If you really get some special opportunity because of this, it's also your ability. Who knows, maybe if you're lucky, you'll have the chance to ascend to the realm of Empyrean God. The last sentence was obviously meant to be teasing. Yun Nuoshing shook his head helplessly. Compared to ascending to the realm of Empyrean God, he suddenly felt that it might be easier to find that thing. The realm of Empyrean God was even more legendary and ethereal than legends. It was a peerless problem that people could not understand. Many Empyrean gods had fallen one after another in this place. Some fell flat on their faces, but continued to fall even after they got up. They could not even move a centimeter forward until they were crippled. Only a few lucky ones would accidentally fall over. For example, the person in front of him did not even know how he ascended to the realm of Empyrean God. A huge and beautiful ring of fire erupted from the star field in the distance. An object fell diagonally from the sky, dragging a huge blue flame tail behind it. Two extremely powerful shockwaves erupted in the star field. Two huge rings of energy attacked from the distance at the speed of light. However, they gradually froze in the distance, condensing into a huge ellipsoid. The blue flame tail rushed to the end of the line of sight. The energy smoke gradually weakened, and in the end, the two huge rings froze there and did not dissipate. The star domain fire is endless, forever frozen in this scene. The burning and falling stars in the star domain cut through the dream of the night. Yun Nuoshing looked at the huge energy rings and could not help but murmur, you're also a stargazer? Phantom tilted his head to look at him with his hands behind his back and smiled in surprise. Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes and joked. It seems that the omniscient expert above the first star doesn't really know everything, even though he saw through my matters so clearly. Phantom smiled and did not say anything. Yun Nuoshing also ignored him. The two of them stood quietly in the star domain, watching the star domain fire surge in the star domain. Such a brilliant scene was really something that one would never get tired of. However, as Phantom had said before, there was not much opportunity and time to stop for such a scene. Therefore, every time he looked at the starry sky, he would be in a daze for a while. Hey, isn't it time to end it? Oh, Phantom responded and nodded. It seems that there is some time. That's right, the conditions I just told you are all in your origin astral technique. You can find them yourself. Yun Nuoshing was speechless. Why did he feel that he had been deceived? Using the conditions that he already had as a bargaining chip to negotiate with him? How shameless would one have to be to come up with such a rotten idea? Since it was in the origin astral technique, he would definitely be able to find it. Thinking of this, he flipped through the information of the origin astral technique in his mind. As expected, he found the part that Phantom had just mentioned at the end. Immediately, he could not help but roll his eyes. This guy was really black-hearted. Seeing his expression change, Phantom chuckled and said, "There is no hurry. Also, you can use the origin astral technique to go back and forth in this palace. You can also use the origin astral transformation inside. Without recovering your divine body, I think it will be inconvenient for you. Are you satisfied with these conditions?" Yin Nuashing muttered and snorted softly. "SOSO, you asked me to find something, so how can I not bring out something good? Sometimes the vast and mighty stars would erupt into the most dazzling fireworks in the star field. Sometimes they would sneak out of the star field. Large groups of stars would sweep past them. It was an extremely spectacular sight. Once again, one could see the extremely gorgeous scene of the star field's birth. After watching for an unknown period of time, Yun Nuashing was slightly dazed. He saw the scene that he saw in his dream that day. Endless worlds were ignited like fireworks in the star field and then extinguished. Those divine beings and gods were also as insignificant as dust, burning with extreme brilliance. The Dark Age. Yun Nuashing suddenly spoke. Did a huge calamity happen in the Dark Age? A calamity that involved the entire Great Yuan realm? Yes, it happened at the end of the 59th era. A war broke out all of a sudden, as if it came out of thin air. An expert that no one had ever heard of or seen brought a being that was even more terrifying than a divine realm expert to the 8 elements realm's void. He dealt a devastating blow to everything he met. It was pure destruction and pure slaughter. Guiying nodded. No one was spared. Within a month of the war, all the worlds in the 8 elements realm that we know of were involved in the monstrous flames of war. It was unbelievable that such a vast and endless war was actually instigated by a single force or someone from a single world. They forcibly resisted the entire 8 elements realm, and even the god realm was involved. Yun Nuashing's eyes flickered. He didn't expect that dream to actually be real. He only felt that the dream was very real, as if something had really happened. However, he couldn't find any traces of this war after searching through all his memories and things that he knew. He could only speculate that it might have happened in the Dark Age. What he cared about the most was the most dazzling ball of light in the dream. In the ball of light that he suspected to be a human being, that life form pointed out and annihilated tens of millions of divine beings in the myriad realms. How powerful is that life form? I don't know. There were many experts above the divine being level in the Dark Age. When all of them united, they were an extremely huge force. After those people rushed into the god realm with that life form, all the experts above the divine being level swarmed out. Thousands or hundreds of thousands. I don't really remember. In any case, there were a lot of them. Guess what happened next? Spirit Shadow's voice was solemn. With a point of a finger, it was like the most merciless judgment in the world. Everything in the real world collapsed and shattered. It was just like a nightmare. Yun Nuashing said softly, how did you know? Spirit Shadow couldn't help but be stunned when he heard his description. He seemed to know something about it too. Yun Nuashing pointed at his own head and took out the purplish-red pendant. He rubbed it on his hand and said softly, "In this life and the previous 2 lives, there was a nightmare that haunted me. The White Tiger, one of the 4 celestial gods of celestial phenomenon, said that it was an eternal nightmare. It was an eternal, never-ending super war that burned everything and destroyed the stars. Its previous owner, who was me in my previous 2 lives, was also haunted by this nightmare. Once I fell asleep, it would come to me like a shadow. I can't figure out the source of it yet, and I don't know where to start. Anyway, I know that it happened. Not long ago, when I just got my memories back, I accidentally entered it again and saw the war that I just mentioned. I think it should be something that happened in the Dark Age. There's such a strange thing. Spirit Shadow was enlightened. However, looking at his expression, he was also a little surprised. I'm not too sure. Maybe your bloodline came from the Dark Age. I can sense a weak aura from the Dark Age from a fully developed bloodline of the gods. It's very weak, so weak that I can't distinguish it. Maybe it's just my imagination, but I can't rule out this possibility. Guiying moved to Yun Nuoxing's side. His faceless face looked straight at him, making him feel as if he was being watched by something. It was a little creepy. This guy really looked like a ghost from the front. Yun Nuoxing nodded. I saw it very clearly. I was also involved in it. I saw countless gods burning themselves to death. Countless gods ascending to their peak, burning their souls, burning their godly bones, burning their own worlds to the ground. They sacrificed themselves generously. Everything was gathered for that ultimate attack, but it was shattered by that powerful life form with a single finger. It even pierced through the barrier of the Yuan realm and through the entire greater Yuan realm. It's a very tragic scene. He thought for a while. In the end, he still used the word tragic and shook his head. He actually wanted to say something that was useless in the end. However, after thinking about it, this sentence was a little stimulating, so it was better not to say it. He saw the scene of millions of gods burning themselves to death in its entirety. He was also shocked by their fearless actions. What was even more shocking was that the attack of the unknown life form had directly pierced through the entire greater Yuan realm. It's indeed very tragic. It's indeed very tragic, but all our efforts are in vain. It's really useless. The enemy is too strong, so strong that it's hard to imagine. I don't understand at all why there would be such a strong person in this world, to be able to shake the lives of the entire great Yuan realm with his strength alone. I reckon that only a god at the level of the primordial god can achieve such power, Guiying said solemnly. Yun Nuoxing thought for a while. He shook his head and said, I feel that it's not only the first generation of great gods who have this kind of strength. After all, they were annihilated. The first generation of great gods was almost completely wiped out. After Spirit Shadow finished listening, he did not react. He was stunned for a very long time before he said in alarm, Ah! Yun Nuoxing spread out his hands. It's the history of the realm of the gods, right? The twilight of the gods. Have you heard of it? Oh, this name is too common. I reckon that there will be such a common meaning that can't be any more common in any world. In the eyes of mortals, a group of Yun Nuoxing interrupted his long-winded rambling and said, during the age of mythology, the twilight of the gods and the great samsara erupted at the same time, causing the entire greater Yuan realm to fall silent. The realm of the gods was also almost destroyed. I'm not sure how many great gods there were in the first generation. I only know that there seems to be only one left. Spirit Shadow let out a gasp, causing Yun Nuoxing's teeth to chatter. This guy's gasp caused such a huge commotion. However, it was no wonder. When he heard this news, the shock in his heart was actually not much weaker than Spirit Shadow's. The first generation of great gods was also known as the primordial god, or primordial god. In other worlds, they were not synonymous with invincibility. They were the unique guardians of this world, the guardians of the entire greater Yuan realm. They were silent, drifting away from all the other worlds, quietly watching the development of the greater Yuan realm. That eternal period of time was the beginning of the mythical story, the beginning of creation. Then they were all annihilated. It was a godlike turn of events. It was so sudden that Yun Nuashing and Spirit Shadow hurt their waists. Chapter 1014. The topic of the mythological era could not be discussed any further. No matter how it was discussed, it was just a conjecture. Moreover, there were too few topics to discuss. Even the gods, who were said to know everything in the void with a single thought, could not find out the slightest bit about that legendary era. Searching for the origin could not bypass the interference of the great samsara. To be able to cast one's gaze back to the previous era was already someone who had walked quite far on this path. They were very powerful. Even Xian, you could only see the scene of the beginning of the ancient era. She could not let her gaze bypass the obstruction of the great samsara and stopped there. Yun Nuashing was very interested in the mythological era, but there were not many people who could communicate with him on equal footing. The Phantom also did not know much about that era. In the middle and later stages of the Dark Age, the inheritance of the mythological era had been lost for many years. That era had disappeared too completely. Even if one accidentally found clues from the mythological era, it was difficult to find out more. To them, the Dark Age had disappeared completely. However, they could occasionally find some records and traces of the Dark Age in the world of the gods. Compared to the former, it was much better, but it was still useless. The most troublesome thing about the alternation of eras was the change of language. The common language of all races created by the gods in the mythological era had been mostly lost. A lot of ancient information could not be obtained and could not be ascertained. Yun Nua planet's understanding of the mythological era was also pitifully limited. They only knew a few things about the heavenly destruction god, as well as the battle she was involved in that destroyed the divine world, and even the entire 8 elements realm and Great Yuan realm. Well, those are very important, but also not very important. That guy left without giving him any time to react. As soon as he turned around, he was gone. He did not know if he was used to slipping away so quickly. In the empty star region, Yun Nuashing stretched and watched as the colors of the star region gradually dimmed and faded bit by bit until it became transparent. There were still stars in the deep sky, but everything was fading very quickly. The golden wall gradually appeared in his sight. He turned around and returned to the position in front of Ziyin. He stood still and waited for the end of the frozen time. Coordinates? Huh? After pondering for a while, he shook his head and looked at the last message of the origin astral technique, only to discover a piece of information that he hadn't noticed before. He couldn't help but be stunned. The secret to longevity. Keep breathing. Don't stop breathing. Yun Nuashing. That old urchin is even worse than me. Yun Nuashing didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he tossed the information about the origin astral technique to the side. He knew that he was very lame and unreliable, but he didn't expect that there would be someone who was even more playful than him. He shook his head and sighed. Then his divine soul sent out an extremely unique wave of energy. He instantly entered the void and flew to an extremely distant place. He left the realm of the gods and the cluster of light in this world and swayed in the pure void. That unique divine soul wave seemed to have wandered for a very long time and didn't connect with anything. However, the speed of soul communication was very fast. Even if it took dozens of minutes for the divine soul to communicate with each other, only less than half a second had passed in the real world. Moreover, that extremely unique divine soul wave was still wandering in the void at this time. The fuzziness of time was even clearer. Yun Nuashing's divine soul waited patiently for a while, but in fact, it didn't even take a second. His wandering soul came into contact with something and continued to explore along this wave of energy. Gradually, it approached another kind of soul power. He couldn't help but smile faintly. He wandered around for a while and bumped his head into it. Found you? This was another world. Looking down at this planet from a high altitude, one could see its steel-like earth and brown surface. A huge star ring glowing with a metallic luster supported the energy barrier that enveloped the entire planet and enveloped this steel giant. The buildings on this huge planet were densely distributed. Everywhere was filled with steel buildings, but they looked orderly and didn't appear to be messy. There were only a few empty spaces that looked useless. In fact, they were just the center of a larger building. Many thousand-meter-tall towers were arranged on the steel-like earth. From afar, they looked like a huge triangular object with a concave top on top of an even larger light purple crystal. Inside the crystal, there was an astonishing amount of energy flickering and pulsating. However, this enormous amount of energy was tightly bound by the light purple crystal. There was no sign of it leaking out at all. It was unusually docile and quiet. The crystal towers could be found in every corner of the city. The architectural style here was also very different from the various styles of buildings in the celestial realm. Compared to the exquisite and majestic buildings in the celestial realm, these buildings were less ornamental. However, these buildings with completely different styles were arranged neatly in rows. There was a strange sense of beauty to them. Huge spaceships and battleships floated quietly in the sky. They were distributed inside and outside the planet. The sunlight penetrated through their transparent bodies and fell unaffected on the steel-like earth. These spaceships were much larger than the spaceships in the celestial realm. Their bodies had a metallic texture, and their shapes were somewhat strange. They emitted a huge amount of energy. Although they were called spaceships, they were more like powerful weapons. In the center of the most prosperous city on this planet was the most eye-catching and largest building. It was a tower-like structure. 3 huge rings were distributed at 3 different heights of the tower. They floated in midair and slowly circled around the tower. Each ring was more than 10 feet thick. The 2 rings at the top and bottom were extremely wide, while the one in the middle was relatively smaller. On each ring were patches of buildings. Just the tower and the 3 rings added together were like a sizable city. At this time, at the top of the tower, a man was standing at the edge of the tower, overlooking the scenery of the city below. There was nothing under his feet, as if there was no place to stand. The man looked extremely young, no more than 20 years old. However, his eyes were filled with a sense of alienation and age from the rest of the world. They were faint and indifferent, but when he gazed at the city below, rich colors flowed through his eyes. At that time, his long black hair that reflected a strange light, his silver-white texture, and his metallic luster would all shine brightly. Behind the man stood a similarly young woman. She was dressed meticulously and had a serious look on her face like a warrior. Her beautiful eyebrows were raised, and she looked very capable. At this moment, she was holding a crystal ball and a stack of papers in her hands. Her voice was clear and did not tremble as she quickly reported the contents of the crystal ball. Also, the black mist spreading in the void has affected many worlds. At least 3,000 worlds have been annihilated by the black mist. The 79th star zone has sent a report saying that it has been eroded by the black mist. However, the specific situation has not been observed. There are no reports of victims. The man turned his head. With a thought, the empty ground under his feet flashed with light. Soon, a ground appeared where his feet were standing. There were stairs extending in 3 directions around it. Black mist of the void, something that disturbs one's mind. I seem to have heard you mention it many times. Yes, my lord. The black mist of the void appeared in the lower planes 10 years ago. Now it has spread to the middle planes and the upper planes we are in. However, Only a few worlds have been damaged. Some worlds were completely occupied by the black mist and did not cause any harm. Other worlds, as soon as they came into contact with the black mist, their world barriers began to fall apart and collapse. The woman nodded very seriously and said, "Do those destroyed worlds have anything in common?" The man frowned. "We can't find it yet." The capable woman shook her head. "But there are records of 3,000 worlds being destroyed in all three planes. It has been 10 years. Is there still no useful information?" The man was puzzled. "I am very sorry, my lord. This subordinate requests to be melted down and rebuilt," the capable woman said with unusual calmness. The man's cheek twitched violently. "You have been saying this since 30 million years ago. Yes, my lord has never approved it," the capable woman said matter-of-factly. The man was speechless. Sighing, the man waved his hand helplessly. He said weakly, "Increase the investigation of the black mist of the void, but do not act recklessly. I have a bad feeling about this." There is nothing else." Just before the man could finish his sentence, there was a sudden ding in his mind. His entire body trembled. This feeling made his soul tremble. "Navira, are you still alive? Are you asleep, or have you woken up? If you are still alive, say something." The ethereal voice carried a hint of laziness and emptiness. It was an unfamiliar female voice. The man was stunned when he heard it, and his expression changed greatly in a second. The lean woman could not help but look at it, but she was tactful enough to not say anything. She bowed slightly and took 2 steps back. "Hey, Navira, your soul hasn't been extinguished yet. I can feel it. Don't tell me you've fallen into a deep slumber." The voice even changed into 2 different languages to greet him. The man was both excited and confused. The other side was still calling him. He hesitated for about 10 seconds. Then he used the ancient language and asked hesitantly, "Xian? You are still alive. I thought you were really dead." After hearing the reply, Yun Nuoxing let out a sigh of relief. She smiled and said, "I have searched around in my soul. In the end, I only found your soul imprint. The rest of them are probably destroyed. I don't know where to find those old fellows in the future." "Xian," the man called Navira jumped up excitedly. An unconcealable smile appeared on his stiff face. His old eyes were shining with a shocking light. The energy in his body was rumbling because of his emotional state. The capable woman's face changed slightly. She calmly took 2 or 3 steps back. Only then did she stabilize herself. Her face was expressionless. "It's me. I know I am a little salty. There is no need to be so excited. You are still alive. You are still alive." This familiar conversation made Navila even more excited. He was so excited that he danced with joy. He was a little nervous as he hesitated on the spot. He took a few deep breaths and calmed his chaotic emotions. He said, "Where are you? I will go and find you." "I am where I was, but I don't think you can come here. This place is sealed. I don't have time to run out now." Yun Nuoxing cleared her throat. Just when she was about to chat, she suddenly remembered the purpose of looking for him. She was startled. She quickly said, "Let's not talk about this first. I know you are still alive. When the time is up, I will go and chat with you. There is one thing I need your help with." "Go ahead." Navira also straightened his clothes that were messy from jumping around and said, "Seriously, I have a set of coordinates here. It is an ancient thing. It is very ancient. It is constantly moving in the void. When the coordinates were left, it was probably something from ancient times. There are traces left in the void. Follow these coordinates and help me find it." Yun Nuoxing said, "In the void. But the void is not. Navira's expression changed slightly. How could there be something left in the void? And it had been there for an entire era. I know, but that thing is very strange. To be honest, I don't know what it is. But legend has it that there is such a thing. I can't leave now, so I can only ask you to help me find it. Oh, by the way, that thing may never be found. You don't have to keep chasing it. Just follow the coordinates and slowly deduce and chase after it. Okay? Navira's expression froze, but he quickly agreed. Then he said gloomily, Are you married? Damn it, you've been asking this question for so many years, and you're still thinking about it. Yun Nuoshing's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Back then, this guy would ask once every year. When he came out of seclusion for 100 years, he would ask once a day. It gave him a headache. I have been waiting for your wedding wine for countless years. Navira and Yun Nuoshing shouted at the same time. Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes and said, I knew you were going to say that. After that, he fell silent again. After a long silence, he said, No, hurry, I guess I can't escape in this lifetime. Huh? Navira was so shocked that he bit his tongue and jumped up. Which mushroom is so heaven-defying that it can drag you from the celestial region to this mortal world? I'll beat you up. Yun Nuoshing was speechless. He sighed and said, That's it then. If you have anything to say it the next time we meet. It won't be too far away. I'm still busy now. You're keeping me in suspense. Navira complained in dissatisfaction. The voice in his soul quietly disappeared. He sighed. He felt a little melancholy, but also a little excited. He didn't expect that the old guy was still alive. It had been almost 70 eras, but he could still hear his voice. After panting for a while, Navira calmed down. He looked at the city below and felt that it was even more beautiful. He was in a good mood. He turned around and looked at the capable woman. He waved his hand and said, Let's celebrate. No, I made a mistake. It's not time yet. Cough, cough. Find a team of people who are very adaptable to the void and can move around in the void for a long time. Ask them to bring the most accurate celestial instrument and go to a place. I'll send you the coordinates later. Go and find them first. Understood. What else? The capable woman bowed and asked again. Navira thought for a while and said, It's best if they can endure the loneliness. This is a very long mission. Understood. The capable woman nodded heavily. She turned around and disappeared silently. Watching her disappear from his sight, Navira took a deep breath and sighed. He couldn't help but chuckle and shook his head. This old guy can really come back from the dead. I didn't expect him to come back after so many years. But it's good. With him around, the world will be more exciting and lively. But that guy's voice turned into a woman's. This made him a little puzzled. He scratched his head. Was that guy so addicted to cross-dressing that he changed his voice? After thinking for a while, Navira suddenly remembered something and shouted in his soul, Sister, my lovely sister, the idiot you have a crush on is back. By the way, you seem to have a love rival. The soul was silent for 3 seconds. Then, an earth-shattering scream rang out from the tower, shaking the entire city. A group of people stared blankly at the tower and couldn't help but twitch a few times. Navilla dug his ears and shuddered. This girl's voice is too destructive. What if you cause the city to collapse with your voice? Can't you calm down a little when you're such a big girl? Although he was also not calm himself. In the Star Palace, Yun Nuoshing finished the soul communication. A drop of sweat appeared on his forehead. He couldn't help but gasp. It's too far. With the current power of the soul, it will take some effort to send a message to such a far place even with the soul seed and soul imprint. After a while, he stretched. The conversation seemed to have taken a long time, but in reality, it had only been less than a second. Right after he finished stretching, the stagnant time began to move again. Ziyen and the others came to their senses, one after another, and looked around the palace. The dazzling light that was as bright as the sun had disappeared in an instant. The scene that they had seen in the previous second was completely different from what they had seen in the next second. Everyone was stunned. This scene didn't seem to be like this just a moment ago. Didn't he just shout something out with his voice? Can't we see this thing? Nightmare scratched his head strangely. They clearly felt something moving behind them. Why was there no reaction at all? Zian and Mei Mao turned around and looked at Yun Nuoshing. He was also looking at the palace in a daze. When he saw her looking at him, he smiled gently and waved his hand. Let's go. It's time to go out. Idiot. Don't you care about this place? Didn't you just... Chu Yingzhan shouted and looked at him in confusion. I already know what I need to know. It's just a set of coordinates in the void. Yun Nuoshing glanced at her and said lightly, There's nothing left here. The matter of the coordinates was temporarily handed over to Navira. He was an old friend of Quarter Moon's from the ancient era. He came from a world that was not quite the same as the realm of the gods. The path of development of his world was also very different from that of the realm of the gods. However, it was still a very powerful world. After searching through his soul, only the former soul imprint and soul seed were left. The others were probably accidentally destroyed during the reincarnation. It was a little regrettable. He didn't know where to look for his old friends in the future. That world, the world controlled by Navira, is very wide. I just don't know how many people he has left after the reincarnation. Well, this era has already passed for 19 eras. It must have developed a lot. The people in their world developed like a plague, Yun Nuoshing muttered in his heart. In short, he would leave this matter to him for the time being. He trusted that old man very much. As for himself, he had other things to do. Perhaps it was because he had found an old friend. Yun Nuoshing had a very happy smile on his face. Everyone looked at him blankly. They didn't know what had just happened. They felt that something was wrong, as if they had missed something. Chapter 10:15. The vast star palace was silent. Only Yun Nuoshing and the others were walking in the empty hall, pushing open the giant doors hidden in the walls, looking for the way out. According to Yun Nuoshing, there was nothing left in this place, so they began to look for the way back. In the end, that unreliable fellow remembered how to get here, but could not find the way out. Back then, when we went out, we were directly thrown out of the main palace into the starry sky outside. Yun Nuoshing shrugged helplessly and said confidently, This time we are going out. I don't know the way. No, but you have stayed in this star palace for 10 years. You could take such a complicated path and such a complicated terrain back here. There's no way you don't know the way, right? You can just go back the way you came. Yuanshi was dumbfounded. She could find the way in, but could not find the way out. That did not make sense. Yun Nuoshing looked at him and said in a low voice, How did we get into the main hall? Tell us. We were looking for a hidden door in a long corridor. Yuanshi scratched his head and said, puzzled. And then we walked into a long corridor where divine artifacts were buried. You even collected a strand of demon imprisoning flame. You found the lost divine artifact of the demon world, and then walked very far and found a very small main hall. Yun Nuoshing took a deep breath. Then how did we get out? Didn't we just turn around and close the door and come out? Nightmare's tone took a huge turn when she said the last word. She went from being calm to being full of doubt. The others were also stunned because they realized that something was not quite right. What about the divine artifact corridor? Ming tilted his head in confusion. No, this is not the place where we can enter. You understand now? Yun Nuoxing sighed, helplessly. She thought for a while and said, if you still don't understand, I'll give you a complete map of the maze. This maze doesn't have any signs, and the repeated intersections are almost the same. Now, I'll let you choose 2 places to start exploring the maze. One is the main entrance, and the other is the intersection that is a little closer to the exit. Ziyan and the others' faces twitched. The problem was very simple. They just needed to go from the entrance. If they had a complete map, they would be able to find the exit with some time. However, if they were randomly placed in a corner of the labyrinth, they wouldn't be able to find their way out. Even if they had a complete map, they wouldn't be able to find their way out. This was because the labyrinth didn't have any special markings. It was like a maze that was placed in a square. If it was really like that, they would just need to walk to the edge. However, this Star Palace wasn't a neat square. If it was so simple, hundreds of thousands of gods wouldn't have been trapped here for 10 years in the ancient era. Even Yun Nuoxing himself couldn't find the way. The group stood there in a daze and looked at each other blankly. Were they going to be trapped here for 1.5 years? Let's just find the way. That old cough cough. We still have things to do. The old urchin in this palace is probably playing with us. We still have to go out and find something. We don't have time to stay here. Yun Nuoxing said to Ziyan and the others. She emphasized the words, find something, in a very strange tone. They didn't find anything wrong with the latter. They just thought that she was suddenly being funny. Yun Nuoxing smiled and slapped the wall next to her. A door about 10 feet wide suddenly opened. Behind the door was a star field with twinkling stars. There was a platform in front of the door, and in the star field further away, there was another huge platform. Everyone had stayed on it before. Ah, we're out. Shu Chen couldn't help but exclaim when he saw the star field outside. Everyone's eyes widened in horror. Was this even possible? Could it be that this chicken feather starfield palace was freaking voice activated? There was a roar in the main palace, and something inexplicable came out. They couldn't see it. Now, there was another roar, and then the door opened. Either they had bumped into a ghost, or there was a pair of eyes staring at them. Yun Nuoxing grinned. What he said just now wasn't for Ziyan and the others, but for the old urchin who was still sleeping but still wanted to torment him. He didn't expect the old guy to let them out directly, and he was mentally prepared to play with the old guy. In the end, he directly opened a door for them to go out, and it directly led them to the outside of the palace. What a stubborn old guy. Let's go, let's go. It's fine as long as the door is open. Don't worry so much. Yun Nuoxing smiled and waved his hand. He took the lead and walked out of the door. Ziyan and the others looked puzzled and suspicious. After looking at each other, they shook their heads and followed him helplessly. If they really wondered why the door opened so suddenly, they might not be able to get out today. Ah, we're finally out. As soon as Yun Nuoxing and the others walked out of the palace, a faint laughter sounded in front of them, startling them. They looked up and saw Qingyu, Kuan Yuan, and the Emperor of War coming up to them with smiles on their faces, waiting for us. Yun Nuoxing was slightly startled. He looked around, but there was no one in front of the Star Palace except for them. Where are the others? Haven't they come out yet? No, they've all left. Emperor of War put his hands on his hips and said angrily, they all left a day ago. We were the first batch to come out. We thought that you might not have come out yet, so we wanted to leave directly. But after thinking for a while, we decided to say goodbye. We've been waiting for more than a day. Oh, there are 3 people who are also waiting for something. I don't know if they're waiting for you. 3 people. Yun Nuoxing and the others were startled and looked at each other. This perfect number, could it be those 3 people? Why did you come out so quickly? Didn't you explore the palace? It's rare to enter the final destination. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, isn't it? Yuanxi asked curiously. They had wandered around inside for 3 or 4 days. Why did the others come out in 1 or 2 days, and all of them left? Of course, we plan to continue exploring. The Wind Emperor twisted his neck and said, "At first, we thought of retreating when we saw the palace embedded in the wall begin to shrink. That collapsed palace killed 2 unlucky fellows. Later, we saw some opened palaces closing one after another. But as long as we stayed in the passage, we would be fine. Later, because we had collected almost all the stars, we had to retreat. We were stronger and collected the stars faster, so we were the first to come out. Behind us, a group of godly emperors came out, the 7 guides and 3 or 4 godly emperors. It's a pity that we didn't see any stars of a higher grade. They were all golden. Be content with what you have. It's not like you can see the golden star Providence whenever you want to." The Battle Emperor rolled his eyes. "It's rare. Be content," said Emperor Force Emozihan, rolling her eyes at the Wind Emperor. The latter smiled bitterly. Qingyu smiled and nodded to Yun Nuoxing and the others. She said, "Sister Yuxian, let's part here. We'll meet again in the Divine Land." Yun Nuoxing smiled back and waved her hand. The 5 of them nodded to Xian and the others. They turned and walked towards the portal in the center of the Star Palace. At this moment, they saw that there was another portal there. After waiting for a while, Yun Nuoxing also waved his hand, and a group of people filed out of the portal. As they disappeared, the galaxy became quiet, and the portal gradually closed. Beside the Starry Palace, a crack in the void that was at least 1,000,000 feet wide opened, slowly swallowing the Starry Palace. It had waited for the person it was waiting for, and in the future, it would not appear before the world again. It floated in the void, quietly waiting for him and his orders. In the vast sky, a purple-gold shadow cut through the space like an arrow. The tip of the shadow tore the clouds in the sky in half, leaving a long golden tail behind it. It was like a purple-gold meteor brushing past the sky of the God realm. After cutting open the energy layer of the beautiful golden particles that were sprinkling down from the sky, one could see that there was a purple-gold fire phoenix inside. Its body was surrounded by crimson-pink flames, but it didn't appear to be burning hot. It streaked across the sky like a miracle. The people on the fire phoenix were naturally Yun Nuoxing and the others. After coming out of the divine miracle of the Holy Spirit, they rushed to the edge of the dry plain region. After flying far away, Yun Nuoxing remembered that he seemed to have mentioned something to the person in the divine miracle of the Holy Spirit city. In the end, he forgot about it. "My head is full of the pillar of creation. I can't remember such an insignificant matter." Yun Nuoxing sighed and shook her head. She smiled and said, "It's fine. I'm not a calculative person. It's just a God Emperor's request. It's not worth mentioning." Xian and the others looked at him silently. He could only comfort himself like this. He had helped someone else for nothing, and he didn't even receive the expected return. He didn't know if he was forgetful or if he was just a simple-minded person. "Little star, it's about time to prepare. It'll take 4 to 5 days to get to the 33 prefectures." Yuanxi looked at him with burning eyes and wiped the corner of his mouth. His saliva was almost flowing out. "Useless." Nightmare looked at him with disdain, then walked up to Yun Nuoxing with a smile. "Boss, are you done with the Star Providence? You need any help? Although my skills are not good, I can still help. You need any help?" Everyone stared in shock at this crazy fellow who was trying to curry favor with her. They could not help but slap him in the face. This fellow did not seem to be any better than Yuan Shi. Yun Nuoxing looked at the two of them, sighed, and said, "Don't worry, you won't run away. You've only been out for 2 hours. Well, although it's done, it's all gold. The effect might not be as good as you think. However, we have the star trial on us. The star providence rewarded by this trial seems to be reddish gold. It's only 1 grade lower than reddish black. Every time you complete a trial, the star providence will automatically gather on you. You already have it on you, but you might not be able to feel it." He pointed at Yuan Shi, Nightmare, Qin Yen, and Little Moon. They had completed their first trial a long time ago. He could see the reddish gold star providence on them. There was quite a lot of it, and it was pure star providence without an energy layer. Why can't I feel it? Yuan Shi touched his body and asked curiously, "Because it's in a deep sleep state. It hasn't revived yet." Yun Nuoxing said, "I've said it more than once. You can only revive the star providence in the small divine lands. The reason for this is because the laws of heaven and earth in this era don't have the power to deal with star providence. Only the ancient era and a few other eras have such power. However, it's settled in your bodies, so it's fine even if you don't know about it. Anyway, the moment you go to the small divine lands, all the star providence hidden in your bodies will jump out and revive on its own. Then let's split the star providence first. It's all gold star providence with added ingredients." Yun Nuoxing smiled wickedly. "Wait." Chu Yingzhan expressionlessly reached out her hand to stop him. She said calmly, "Before that, please tell us what added ingredients are. What did you add in?" Yun Nuoxing shook his head helplessly. "You'll know when you see it." As he spoke, he took out the melted star source rock and poured all the star providence that everyone had collected into it. Yun Nuoxing patted the melted star source rock and said to everyone, "Most people know about star providence. Those who go 1 level up know how to rank the star providence and know how to identify it. Those who go 1 level up know that the real star providence doesn't include the skin on the outside. This group of people has 90% less star providence than the previous group. Those who can skillfully peel off the real star providence are another level. The amount of star providence in this level is also 1/10 of the amount of star providence in the previous level. As for the last level, I reckon that very few people know about it." He paused and looked at everyone with a smile. He wanted to keep them in suspense. However, when he saw the latter and the others roll up their sleeves and pick up the bricks at the same time, his expression changed. Yun Nuoxing hurriedly waved his hand and shook his head helplessly. "Seriously, can I keep you in suspense for a while? Make a guess. Guess your head." Chu Yingzhan rolled her eyes at him. Yun Nuoxing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He scratched his head and said, "I told you before that in the primordial age, 1 person could monopolize the entire star providence. You remember this?" "I remember. The so-called star subduing is between the quasi-mortal stage and the immortal stage. 1 person can bear all the energy brought by a huge star providence and continuously familiarize themselves with the power of the star providence." Yuan Shi nodded. Yun Nuoxing also nodded. He patted the melted star source rock and said, "Then the gold that you collected, do you think it's a whole star providence? Or is it separated?" "Damn, I seem to know what you want to say." Chu Yingzhan was suddenly stunned. She looked at him and said nervously, "You can't be trying to say that the star providence in the Saint Spirit miracle actually comes from millions of stars, right? Those lumps of star providence don't come from the same star providence." "It's very close to the answer." Yun Nuoxing smiled and nodded. He said, "If it's a single lump, then it must come from the same huge star providence. But if it's not, then it's not certain. Even if it's the same gold providence, there are countless stars in this star field. There will definitely be huge stars of the same level but different in nature. Once the star providence from those huge stars of the same quality but completely different in nature is absorbed by the same person, it will. Everyone stared at him without blinking. They couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Yin Nuoxing pondered for a while. He looked at them seriously and said word by word, "It will choke." Everyone, cough, cough. "Actually, it's like this." Yun Nuoxing coughed dryly. Seeing that everyone was stunned, he continued, "We can compare the body to an extremely fragile container, and the star providence is the thing that is stored in it. When two different types of energy are stuffed together, the space is small and they will definitely touch each other. When they touch each other, it's easy for unspeakable changes to occur. That's what it is. The star providence from different stars can't actually merge. Even if two stars are companions to each other, it's still the same because their nature is different. Just like the saying, 'You are unique in this world.' This saying is the same for the stars. Then, if you collect all the different star providence, won't you only take the one with the largest amount and throw away the rest? Then what about the others?" Chu Yingzhan was puzzled. Didn't those people who wolfed down the star providence and didn't know about this still pass through like this? No, it's still useful. Yun Nuoxing shook his finger with a smile and said, "The star providence of different natures can be washed into a blank state through special means to maintain its quality and wash away its original characteristics. Then it can be used as food to feed the first type of star providence. However, this ratio will be reduced to 1/3. In other words, if you want to achieve the original result of 1 + 1 = 2, you need to increase the star providence that you feed by 3 times in order to make the star providence absorbed by you undergo obvious changes. Its quality and nature won't change, but it will continue to grow. As for the others, it's actually not a big deal to gather star providence of the same quality from different stars together. At most, it'll look like a centipede." Yun Nuoxing spread his hands indifferently. He didn't need to worry about other people's matters. Centipede? Chu Yingzhan was puzzled. Xian thought for a while and said, "You're probably trying to say that when the time comes, you'll feel that something isn't quite right." Yun Nuoxing gave her a thumbs up and winked at her with his right eye, indicating that this answer was correct. "Is this considered raising poisonous insects?" Qin Yen said weakly. "How rude of me. How can raising the star providence be called raising poisonous insects?" Yun Nuoxing shook his head like a windmill. He stretched out his hand and stroked the purple-red pendant for a while. He smiled faintly. "I just merged all the golden star providence into it according to the division. The good news is that there are a total of 32 pure star providences waiting for you to choose." While everyone was happy, Chu Yingzhan raised her eyebrows. She felt that things weren't that simple. Then what's the bad news? You might not be able to choose the star providence that you like. Yin Nuoxing spread his hands helplessly. 32 star providence was too little. The star providence corresponded to a person and would accompany them until they reached the divine level. If they couldn't choose a star providence that was compatible with them, they would more or less suffer some invisible losses. It was like going out shopping and failing to buy something that they liked. In the end, they had no choice but to buy something to make up the numbers. If this thing was a living formation artifact, the impact would be even greater. At the very least, they wouldn't be able to handle the living aspects of the formation artifact well. Cough, cough. We'll discuss the specific results later. Let's draw now. As for the amount, you're the clearest about it. Just draw something that's equivalent to your limit. Don't take too much. It's useless to be greedy in this aspect. Yin Nuoxing reminded them sternly. Everyone nodded. They looked at each other and placed their palms on the melted star stone. Their soul power entered it. After that, they saw a vast and endless star field. All they could see were balls of huge, liquid-like golden star providence. They felt dizzy just looking at them. The amount of star providence here definitely exceeded what they had collected, right? Oh, that's what I collected, Yin Nuoshing said matter-of-factly. Ah, that's a very normal answer. Everyone smiled bitterly and shook their heads. They calmed down and focused on sensing the star providence that was most compatible with them. However, when they sensed it, they seemed to be able to feel that the star providence in front of them was emitting an energy that they had never seen before. It made them feel a little strange. Chapter 10:16. It's still very strange. Yuanshi closed his eyes and pushed his soul power to the maximum. He frowned. The space within the melting star stone was vast and boundless. When his soul entered it, it was like a drop of water flowing into the sea. He couldn't find it at all. At this moment, he was cruising in the middle of the many stars. In front of him were 32 huge golden stars that were slowly rotating. The viscous liquid surface was constantly tumbling in the star field. It was like a surging sea, and it was not calm inside or outside. Although it was said that there were 32 stars, these large stars that were condensed from the fate of the stars didn't release the heat of the sun. They just looked very dazzling. Tell me, what's so strange about them? Nightmare saw his constipated face and rolled his eyes. The former was holding a melting star stone in his hand. Inside the stone was a large golden star that was perfectly filled with the space of the melting star stone. In the middle of the large star, there was a solid reddish-black core. Even though the thick golden energy released an incomparably bright light, it couldn't block the light released by the reddish-black core. It's just very strange. Yuanshi still had his eyes closed. His face was distorted with constipation. They all look similar, but my intuition tells me that which one suits me better. However, I can't tell what's the difference. Without a clear choice, I can't do it. Don't be so pretentious. Boss said that you should choose the one that suits you best. Everything is up to your soul's intuition. Nightmare roared at him. Yuanshi sighed and shook his head. That's right. Okay. Then I'll take that one. Yun Nuoshing glanced at Yuanshi, who was still standing beside the melting star stone, and rolled his eyes. It had been 2 hours, and this guy still hadn't made his choice. Their group was quite lucky. The 32 stars basically all had star fates that were very suitable for them. Absorbing and fusing them was also quite smooth. Even if they couldn't find the most suitable one, there were still some that were slightly better. Their soul's reaction wasn't weak. Chu Yingzhan raised the melting star stone and tilted her head to look at Yun Nuoshing. What's that reddish-black lump for? It's the reddish-black astral providence that you found. Yun Nuoshing spread out his hands and helped Chu Xianling with her celestial fate. He even explained the red-black celestial fate is of the highest quality, but its use is not so simple. It can subtly change your celestial fate until your celestial fate is activated. Then why didn't you get more? That big star has a lot of them, right? Chu Yingzhan was puzzled. Yun Nuoshing's hand paused, and the hand that was holding the golden star fate tilted slightly. He slowly raised his head and glanced at her. His eyelids drooped slightly, and he shook his head. He turned back to continue fiddling with Chu Xianling's star fate. After a while, he said, "You don't need so much. A certain amount of star fate only needs a certain amount of reddish-black star fate. More than that, and the balance between the two will collapse. Did you forget what I said? When two types of star fate that don't come from the same big star are gathered together, there will be an inexplicable reaction between them. Although there won't be any negative effects, it will make the fusion and some things that you will face in the future less smooth. The reddish-black astral providence is a little special. Even so, you can't use too much of it. Understand? Oh, Chu Yingzhen mumbled something that was unclear. Mei Mao looked at him suspiciously. Her eyes seemed to be saying, "What you say always makes sense, but I keep feeling that you are hiding something. Don't worry, and go absorb your things." Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes. "When did I harm you? You don't harm us. You always harm yourself." Chu Yingzhan sighed. Yun Nuoxing looked at her in annoyance and didn't reply. He muttered in his heart, "This crazy girl's intuition is too sensitive. Sometimes it's even stronger than Xian's. Is this the crazy girl's natural talent? She can sense if something I am doing or about to do is dangerous or not." Although the reddish-black astral providence was of the highest quality, everyone knew that things would develop in the opposite direction when they reached an extreme. This principle was also applicable to this reddish-black big star. It was the best astral providence, but it was also the worst choice. In the ancient times, he found a reddish-black big star. Although it did bring him immeasurable benefits, on the other hand, it also brought him trouble that he couldn't get rid of. The reddish-black star was a star of misfortune. It wasn't right to call it a star of misfortune. Astral providence wouldn't affect ordinary providence. It wouldn't make people soar, nor would it make people fall into a bottomless abyss. It was called a star of misfortune because the astral providence it brought was negative. It was a power that leaned towards the dark side. It was similar to the elements of chaos. It was an incomparably powerful power that brought about incomparable danger. This power could even backfire on oneself. Therefore, the reddish-black star was also called a star of misfortune in the ancient times. Even if someone was presiding over the star descent, most people would choose to take a detour and leave when they saw the reddish-black star because that power was really too dangerous. Although this was the case, when the reddish-black astral providence fused with the astral providence of another astral providence, it wouldn't cause the astral providence of the other astral providence to turn into the astral providence of the other astral providence. Under the right circumstances, it would only make the astral providence of the other astral providence more powerful and of higher quality. Naturally, there would be an astral providence of the other astral providence. Yun Nuoxing wasn't worried about this. In the ancient times, he had already controlled the reddish-black astral providence. Through special means, he could absorb the power of the astral providence of the other astral providence and make that unstable power controllable. To put it bluntly, the astral providence was just a strange power that could subtly change people. It wouldn't cause a huge change in a short period of time. Therefore, as long as this process was controlled and not let it develop in a bad direction, it would be fine. In this way, even if he entered the small divine land and all the changes happened at once, there wouldn't be any bad changes. He didn't want to tell Xian and the others about this so as to avoid unnecessary worries. He kept this to himself, and this was also a bad habit that he couldn't change. Well, anyway, everyone had their own little secrets. In this life, and thousands of lives, he was destined to not take the safe path. He was already used to taking risks out of desperation, and so on. Everything was done in the direction of maximizing the effect. Even if there were bumps and bumps, it wouldn't be a problem. Dangers and so on were just a small problem. After taking care of everyone's astral providence and making sure that he had done everything he could, Yun Nuoxing finally heaved a sigh of relief. He stretched and lay on his back on the purple gold fire phoenix. After rolling for a while, he tilted his head and looked at the people who were wrapped in golden light. They looked like Buddhas who were helping the world. Their bodies were emitting golden light, and there was a golden ring behind their backs. A few people who were undergoing the astral providence trial had a bunch of golden rings emerging from their bodies and slowly rotating behind them. Then, this is going to be a bit long. Yun Nuoshing shook his head. Astral providence was very special. It had to be integrated into one's body very carefully. Unlike any other kind of energy that could be swallowed and stuffed into one's body, astral providence was very fragile. After removing the outer energy layer, it would be even more fragile. The entire absorption process could only be slowed down, and it wouldn't be too short. Conservatively speaking, even Chu Chun, who had the smallest astral providence capacity, might need more than 10 days, not to mention the others whose astral providence capacity was several times greater than his. Bing, Air might even need half a year. Then, what should I do during this period of time? Yun Nuoshing rolled around on the fire phoenix in boredom. He had already finished his astral providence trial. This soul still remembered the taste of the red-black astral providence, so he didn't need to spend a lot of time familiarizing himself with this unfamiliar and extremely fragile energy. With a gulp, he swallowed it all. It was convenient and fast, but there didn't seem to be enough. He could swallow the astral providence so quickly because of his astral providence trial. The others had to take it slowly. Oh, let's take a break first. Yun Nuoshing couldn't think of anything to do. He stretched lazily, put little magic under his head, and used it as a pillow. He closed his eyes, activated the Thousand Dreams Sutra, and entered the state of light dreams. Xian, are you free? He didn't know how many days had passed, but a voice suddenly sounded in his mind, causing Yun Nuoshing to wake up. He suddenly opened his eyes and sat up. This was Navila's voice, and it sounded a little anxious. He looked at the treasure map and found that the distance to the 33 prefectures was much closer. About 2 or 3 days had passed. What's wrong? Navira's voice was hurried and nervous. The people I sent out arrived at the coordinates you gave me 2 days ago, but they were all killed. Only their souls escaped. Huh. Yun Nuoshing suddenly felt that something was wrong. He frowned. Is there a problem with the coordinates? Navira shook his head. It doesn't seem to be a problem with the coordinates. You said that the coordinates were from the previous era, right? Maybe it was nothing at that time, but now it's shrouded in a very strange fog. The fog is spreading in the void, and it can't be destroyed. 10 years have passed, and it has devoured and destroyed more than 3,000 worlds. Yun Nuoshing was suddenly energized. Fog? What kind of fog can spread in the void? Is your child okay? The few of them are fine. Their souls escaped, but it's okay. They have just rebuilt their bodies. The black fog, I'll call it the void fog for the time being. It appeared in the lower plane 10 years ago, and now it has spread to the middle and upper planes. The important gathering points in the void are still safe. I just want to ask you, do you know what the black fog is? Navira asked. Yun Nuoshing pondered for a moment and shook his head. I've never heard of it. These things didn't appear in the ancient era. Can you tell me more about the black fog in detail? It's best if you have a memory so that I can observe it directly. Maybe I can understand what it is. Navira nodded. He looked at the city that had become extremely busy because of his order. He pondered for a moment, organized his words, and slowly told Yun Nuoshing all the information he knew so far. He even sent a memory to her. The black fog is just a normal fog. It disperses like clouds when you wave your hand. However, it is ethereal and untraceable. Even if it disperses, it will condense again. There is no obvious change if you touch it directly. However, it has devoured countless worlds, and the number of worlds destroyed has reached 3,000. It has been spreading in the void, and suddenly appeared in the void. It spewed out everywhere in the void, and wandered around fearlessly. We have found the source of the void fog, as if we have found a shaft that kept spewing out fog. It came out of the void, abruptly, and we can't find out what is behind the void. There were also many names of worlds in the memory behind the words. Those were all destroyed worlds, and he did not know any of them. That was normal. He had never left the realm of the gods in this era, so he naturally did not know the names of the worlds that were reborn after being shuffled. Unable to find any traces, unable to discern its mode of existence. Energy perception, weak. Offensive power, none. Spreading method, unknown. Speculating that it may be a loophole left behind by the birth of the world, self-destructing and affecting other worlds. The accuracy rate is less than 10%. More evidence and examples are needed. There was a cold female voice at the end. It was mechanical and rigid, as if she was making a report. Yun Nuoshing read all the information sent by Navira. She felt that it was not quite right, so she went back and read it again. The latter did not say anything, but she could hear a faint sigh. Yun Nuoshing was slightly taken aback. He stared blankly in front of him and muttered to himself, "I think I've seen this energy before." As he spoke, he raised his head and looked up into the sky. He looked into the starfield and even saw outside the realm of the God's world barrier. At this moment, 1% of the gigantic world fragment had already rushed into the realm of the God's world barrier. The realm of the God's world barrier was incomparably calm. Like water melting into water, nothing happened. However, a part of the starfield of the realm of the gods had already been destroyed by the gigantic milky white wall. At the edge of this huge arc, where the world barrier broke, there was a faint layer of purplish-black energy. It changed the nature of the world barrier and slowed down the speed of its melting in the void. That purplish-black energy was very similar to the void fog. He frowned, feeling that things might not be so simple. He quickly took out the Book of the Era and placed the two types of energy in his memory together. Through the verification of the Book of the Era, the two types of energy, they came from the same source. However, the void fog seemed to be stronger. The Book of the Era could not tell what this energy was. At most, it could extract all the feelings of that energy from its memory and compare it with the other energy. In the end, it found that even if the two types of energy were not the same, they came from the same source. The only difference was the strength. "Navira, listen to me." Yun Nuoshing did not understand, but she still passed this information to Navira. After hearing this, Navira was also confused. A world fragment that crashed into the realm of the gods. An energy that changed the nature of the world barrier. That's a weakened version of the void fog. And it was 1,000 years ago. What's that? However, after hearing this, she was still confused. Yun Nuoshing also expressed that she did not understand this energy at all. She did not even feel that it was dangerous. However, a vague feeling in her divine soul still made her a little wary. I'm not sure. Yun Nuoshing sighed and shook his head. This stupid thing actually stumped two celestial gods at once. How embarrassing. Navira was also very busy. 4 or 5 of their elites had suddenly died. Even if they could be resurrected, some people felt that the void fog was challenging their strength. Many people had already submitted applications to get rid of the mysterious void fog that filled half of the void. Do you want me to investigate it personally? Perhaps I can understand what that thing is if I get close to it, Navira said solemnly. Yun Nuoshing was also in a difficult position. He had to go to that place. The coordinates were hidden behind the black fog, so it was impossible for him not to go. However, he had a bad premonition. After thinking for a while, he nodded. Send a doppelganger. Just make a doppelganger and maintain 80% of your original composition. Send him into the void fog to investigate. Also be careful. I have a feeling that something is wrong. Navira nodded and said, Xian, where did you get the coordinates? If there is really a problem, I think it should be a problem with the coordinates. Could it be that it's just to lure you to see the void fog, and then let you deal with it? Yun Nuoxing shook his head. I don't think so. That thing is an ancient life form from the Dark Age. We have never seen this strange void fog in the Ancient Age. It was the same in the Ancient Age and the Ancient Age. At that time, the realm of the gods was not sealed. If someone really found this mysterious void fog that spread half of the void, the news would have spread very quickly. Besides, you said that the void fog had destroyed a total of 3,000 worlds. Even if some of them were not destroyed, they were still trapped, right? Navira nodded. That thing was indeed very strange. Just by looking at it on the surface, they could not feel anything. It looked harmless, but once it went berserk, it would be deadly. Speaking of which, could it even be called a berserk? They did not even know how it moved its ears, and they did not know if it was a source of pollution. Anyway, be careful. If it's really not possible, just forget about it. This era is a little strange. The abnormal suppression of heaven and earth, the abnormal position of the stars, the abnormal realm of the gods. Everything I know has become strange. Yun Nuoxing's voice was serious. Are you okay over there? Isn't the world fragment going to rush over? Navira was a little worried. The realm of the gods' defense is not a problem. As long as it's not the great samsara, other apocalyptic catastrophes will not come to the realm of the gods. You can rest assured about that. Yun Nuoxing smiled. Anyway, if there is an emergency, just give me a shout. I'll bring people over immediately. Navira finally said, then I'll go investigate first. I'll let my clone go first. If it doesn't work, I'll go myself. If I don't get back to you in 10 days, I'll probably die. Yun Nuoxing still wanted to say something, but the soul power of that guy gradually weakened in his mind. He was stunned for a while, and his cheeks twitched. Is this guy going to run over by himself? How much more trouble is there in this world? Yun Nuoxing was distressed. Things that had not been seen in the ancient era had now appeared. The world fragment that collided with the light of other worlds, the mysterious black fog that spread across half of the void, and the huge barrier that sealed off the realm of the gods. Other than what he knew, the last one might have been set up by a transcendent figure more than 100 years ago. However, he did not know what she set up this barrier for, nor did he know what the fragile seed she was talking about was. Yun Nuoxing scratched his head in distress. He felt an inexplicable palpitation in his heart, and his gaze towards the pillar of creation in the distance became deep. In this world, it seemed that something was about to happen. Something was about to erupt all at once. Chapter 1017. In the 33 prefectures of the land of Kunming, the pillar of creation was hidden. 10 colorful threads spread out from the bottom of the gigantic metal pillar. Upon closer inspection, they were threads woven from talismans that were 100 feet in size. They spread rapidly from the bottom to the top. High up in the sky, an extremely huge magic formation covered the sky. From here, one could see the edge of the magic formation, but one could not see what was on the other side. It was like another piece of land. The great chaotic magic formation of the divine land has its own dark element. The 9 origin pillars do not need to be sealed by the dark element, but the other 12 pillars need to be sealed by the dark element. Yun Nuoxing formed the last hand seal. An extremely complicated seal was pressed into the pillar of creation. He slowly retreated a distance and looked up at the gigantic metal pillar that was gradually recovering. After the 10-colored talisman, threads climbed to the top. They suddenly trembled. The entire pillar of creation began to rumble and shake. The sea and the sky tumbled as if heaven and earth were turned upside down. Even the space could not help but tremble under such power. In the sky, the magic formation that had been stopped for dozens of eras was forced to operate like an aging machine. It emitted cracking sounds of decay. Following a short and rapid buzzing sound, the pillar of creation suddenly became colorful. Layers of energy flowed rapidly inside it, connecting it to the land of the divine realm. The aging energy was automatically destroyed, and the purest energy from the divine realm was extracted. Hum. The Saint Soul Magic Formation emitted a sound that sounded like it was about to collapse. A moment later, at the end of heaven and earth, the other 11 origin pillars appeared in front of his eyes. The magic formation was automatically activated. In just a few seconds, they became colorful. Waves of terrifying soul fluctuations surged out from the 12 origin pillars as if they were resonating. The fluctuations from one origin pillar collided with the other 11 origin pillars at an infinite speed. An even more powerful echo was reflected and surged wildly in the land of the Kuan Yuan region. The Saint Soul Magic Formation had also revealed its entire body, including the Kuan Yuan region. The rule fragments that looked like glass cracks rushed toward the 33 prefectures of the Kuan Yuan region under the waves of echoes and finally landed on the origin pillar. Ding! When the nomological fragments separated from the magic formation and gathered in the pillar of creation, the turbulent heaven and earth also regained its tranquility. The echoes that reverberated throughout the entire Kuan Yuan region stopped, and the 12 pillars gradually lost their colors and returned to their original simple and unadorned state. They were dark and silent like the earth. The huge golden magic formation in the sky also gradually disappeared between heaven and earth. It quietly lay dormant in the void, waiting for the next moment of operation. Yun Nuoshing waved his hand, and a golden bead flew out from the origin pillar in front of him. He caught it in his hand and then took out another golden bead from the pendant. He gently touched it, and the two beads merged into one. Even its size was larger. 1/5 of the law of the age of immemorial still doesn't seem to be of much use. Yun Nuoshing sighed and tilted his head to look at the pillar of creation. With this, the great guardian formation of the Kuan Yuan region could be considered to have been repaired. It would continue to lurk in the void of the realm of the gods without being discovered by anyone, slowly accumulating power. Although I don't think that the great guardian formation is of any use to this world at the moment. Well, these things are all for the sake of preparing for a rainy day. What if it really comes in handy one day? Just take it that I'm worrying too much. Yun Nuoshing scratched his head, turned around, and flew toward the shore. He looked at the people who were still practicing on the fire phoenix and shook his head helplessly. He had been running around for the past few days, and no one had woken up. He was the only one who had been running around on the road. It wasn't that he wasn't used to it. After all, so many years had passed, and it was normal for a person to be alone. He was originally a lonely soul. Moreover, he wasn't really lonely at this moment. Xian and the others were just practicing, and they were not far away from him. However, when he thought about how this would last for a long time, he felt that something was wrong. Yun Nuoshing patted his face hard with both hands, took a deep breath, and said to himself in his heart, "What am I thinking about? I've already experienced the loneliness that countless people couldn't taste in the endless reincarnation. Why am I still feeling melancholy now?" He smiled bitterly and shook his head. Was it because he was not used to the sudden quietness around him, because of the hustle and bustle? It was useless to think too much about it. He sighed, waved his hand, and let the fire phoenix fly out of this space. Thousands of miles up in the sky, the fire phoenix left a conspicuous line of fire as it flew past. Yun Nuoshing waved his hand and opened up an energy barrier to block the strong wind that was blowing at him. He took out the treasure map and looked at it. The pillar of creation that appeared in front of him was the complete pillar of creation. If it wasn't for the sense of distance, he would have mistaken it for a huge metal wall erected on the horizon. Ganyuan region, Yun Nuoxing muttered to himself for a while. He looked at the place where the 12 pillars were and silently planned his path forward. He still had to make a trip to the Yanli Academy midway. The trial of fire could now be solved. As such, the journey forward seemed a little boring. There didn't seem to be any fun places in the Ganyuan region that were worth his stay. It's not boring. His eyes focused on a few places, and his hands trembled slightly. He inadvertently recalled some memories, but those places, he didn't know if they were still there. Too many things had been buried in the great reincarnation after reincarnation. How many things could be engraved in this world? What was left? He inadvertently turned his finger, and the journey to the Ganyuan region might have changed. 7 days later, Yun Nuoxing, who was in a light sleep, suddenly opened his eyes and jumped up. He waved his hand and stuffed the Book of Epics into his mind. His soul power quickly merged into the void. "Yo, old friend," it was Navira's voice. He sounded a little weak, but other than that, he seemed to be fine. "Don't tell me you really rushed in alone?" Yun Nuoxing frowned slightly. Navila laughed heartily. 70 eras ago, when I heard the news of your death, I could only sigh and say that you died before me. Later on, you returned, and I ran into the fog of the void, thinking that I would die before you. But in the end, I didn't die. I was really lucky. What nonsense are you talking about? Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes fiercely. He had already guessed that this guy would rush into that unknown thing alone. It was the same when he first met him, and it was the same 70 years later. However, he didn't have the right to criticize others. And then, what did you gain by risking your life to rush in? Yun Nuoxing sighed softly. Navira was silent for a while. After a while, he said, "I'm not sure. The level of the black fog is quite high on the world stairway. Maybe it's even higher than time. Maybe it's the same as the level of the primordial realm." Yun Nuoxing's expression changed slightly. The stairway of the world was not something difficult to understand. It placed everything in this world together. The stronger one was in this world, the closer one was to the word world, the higher one's priority would be, and the higher one's position on the invisible stairway would be. The world here referred to this world, which could also be said to be the entire great primordial realm. And in this world, the primordial realm's ranking on the stairway of the world was considered extremely high. It was slightly higher than the divine realms. And if there was something that could be placed side by side with it, then that thing could possibly shake and threaten everything on the same stairway. If the world's stairway was higher than the primordial realm, needless to say, it was above the enlightened masters. The void fog was close to the primordial realm's level on the world's stairway, which was close to the level of the enlightened masters. It could threaten the enlightened masters. Judging from the current situation, the fog seemed to have hurt Navira. Maybe it's even higher. Yun Nuoxing's expression was solemn. The fog could hurt Navira, but the reverse didn't seem to be true. Yes, I can't do anything about those clouds of black fog. Navira nodded helplessly. "Are you sure you're okay?" Yun Nuoxing asked solemnly. "I'm fine. I can guarantee that there's no energy left on me." Navira nodded. "It's just a pity that I can't see through what that thing is." Yun Nuoxing was a little annoyed. "All right, that's it. Don't mess around. Just lie in bed for 10 days to half a month. Oh, by the way, I found the coordinates and deduced the next coordinates. There doesn't seem to be any fog there." Navira ignored his words and said to himself, "Do you still want to continue chasing?" Yun Nuoxing was speechless. After thinking for a while, he said. Let's continue. Okay, I'll make the arrangements first. Navira disappeared after leaving these words. Yun Nuashing was dumbfounded and sighed helplessly. This old bastard makes people worry. Yun Nuashing sighed. He couldn't do anything about him. Just as he was sighing, the fire phoenix quietly stopped. Yun Nuashing raised his head and saw a huge pillar occupying a large part of his vision. He scratched his head and cast those thoughts aside. He then controlled the fire phoenix to land on the ground. After repairing the pillars of creation for so many years, he was already familiar with the process. Moreover, these pillars of creation weren't damaged at all. Only the seals had aged. He just needed to replace them with new runes and magic circles. The 3 pillars of creation in the Ganyuan region weren't as damaged as the one in the Kuan region. Well, repairing the magic circles and the pillars of creation together won't take much effort. After the pillars of creation are repaired, the other connected pillars of creation will automatically be repaired by the new energy unless it's a hard damage. However, I haven't received any news about this yet. Yun Nuashing lay down on the fire phoenix and stretched lazily. He then continued to fly to his next destination. He would fly back and forth like this, and when he reached his destination, he would go down and do something. After that, it would be another silent journey. He had long gotten used to it. It was as if he had returned to the ancient era, when he floated in the sky from day to night with nothing to do, until one day he was bumped down by a reckless girl who used the light element. Now that he thought about it, the reason why his journey became so exciting later on was also because of that reckless girl. In this life, he also met a girl who made his journey so exciting. If it weren't for them, his journey would have been much less exciting. Thinking about this, he suddenly felt a stomachache. He wasn't suited to think about this kind of thing. In any case, he should just let nature take its course. What was to come couldn't be avoided, just like how he was now. He had once again come to this place. This was a verdant valley. Towering trees that were over 100,000 feet tall covered the sky and the sun. There were even more huge, ancient trees surrounding the small valley. Looking down from the sky, one could only see a huge forest. Looking closer, one could only see trees that looked like a green mountain range. No one knew that there was a small valley in the middle of the forest. It was completely covered. A huge fire phoenix directly broke through the top, covered by a patch of green leaves. It tore through space and entered the hidden valley. Looking at the surroundings from the inside, those huge ancient trees were like iron plates that completely surrounded this place. Even the sunlight in the sky could only be very obscured. Only after passing through the layers of cover could a ray of sunlight shine down, forming a small light screen in this hidden place. The fine rays of sunlight shone on the fallen leaves, which were dyed golden by the sunlight. They fluttered down from the sky like golden ashes. This scene was hazy, like a dream. The fire phoenix stopped in midair. Yun Nuashing took a step out of the energy barrier and leaped. However, his figure instantly disappeared and silently landed in the valley. His feet were 3 inches off the ground, and he didn't touch the green grass below. His breathing was also concealed, as if he didn't want to disturb the peace of this place. Yun Nuashing opened his eyes. Colorful light flowed in his eyes. Flowers bloomed under his feet. The flowers in the valley danced with the wind and danced around him. As he walked forward, every flower was snow white and flawless. A faint fragrance circulated in this valley, and even the sunlight seemed to be more active. He put his hands behind his back and quietly changed out of his black windbreaker. Before he took 10 steps, he was already dressed in white. His slender white cloak dragged on the ground, caressing the flowers and plants on the ground. His eyelids drooped slightly, and the expression in his eyes dimmed. He let out a sad sigh, and the space fluctuated along with it. There was only one tree in the valley, and it was only 1 to 2 feet tall. It didn't grow very tall, but it was very wide, about 4 to 5 feet wide. The trunk and branches were very tough, like a huge umbrella. Beside the tree, there was a tomb erected. It was a lonely tombstone, and there was nothing else. Even the words on the tombstone were completely obliterated by the passage of time. "I'm here to see you, Shi Xian." Yun Nuoshing slowly walked to the front of the tomb. Behind him was a path filled with lush flowers that were countless times more lush than the other places in the valley. He looked at the lonely tombstone. Even the inscriptions on the tombstone had disappeared. He muttered to himself, "I'm sorry I'm late. After 70 eras, I've returned here, but I couldn't find you. Where are you now?" He didn't have a good life in these 70 eras. He didn't know how bad his life was, but his soul told him that there was nothing good about it. However, he couldn't say it. He couldn't say it here. He could only smile, even if the smile on his face was very forced. "I feel that your existence is too important. That's why this world can only give birth to one spatial life. Like you, it's difficult for a second one to appear." Yun Nuoshing smiled gently. He took out a bouquet of flowers from his pendant. He knelt on one knee on the ground and placed the flowers in front of the tombstone. "This is your favorite dual-world soul flower. I've searched many places to gather enough for one use." The great tomb that he had built with his own hands had disappeared. Only a tombstone was left. It was destroyed in the battle back then. Shi Xian could no longer hide from the laws of heaven and earth. Even if she was born in the space of the God realm, she couldn't stop her fate of disappearing. She was here. She had been here 77 eras ago. She was resting here, slowly disappearing in his arms. He couldn't do anything. Only the tombstone was left. Fortunately, the tombstone was left. It was his ultimate defense. In the end, it withstood the test of the great reincarnation and didn't let this place shatter. I hated being weak and powerless. I became crazy and irritable. I thirsted for power. I controlled power. I devoured all things. I grasped absolute power and absolute authority in my own hands. I only wanted to protect those who stood behind me. You were willing to stand by my side, and I was willing to protect you forever. We shared honor and disgrace. If I couldn't do it, and my life was in danger, I wouldn't hesitate to pay any price to protect you, even if it meant sacrificing the entire world. But it was too early. I didn't have the power to save you back then. In the end, all I could do was erect a tombstone to commemorate you. I laughed at my own weakness and powerlessness. Yun Nuoshing took a deep breath and clenched his fists. That was the first time he tasted the pain of loss. From then on, he became crazy and paranoid. He would rather die than try it again. Life forms in space wouldn't disappear. They couldn't die. As long as the space in the world of the gods existed, Shi Xian wouldn't die. It was just that he wouldn't be able to meet her again. She had been hiding in this world. Even now, even though he used to be a god, he couldn't reverse this process. The birth of the original life form was too heaven-defying. It completely reversed the right of the world. It was difficult to be born in that extremely dangerous crevice. It was a product that challenged the rules of the world. The rules in the crevice were wrong and chaotic. In this world, they were all wrong. He couldn't do it. He couldn't create an original life form. He couldn't create the purest space life form like Shi Xian. Zero was a time life form. He was nurtured in a divine grade Xian crystal. He was born in a divine grade Xian crystal with the power of time. However, he used his own divine power and his own spiritual soul as a seed to create the original life form. He wasn't born on his own. His power was the key. He couldn't let a pure, original life form appear. It's about time for you to appear, right? Yun Nuoshing sat down, feeling a little tired. He stared at the tombstone in a daze and sighed. He hugged his bent knees with both hands and murmured softly to himself, "There aren't many life forms in the entire great Yuan realm that were born by using all the luck in this world. But it's already been 77 eras. It's about time for you to come out, right? This is the world of the gods, the place where thousands of miracles gather. Everything that is impossible in this world will be realized here. You said you won't die. Then why don't you come out? Come out, and I'll let you beat me up, okay?" There was no response. It was only natural. He had said these words so many times that he had forgotten them. He would only come here occasionally and sit for a period of time, talking to himself like a madman. He couldn't change anything. Nothing could be changed. The gods had the power to reverse karma, but they couldn't reverse her life and death. However, this time, it didn't seem to be the same. Yun Nuoshing slowly raised his head and stood up. His aura became slightly fierce, and the sadness in his eyes quickly disappeared. He tilted his head and shouted, "Come out!" His shout resounded through the entire valley. The originally faintly discernible hymn stopped abruptly. The beautiful scene here was suddenly surrounded by a somber atmosphere. Chapter 1018. Come out! A loud roar shook the entire valley. Yun Nuoshing's aura suddenly became fierce. 10 types of elemental energy surged violently around his body. His eyes were cold as he pointed the Netheruin sword at a protrusion not far away from him. The air was silent for a while. Yun Nuoshing narrowed his eyes. After a long while, he still didn't see any movement. He couldn't help but lift his foot and walk over. However, before he could take 2 steps, a white flag was raised weakly from behind the hill. It even waved. Yun Nuoshing. Was this a sign of surrender? He couldn't sense any overly powerful energy. After thinking for a while, he let go of the Netheruin sword and let it float beside him. He said softly, "This is the resting place of my best friend. I don't want to use force. Come out. I won't hurt you." Behind the hill, the white flag retracted. A moment later, a pair of trembling children poked their little heads out from behind the hill. Their small silver eyes looked timidly in Yun Nuoshing's direction. They were 2 girls about 10 years old. They wore silver-blue robes with a faint metallic luster. Their attire was a little strange. Their silver-blue hair was astonishingly long, but it didn't seem to have been taken care of. It extended all the way to the ground. There were some grass roots and a few petals of flowers in their long hair. Their delicate little faces were as white as jade. They were very beautiful. Their small silver eyes were gray, and there were no eyeballs. However, he could sense an astonishing amount of spiritual qi and dense, immortal qi from them. He could even see at a glance that there was a faint amount of immortal qi in the souls of these 2 children. It was the same as Little Purple Soul's soul, but it wasn't as pure as Little Purple Soul's soul. Little Purple Soul's soul was almost an immortal soul. The 2 little girls crouched timidly behind the hill. Yun Nuoshing frowned. These 2 children gave him a very strange feeling. It was even a little familiar. This feeling was definitely not normal. "You, whose children are you? Why are you here?" Yun Nuoshing didn't understand. With a calm expression on his face, he lifted his feet and walked towards the 2 of them. He could see that the souls of the 2 little girls were very young. They weren't the transformations of some old monster. His soul also quickly spread out in the void, but he couldn't sense the existence of any person within 1,000 miles. When the 2 girls saw him walk over, they were slightly shocked. One of them was so frightened that she screamed and waved her hand at Yun Nuoshing. "You don't come over." Wa, BZCC. As the little girl waved her hand, a huge silver-blue arc of light suddenly flew toward Yun Nuoshing. In an instant, it arrived in front of Yun Nuoshing in an inconceivable way. Yun Nuoshing was stunned. The silver-blue arc of light wasn't very fast. However, it seemed to have the ability to shrink the distance. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of him. Moreover, its attack power was quite shocking. If someone below the demigod level was caught off guard by this sudden attack, they would probably die on the spot. However, this energy wasn't enough to pose a threat to him. With a light snap of his fingers, the silver-blue arc of light suddenly distorted. Then it shattered into thousands of pieces and gradually dissipated in the air. He stretched out his slender ears and 2 fingers and pinched one of the pieces that was about to dissipate. In just a moment, the piece disappeared. However, his expression changed. The power of space. These 2 little girls didn't seem to have started cultivating. They didn't even have the slightest bit of energy aura on them. How could they launch an ultra-concentrated attack of space with a wave of their hand? After the little girl launched the attack, she fell to the ground in slight fear. Her gray eyes trembled as she looked at him. The other girl, who appeared to be calmer, slapped the first girl's head. She reprimanded in a soft and tender voice. "You idiot! What if you hurt Big Sister's place of eternal rest?" Woo, woo, woo. But that guy is so scary. The little girl held her head and muttered with a bitter expression, "Big Sister." The muttering of the 2 little girls naturally didn't escape Yun Nuoshing's ears. When he heard the names that he obviously cared about, he narrowed his eyes. Big Sister, power of space, place of eternal rest. The situation seemed to have become strange. The 2 little girls' eyes and eyebrows were very similar. There wasn't much difference between their thin faces. They seemed to be sisters. Yun Nuoshing had a guess. He narrowed his eyes and said in a faint voice, "You know Shi Xian? Who are you to her?" "You know, Big Sister?" The calmer little girl stood in front of the timid little girl and pretended to be calm as she looked at Yun Nuoshing. Her little body was clearly trembling from fear, but she still acted like she was protecting her child. Yun Nuoshing couldn't help but guess that she might be her elder sister. "Big Sister, I've known Shi Xian for hundreds of thousands of years, but I've never heard of her having sisters. Moreover, I buried her here myself 77 eras ago. You say you're her sisters? Unless..." Yun Nuoshing said the last 2 words very softly. He suddenly stopped and stared at the 2 little girls with shining eyes. Unless they were both creatures born from space. He took a closer look and felt that these 2 little girls were somewhat similar to Shi Xian, just like how she looked when she was young. However, he had never actually seen how she looked like when she was young. He only had a feeling that this was probably the case. If this was the case, there should be some kind of closer relationship between them and Shi Xian. The bold little girl couldn't help but be stunned when she heard this. She took a deep breath and mustered up her courage to look at Yun Nuoshing. She said softly, "Our Lord Quartermoon..." "Oh, you know me?" Yun Nuoshing looked at her in surprise. The little girl nodded. Big Sister Shi Xian said that if there was anyone who still missed her and would come here, it would only be an idiot named Quartermoon. Yun Nuoshing's heart trembled. His figure flashed, and he appeared in front of the little girl. He squatted down and pressed his hands on her shoulders. He said in a deep voice, "You said that Shi Xian said that..." The little girl was shocked by his sudden action. She was so shocked that she wanted to retreat. However, she couldn't because her shoulders were pressed down. Her beautiful eyebrows furrowed slightly. Yun Nuoshing's eyes widened, and he stared at her. When he saw her in pain, he hesitated for a moment and released his hands. He said in a deep voice, Xian is still alive? Where is she? The timid little girl hurriedly pulled her sister back a few steps. She said in a trembling voice, See, big sister Xian has been dead forever since 10 years ago. Yin Nuoxing opened his mouth in shock. His hands were trembling, and he didn't have the strength to make any sound. This perfect timing, this damned timing. Life is really full of drama. However, why was it 10 years? Xian had already been dead for 77 eras. During the ancient era, he would occasionally come here to pay his respects to some idiot who was sleeping here. If she was still alive, why didn't she say anything to him at that time? When he returned, he was already a heavenly god. Although he hadn't dealt with the matter of the origin life, he could still try. A heavenly god could see through the truth of the world and was above almost all the rules. It was merely outside of the rules. He should be able to find a way to revive her. He should be able to. The life in our space, after being destroyed by the rules of the world once, it's equivalent to dying according to the rules. Our consciousness will return to the original place, and we will no longer be able to communicate with the real world. The bold little girl softly answered Yun Nuoxing's question. After Big Sister Xian died, her consciousness has always been hidden in the space. She knows every time you come to see her. She wants to break free, but she can't. Big Sister is already dead according to the rules. Only we can communicate with her. Yin Nuoxing fell silent and sat on the ground. He couldn't even comfort himself. He tilted his head and looked at the tomb, not far behind him. There was some pain in his eyes. He scratched his messy long hair and couldn't help but sigh. His heart was in a mess. Is she all right? The little girl was startled. If you're asking about Big Sister Xian's consciousness in the concept of space, she has already completely disappeared. However, at the last moment, she said that she missed you very much and missed the time when she went out to play with you. She asked you not to blame yourself. In the end, it was her own choice. Why did it happen 10 years ago? Yun Nuoxing didn't understand. After 3 great reincarnations, that little bit of consciousness could withstand the power of the void reversal. Could it be that the god realm wasn't affected at all because it was protected by the pillar of creation? After being destroyed by the laws of heaven and earth, it should have disappeared very quickly. Big Sister Xian was able to hold on for so long because of you. However, Big Sister Xian had waited for too long, and her consciousness was getting weaker and weaker. 10 years ago, the little girl lowered her head, and her silver eyes were a little dim. Our consciousness was born 1,000 years ago. It should have taken a very, very long time for a chaotic consciousness to appear in the real world. I know that Xian helped you. I've heard her talk about this before. Yun Nuoxing sighed. Origin life forms of the same kind could help each other. It would have been fine if she was in a normal state, but Xian was already so weak that she was about to disappear. If she helped these 2 little fellows and ended the chaotic period of her consciousness prematurely, she would become even weaker and her consciousness would collapse. What a reckless fool. This was also why these 2 little fellows were so similar to her. They had the remnants of her fire energy in them. No wonder he felt a sense of familiarity with them. They were almost her projections, but they weren't completely the same. We've always heard Big Sister Xian talk about the past. 10 years ago, when Big Sister was about to disappear, we wanted to hold her back, but we couldn't. Big Sister, the timid little girl burst into tears as she spoke. The other little girl hurriedly comforted her, but her eyes were also red. Did she give up? She waited for too long, because I'm not coming anymore, and her only hope is gone. Yun Nuoxing raised his head, and his colorful eyes were red. He bit his lips tightly and didn't dare to breathe. He didn't let his tears fall. She must have been very desperate during those 70 eras, but he had no choice. He was chased around the 8 primordial realms and forgot everything. He was lost. Perhaps this was the regret he couldn't erase in this life. Time had taken away everything, but it couldn't heal the wound in his heart. In a trance, he seemed to see the girl with long silver blue hair teasing him with her absolute control over space. She also liked to hide at the side and watch him suffer. She suddenly barged into his life and refused to leave, just like the naked girl. At that time, the two of them often bickered with each other. But on that day, she thought she was right and followed him out. She thought she was right and sacrificed herself, and suddenly left his side. That was his fault. But no one could punish him. What could he do? It seemed that he couldn't do anything. In silence, Yun Nuoshing closed his eyes for a while. When he opened them again, a ray of red and black light flashed in his eyes. It was filled with a madness that couldn't be suppressed and could make the world tremble. All the sadness and sorrow sank into the bottom of his heart. He let out a harsh breath. He was powerless to do anything about what had happened in the past. But in this life, he didn't want to have any regrets. He didn't want anything beyond his control to happen in this life. He only wanted a perfect ending. What do you plan to do? Yun Nuoshing stood up and squatted down again. He looked at the two little guys who were still sobbing, and a complicated light flashed in his eyes. Are you going to continue staying here, or do you have other plans? I don't know. The little girl, who seemed to be the elder sister, lowered her head and muttered. She shook her head. They didn't have any special plans. They matured in advance in a daze. They broke away from the cradle of space and appeared in the real world. They didn't know what to do, and they didn't know what to do. They just waited here day by day. Yun Nuoshing also felt a headache coming on. After about 70 eras, he didn't come back here. He didn't expect that the last wish of his old friend had disappeared, but there were 2 more little girls. Moreover, these 2 little girls looked a little like him. It was impossible to leave them alone. But if he wanted to take care of them, how should he take care of them? Should he bring them back and raise them? If he really did that, he would really become a professional stay-at-home dad. How many children had he raised in the past 20 years? Now, all of them had grown up into big girls. Oh, there was still one little one who hadn't grown up at all. The elder sister's eyes flickered. She lowered her head and looked at the ground. She recalled that when they were talking to Shixian in the concept space, Shixian had said that her only regret was that she didn't get to see him walk to the throne of stars that belonged to him. She had been looking forward to it for a long time, but she didn't expect that she would fall down first. She didn't get to see the moment when he ascended the throne of stars, but she got to see the moment when he returned with the entire galaxy. Sister Shixian, do you like that quarter moon lord? Uffed. Do I like him? I don't know either. After all, he was the first person I met in the modern realm. He seemed to be in a daze, sitting in the forest all day long and staring blankly at the sun as if he didn't need to do anything. One day, he suddenly left. I was so excited that I chased after him. Now that I think about it, I unknowingly followed him for hundreds of thousands of years, and then waited for dozens of eras. Every time I saw him again, I felt that I could still hold on for a little longer. Just like in the past, I would stare blankly at him without thinking about anything else for an entire day. Occasionally, I would think that it would be nice to continue like this. Perhaps this is what love is. I'm not too sure either. The little girl's consciousness fell silent. Who told him to look like that? That look of his is quite attractive to many girls. At first, I wanted to play with him for a year or 2 before leaving, but later on, I felt that he had a good personality. He was stupid, dull, and useless. Gradually, I, I couldn't bear to leave him. That guy didn't come for such a long time, and I was very sad. I thought that he had finally forgotten about me, but my sense of him had completely disappeared. He was no longer in the divine realm, and the last trace of his presence in the divine realm had also completely disappeared. It was completely annihilated, just like how he watched me die all those years ago. I also watched that trace of his presence gradually disappear. He seemed to have died a long time ago, and that was something that happened a long time ago. He should have died even earlier than that, and the remnants of his energy would only disappear after a long time. At first, I also thought that I might as well go with him. At least I would have a companion on the road, but that guy seemed to be able to come back. So I kept waiting. I just wanted to see him again. What an idiot. He actually made me wait for so many years, and when I finally sensed his presence in the divine realm again, he didn't come back. Idiot, idiot, idiot. You should just die from your stupidity. The little girl shook her head helplessly. Her sister was getting more and more confused. You could say that one side ruined a lifetime. How could there be a lifetime for an origin life form? Well, that's it. My ill-fated relationship with that guy had a simple beginning and a simple end. That guy's still feeling bad about it. When you go out and see him one day, just tell him about it. The only regret I have is that I couldn't be by his side and watch him reach the peak of the stars. It's a little bit of a pity. At first glance, I knew that guy was someone who would do great things. Humph, idiot. This time, it's really goodbye, little idiot. Her sister's voice gradually weakened. The little girl was at a loss. She felt a large amount of information that she had never felt before enter her consciousness. Her knowledge of the world rapidly spread and expanded in her mind. In an instant, she understood many things. In an instant, she understood what she had lost. Most of everything they had was inherited from Sister Shi Xian. Without her, their descent into the world would have been delayed for a very long time, so long that it was almost eternal. They had inherited her looks and even her soul, but they did not have her memories. But that was not a problem. They were just her inheritors. That was why she said that. Please, let us inherit Sister Shi Xian's last wish. Yun Nuoxing was stunned. Last wish? What was Shi Xian's last wish? He really did not know. That girl had never said anything like that to him. The little girl's sister put her hands together and raised her head. Her small silver eyes stared straight at him. She softly said, "Please let us stay by your side. In Sister Shi Xian's place, we will witness the day you ascend the starry sky throne." Yun Nuoxing. Chapter 1019. Yun Nuoxing had mixed feelings as he flew in the sky. He scratched his head in confusion. He had taken a detour to Shi Xian's resting place to reminisce about his old friend who did not make it to the end. He did not expect to bring back two little brats, and these two little brats were somehow related to her. In an instant, his memory uncontrollably flew back to that era, to the time when he first met her. He recalled everything that had happened over the past hundreds of thousands of years. He shook his head and threw the past to the back of his mind. He rarely immersed himself in the past, but every time he did, it took him a lot of effort to get out of his memories. In that case, he might as well not think too much about the past. He had already stuffed the two little brats into his spiritual world, Little Purple Soul, and Yishi were having fun with the two little brats. The two little brats did not seem to be worried about leaving their old home. In fact, they were having a good time. Yun Nuoxing felt mentally and physically exhausted when he saw the little brats wreaking havoc in his spiritual world. It was one thing to look at the mansion built by the Sea of Fire, but there was also a castle and a great wall next to it. The little brats were sitting in the Sea of Fire, catching the flames and molding them into all kinds of things, as if they were playing with mud. Oh, my God, this is my spiritual world. Can you stop wreaking havoc? Yun Nuashing was dumbfounded. This place had turned into a sculpture hall. What was up with that giant dragon made of flames? The little brats are having fun. Don't make a fuss, replied Violet Soul. Violet Knight replied nonchalantly, causing him to choke on his words. But seeing that little Violet Soul and the Space Gemini were having so much fun, he thought about it and didn't say anything. He sighed and let them have fun. It's not like they'll break anything. Wait, Xiaoxi, why are you joining them too? When Yun Nuashing saw that Yi Shi was also playing, she finally couldn't help it. Although this girl looked to be only 11 or 12 years old, she was still a mature adult who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years and had even died twice. Now, she was participating in the little game of three little girls. Yi Shi held the flame sculpture in her hand, her wine-red eyes blinking. She glanced at him and said, "I'm bored. Brother Nua doesn't come in to play with us." Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly and pulled her hair, not knowing what to say. Yi lay lazily on the bed. Mei Mao glanced at him and said, "Lazily? The two children don't have names yet. Are you going to name them, or should I?" Yun Nuashing scratched her head. Before she could say anything, Ziyi continued, "I've already thought about it. The elder sister will be called Shi Yi, and the younger sister will be called Shi Yun." Yun Nuashing almost couldn't catch her breath. "The names you came up with seem to have ulterior motives. Do you want to say something? These names were too obvious." There was a Yun in each word, so it was probably referring to him. However, he didn't have any objections. He just wanted to complain that the person who knew Shi Xian was actually Quarter Moon, himself. At the beginning, he said that Quarter Moon was Quarter Moon, and Yun Nuashing was Yun Nuashing. Now he was Yun Nuashing. Slowly, the two identities overlapped. Those memories kept echoing in his mind, and he couldn't turn a deaf ear to them. He always inadvertently thought of himself as Quarter Moon. However, there was nothing wrong with that, right? "She's such a good girl, but you ruined her life. She even jumped out to take a bullet for you. Ahem, she blocked a huge battle for you. Just based on this, do you dare say that you don't owe her anything?" Ziyi narrowed his eyes and looked at him with a half-smile. If it weren't for Shi Xian, he might have died first in that battle, and there wouldn't have been any heavenly god of primal chaos after that. Yun Nuashing fell silent. Then she sighed. "Of course, I know that I owe her." Before she could finish, Ziyi interrupted her. She waved her hand and said calmly, "It's fine as long as you know. That's all. We'll settle on these two names." She opened her mouth and sighed. Then she nodded helplessly. "Shi Yi, Shi Yun. Fine, we'll settle on these two names." Although he couldn't think of any particularly good names, these two names weren't bad either. "By the way, those two girls also like these names," Ziyi said calmly. "Yun Nuashing. So you're just acting first and reporting later? You're just informing me in passing? That's pretty smart." Ziyi nodded. Yun Nuashing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In the end, he had nothing to do with this from the beginning to the end. He raised his head and looked at the girls who were having a good time. Then he shook his head helplessly and told Lan Xian to take care of his sisters. Then he slipped out of the spiritual world. Yun Nuashing sighed in distress. He felt that this habit of his had been acting up a little too frequently recently. It was probably because the more naughty kids in his spiritual world, the more times he sighed. Sighing really made him grow old. In just a short conversation, he felt that his mentality had aged by a few decades. Because Ziyi herself was a super naughty kid. Oh, it wasn't quite right to call her a naughty kid. No matter what, she was at least a few decades old. Anyway, that was what it meant. Every time he talked to her, he would feel exhausted. Yun Nuoxing looked to the end of the horizon. The pillars of creation were still standing firmly on the ground. He narrowed his eyes slightly. Those pillars of creation had been out for a while now. He was a part of the control center, so he could sense the activity of the pillars of creation. The strength of the pillars of creation seemed to be gradually increasing. In other words, the world fragment hanging above his head was determined to be more powerful, and its threat level had increased. It's really troublesome everywhere. Yun Nuoxing rubbed his forehead with a headache and sighed again. He didn't have enough power at the moment. After Navira was crippled by the void mist, he began to pay attention to the world fragment outside the sky. Navira came into contact with the void mist that was one level higher than the void mist, so the world fragment's energy was one level lower than the void mist. He should be able to deal with it. However, the power he could use was probably only at the level of a god emperor. It was hard to say whether he should deal with it or protect himself when encountering a problem of the world scale. A god emperor didn't have the power to deal with this kind of problem and ensure that he wouldn't be injured. A god emperor might seem powerful to others, but to him, they were just a fragile life form that was even more fragile than the world itself. Rubbing his fingers, Yun Nuoxing sighed again. I can only wait and see when Sister Shui and the others will gather the materials for me. I'll go and find Lu Li. In fact, if it was really necessary, he could go and find Lu Li now. However, he had once angered her. If she found out that he had recovered his memory and that he was pitifully weak now, she would probably beat him up. She wouldn't kill him, but it was more likely that she would make him half dead. As for the materials she wanted him to gather, he now more or less understood what she wanted to do. He just happened to recall it. Lu Li herself was a highly skilled blacksmith. She had once talked to him about wanting to make a breakthrough in the divine weapon ranking. In the Antiquity Age, there were only 6 divine weapons other than the 12 divine swords in the divine sword record. After 3 eras, there were a total of 36 divine weapons on the divine weapon ranking except for the divine sword record. A total of 48 divine weapons could be called divine weapons. When the dark ruin sword was still intact, he had once said that it was comparable to a divine weapon or even more powerful than a divine weapon. The person who made it must be a master above the divine god realm. Even the 12th divine sword was much more powerful than many divine weapons. He had once searched the world and found 4 divine weapons. However, in the last few battles, they were either broken or lost. In the end, he couldn't even keep the dark ruin sword. If he had the spiritual divine body at that time, the outcome might be different. He could definitely turn the situation around with the 4 divine weapons in his hands. He wouldn't be afraid of too many masters above the divine god realm. After all, the power of the 12 divine swords was enough to threaten them. Kuan Yuan region, Blood Demon Valley, Yun Nuoxing muttered. When he was in the Kuan Yuan region, he didn't forget about this. He just didn't go there because he didn't have enough power to go there. It might be a divine weapon of great success. Even divine god masters would take a detour if they saw it. They might even go back the way they came. With his current state as a complete divine god, if he led a group of people there, they would probably be wiped out, even if they had the spiritual divine body. From a certain point of view, it was a good thing that he got the time sand sword that was incomplete. The power of an incomplete sword wasn't very strong. He had many ways to get it. As for a complete one, it was basically impossible. The dark ruin sword is still here. I got the Ling Hongjian back. I don't know where the 6th-ranked Red Star sword went. There's also the 7th-ranked Origin sword. Scratching his head in distress, Yun Nuoxing felt that there were too many things to do. He definitely had to get these divine swords back. They were also a kind of backup plan. After he got them back, he had to slowly repair them. With the Ling Hongjian's ability to accommodate everything and the spiritual divine body, he could return to the divine god realm in the future. This was also a trump card. Sigh. Suddenly, he let out a heavy sigh. He didn't even know how many times he had taken that day. Life is really boring. I'm acting on stage while the others are eating melon seeds below the stage. It was a one-man show. He shook his head gloomily and waved his hand to make the Fire Phoenix speed up. This was going to be a lonely journey. There were people around him, but he felt a pain in the ass. After a long journey, Yun Nuoxing could only use cultivation to pass the time. Every few days, he would wake up once. Turning his head to look behind him, none of the fellows had woken up. In the spiritual world, Ziyi, Xiaobai, and Kaixia were still drinking tea. The few little girls would sleep when they were tired from playing. When they were full, they would continue to play. They looked quite innocent and unaffected. Yun Nuoxing also felt a little gratified. All this time, there was no one who could play with little Zihun. Now that there were two more, although they were not of the same age, it was just right. As for the situation in his spiritual world, he couldn't bear to look at it. He was afraid that he would cry if he looked at it. This spiritual world seemed to have been packaged and redecorated repeatedly. The black pillar let out a crisp, buzzing sound, and a brilliant beam of light shot up into the sky from the pillar of creation. In the sky, one could vaguely see a huge and boundless magic array, which was roaring and trying to wake up. The divine imperial sky array of the Ganyuan region focuses on defense, but it can also be used to attack. It has both the ultimate attack and the ultimate defense. Its defensive power is no weaker than the resonance defense of the pillar of creation. Yun Nuoxing waved his hands, causing the pillar of light to gradually dim. Pieces of colorful runes were engraved on the pillar of creation, quieting down. The magic formation in the sky that was like a faint shadow under the weak sunlight also gradually disappeared, and disappeared between heaven and earth. The Divine Imperial Sky Array is a smaller version of the Divine Imperial Sky Array. Its power is also a lot weaker. Its power depends on one's understanding of the array. The deeper one's understanding of the array, the more powerful it will be. Yun Nuoxing thought for a moment, then suddenly slapped his head. I can take out those old array diagrams and repair them again. The girls have a few array masters as well. If they have enough energy, it's not impossible to let them cultivate it. The 9th grade of the divine rank was the standard for array masters. The seals, heavenly seals, and divine seals behind them were actually special grades of arrays. They weren't counted in the ranks of array masters. The title of divine master referred to array masters who were at the level of gods. Arrays at that level were divine rank arrays. They were of the same grade as Xian arts, and divine arts. However, it's still a waste to use divine rank array diagrams now. Let me count. There are probably tens of thousands of them left. They were all engraved when I was bored. In the sky, Yun Nuoxing's thoughts were running wild. Array masters engraved array diagrams for special purposes. Putting aside whether the array diagrams were useful or not, just the act of engraving array diagrams could be considered as revision. Perhaps it could be called reflection. It was the same principle as practice makes perfect. By repeatedly engraving arrays, one might be able to discover something that one didn't think of before. They might be able to modify the array and increase its power. At the level of Divine Master, if one didn't know how to engrave new arrays or modify arrays, they would be laughed at by the gods. It would be passed down in the cycle of reincarnation for thousands of eras. Stepping into the level of divine master meant that one had mastered the concept of creation. It corresponded to everything. Gods could change all the rules by themselves. The more powerful gods could make the rules more complete and straightforward. They could engrave new rules by themselves. If they could change the rules, why couldn't they create new things? In the primeval age, Quartermoon was also keen on creating everything that could be imagined. It could be a magic array or a life form. Most of the other gods and gods were the same. As for creating a world, it was also a piece of cake. Conversely, deriving a small world was a little more difficult. However, it was something that had to be done. Unless one could find a more straightforward way of cultivation and a simpler way of understanding the origin of all things in the world. Well, many gods and gods kept thinking about it. After so many years, they still couldn't find a simpler way. Maybe deriving a small world was an unexpected truth. Yun Nuoxing retracted his gaze from the distant era and looked at the end of the world. After thinking for a while, he waved his hand and asked the fire phoenix to turn around and go to another place. There, he lost something and picked up a few people along the way. At that time, he didn't think too much about it, and he wasn't qualified to think too much about it. However, it was different now. 2 days later, at the elemental stone in the northeast of the Ganyuan region, the huge seven-colored god's stone was hundreds of thousands of feet tall. It was like the spine of the earth. Endless elemental power reverberated in this space. That was its source. The elemental stone was absorbing the elemental power of the world. It was its aura. The elemental power that floated between heaven and earth was condensed into a solid form and turned into huge circles of gods that flowed around the god's stone. It was majestic, simple, and ancient. The elemental stone symbolized eternity. It was a miracle monument that spanned between heaven and earth. It displayed the layout of heaven and earth elements at the beginning of the world and the birth of the God's world. At that time, there were only 7 types of elements in the world. Yun Nuoxing once knew that the elemental stone might have originated from the primeval age or even older. Quartermoon knew that the elemental stone was a miracle of heaven and earth that had appeared at the beginning of the world. It had the same origin as heaven and earth and had stood tall for more than 135 eras. The elemental stone of heaven and earth was a miracle that had appeared here when the first great god created the God's world. As for the other 4 eras, he actually didn't know how the beginning of each era was calculated. Therefore, he took a reserved number. On the side of the elemental stone, there was an incomparably huge crater. It was like an endless abyss. Above the crater, there were still specks of starlight that hadn't dissipated. Below the crater was an abyss. If one stared into the abyss would echo and stare back at them. Star annihilation, the art of the stars combined with all the power of the Nethervoid sword, unleashed an attack that was close to self-destructing. It left an irreparable wound on the god realm and turned many experts above the heavenly god realm into ashes. At the center of the attack, all the laws were void, so they couldn't dodge it. Even if the attack range was only 30 meters, they couldn't dodge it. Of course, he couldn't dodge it either. He had just escaped death and thought that this place would be his burial ground, but he was lucky enough to survive. Now, he had some unimportant time to bury himself. I'm here again. I'm back here again. After almost 70 eras, he was back at this place again. Yun Nuoxing took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Anger, despair, irritation, and many other emotions echoed in his heart. That day, that moment, it felt like it was yesterday. He clenched his fists. He would never forget that day. Calendar of the great Yuan realm. the beginning of the 70 eras. He would never forget that day. He hated it, he despaired, he regretted it. He only wanted to turn his body into an eternal nightmare, a mad demon that would devour this world and vent his anger that couldn't be extinguished. This flame would one day burn him and this world to ashes. After a long time, he slowly opened his eyes. There was only calmness in his eyes. He loosened his clenched fists and patted his violently beating heart. He muttered to himself, "No, it's not the time yet. It's not the time yet. I still have to endure." In this life, he had a reason that he couldn't give in. In this life, he had a reason that he couldn't admit defeat. Therefore, he couldn't make any mistakes. He couldn't make any mistakes. He could pay the price. He could pay a lot of prices. However, behind every price, there could only be his name, Yun Nuoshing. He was willing to give up everything he had, even if he became mad or a demon. However, he wasn't willing to gamble with the people around him. He had already made a mistake once. The bitter consequences left behind made him feel bitter even now. When he saw the 9 profound crystal coffins in the 9 deities' palace, his eyes hurt. He was such a contradictory person. From the inside out, he was full of contradictions. Perhaps even he was a contradictory existence. Just as he said, this life was the end. There was no room for any deviation in this life. Therefore, he wouldn't hesitate to burn himself up in this life and ignite the most beautiful fireworks in this world. Chapter 10:20. The place where the elemental stones were located was still silent. There were no signs of life. The residual energy here was still terrifying. Even god-emperors did not dare to stay here. 9 heavenly gods and more than 100 experts above the heavenly god realm had fallen here. They had even destroyed a great accomplishment divine weapon. Even the laws of the realm of the gods could not reverse the damage caused. The residual energy here made this place a forbidden area. Many people knew that 9 heavenly gods had fallen here. However, only the higher-ups of the 9 temples knew that the 9 heavenly gods who had fallen here were their ancestors. What the others knew was only a cold battle record. Yin Nuoshing looked at the whole. His gaze was a little absent-minded. He frowned. Those words suddenly echoed in his ears. "Your era has come to an end." This sentence now sounded very strange. Speaking of which, did his era really come? Could it be that the beginning of the 69th era to the beginning of the 70th era was his era? Because he had swept through the entire realm of the gods. That period of time was his. He felt that it should not be. At that moment when he was on the verge of death, something seemed to rush out of his mind. However, he could not remember. He could not remember what happened on the path of reincarnation or the underworld. Originally, he seemed to remember these memories. He remembered that he should have remembered them. Now that he thought about it, it seemed that part of his memory was missing. He did not know whether the things he had forgotten were important or not. At the last moment, I remember that I was going to look for Xianin. But why did I look for her? Was it for help? Yun Nuoshing frowned in confusion. He rubbed his forehead with his palm. He was not sure what he was thinking at that time. He had forgotten what he was thinking at that time. He only remembered that his heart was filled with anger at that time. He did not know anything else. Yun Nuoshing scratched her head and sighed as she shook her head. Perhaps it wasn't something particularly important. Otherwise, she wouldn't have forgotten about it. Also, it seemed that his so-called recovered memory was still incomplete. Perhaps 10% of his other memories were lost. Shaking his head, Yin Nuoshing waved his hand and got the fire phoenix to retreat a little while he jumped out of the energy barrier. The terrifying aura outside was mostly caused by himself. Even if many heavenly gods had fallen here, it wouldn't affect him. The energy of the heavenly god's annihilation had been devoured by the star annihilation. What remained here was a strange aura that was led by the star arts. His divine soul had awakened, so he wasn't afraid that the remaining energy here would backfire on him. If it was anyone else who came here, it wouldn't be so easy. The aura of the stars here could devour an unprepared god emperor expert within a minute. Even if he defended with all his might, he wouldn't be able to last that long. When the terrifying energy came into contact with Yun Nuoshing, it quietly dissipated and flowed to other places in the world. It didn't affect him at all. The bottom of the abyss was pitch black. This was nonsense, but it was so dark that it was terrifying. With Yun Nuoshing's current eyesight, he couldn't see anything at the bottom. Perhaps there was nothing at all. Even if there was something at the bottom, it should have been melted by the self-destructive attack of the star arts. He shook his head and leaped into the air. His body was glowing with specks of starlight and dazzling golden light. Light particles circled around his body as his body rapidly plunged downward. That colorful scroll, do you remember what it is? Ziya's voice gently rang in her mind. She could also feel that he had come to this place to find the colorful scroll that he had lost before coming to the elemental stones. Yun Nuoshing nodded and said, "That was originally my item. It may not be right to say that. I am not the creator of the colorful scroll. I am only the owner. I found it in an ancient star field. It recorded the secrets of that star field. That star field should have disappeared in the void by now." "What is it? Is it related to the gods?" Lon Sheener also joined in the fun and asked. Yun Nuoshing muttered to herself and nodded. Then she shook her head and said, "No, it shouldn't be. The creator might be the gods, but that item shouldn't have any special relationship with the gods. The one who left the scroll behind should be a spiritual, godly body in the realm of the gods. At that time, when the scroll appeared at the bottom of the sea, my body sensed something. However, that item has nothing to do with the spiritual, godly body. It was only because the creator was the spiritual, godly body. He probably saw something in that ancient star field, but couldn't solve it, so he brought it." As she spoke, Yun Nuoshing was stunned. After thinking for a while, she said in a daze, Maybe that ancient star field hasn't disappeared yet. If we want to find it, we should still be able to find it. Since the creator couldn't solve the secrets of that place, but he still made a copy of it, he might be able to preserve that place forever. The gods were unreasonable creatures and could do anything. However, even if that ancient star field really existed somewhere in the void, they might not be able to find it. When Ziyi found the scroll back then, he didn't pay much attention to the void coordinates of that world. Moreover, the world itself wasn't static in the void. They would also drift in the void. Other than not crossing the plane boundary, it was uncertain where they would drift to. Wait a minute. At that time, there was a change in the scroll under the sea abyss. This means that the colorful scroll should be related to something under the sea abyss, right? Ziyi said, shaking her head. Yun Nuoshing frowned. This was also a problem. Actually, I'm not sure. When I opened the scroll, it was quite difficult. At that time, I didn't know how it would react to the realm of the gods. If there's really a secret hidden under the sea that even the gods don't know about, it could only be the place that no one has ever set foot in the realm of the gods. It's called the bottom of the world. It's a place that is protected by the laws and concepts. It's a place that no one can set foot in. That place, I've heard of that place many times. However, it seems that no one can enter it. I don't know what's there, Lon Exa said, swinging her legs. There were people who studied the bottom of the world during the mythological era. Yun Nuoshing was a little surprised. He thought that the place should not be a secret during the mythological era. Brother Nuashing, the mythological era seems very mysterious to you. In fact, it was just a group of people who were more powerful in the realm of the gods, calculating how to spend their days. The things that should be known were known by the entire realm of the gods. Small secrets were only known by a small group of people, which is the original region. However, this bottom of the world was still called the Eternal Forbidden Land at that time. It was a place that no one could ever set foot in and could never enter. Therefore, it was given such a name. It was simple and easy to remember. Lan Exayan, or spread her hands helplessly. Yun Nuashing and Ziyi were speechless. This sounded simple and straightforward, although it was said that way. Yun Nuashing coughed dryly and said helplessly, however, that era disappeared too thoroughly. Things that could not be obtained and things that were unknown always aroused people's curiosity and desire to explore. After all, curiosity is the beginning of courting death. That's right, courting death. Everything that was done out of curiosity and to explore the end or the origin of the realm of the gods is the beginning of courting death. People will always want to explore some big secrets that cannot be touched or revealed to the world. Often, it will cause trouble and even get themselves killed. It's a small matter. Most of the original region, or even the entire realm of the gods, will be implicated. If this is not courting death, then what is? Since the forbidden land that was created by the heavens and earth has a fixed challenger, this world has entered the ranks of courting death. There are some places that hide secrets that only enlightened masters and above can explore. Look at me, I'm courting death. I touched something that I shouldn't touch out of curiosity. I won't be able to rest in peace even if I die. He pointed at himself and shook his head helplessly. Why else would people say that curiosity killed not only a cat, but also several enlightened masters? Moreover, hundreds of enlightened masters and above, as well as an entire world, were buried with them. This was probably the funeral of the highest standard in history. Ziyi and Lan Exayan were speechless. So they were very curious about what kind of things you encountered that you were chased into reincarnation. Yun Nuashing's gaze became a little deep. They had been to several forbidden places, such as the Earth Grotto, the Tana's Water God Temple, the Haunted Forest, the Eye of the Storm Sea, and the Heavenly Abyss. Some of the forbidden places were naturally formed, while some were strange places that were created by the death of some ancient existence. For example, the death of an enlightened master was not the scariest thing. The scariest thing was that they were in a half-dead, half-dreaming state. The former could not control the leakage of their power, just like how a person's power would leak out when he or she was severely injured. However, if it was an ordinary person, it would not be a big deal. But if an enlightened master leaked a little bit of uncontrollable power, it could cause unspeakable damage to a world. After all, they were masters who had transcended the rules of the world and transcended the restrictions of the rules. Even a little bit of their power could change the rules of the world. It was normal for uncontrollable power to change the rules of the world. As for the half-dreaming state, it was easy to not know whether it was a dream or reality. Then, all kinds of situations would occur. However, such situations were quite rare. The lifespan of an enlightened master was equivalent to infinite. The half-dreaming state would only occur when one was dying of old age, unless there was some injury on the body that made one's lifespan no longer equal to infinite. In short, for a master of this level and a life form of this level, if they did not die and hid in some corner, it would be easy for them to create a terrifying place because of the leakage of their power. So what is at the bottom of the eternal world? Ziyi sighed tiredly. Yun Nuashing and Lan Exayan are said in unison, who knows? In the mythological era, many enlightened masters went to study it, but they did not get any results. They did not know where to start. There are many restrictions at the level of the rules there. It is a hard bone to chew through. Lon Exien shrugged cutely. In the primeval age, I brought the Book of Epics to investigate it, but I did not get any results. The intertwining rules, intertwining concepts, and karma are almost twisted into a fried dough twist. If you want to investigate it, you have to first unlock the concept lock of karma law that is twisted into a fried dough twist. In short, it is very strange and is constantly changing. Old Sean and I speculated that if you want to unlock this thing, your deduction ability must reach the level where you can deduce 1 trillion years into the future in a second. Just seeing 1 trillion years into the future is nothing. Moreover, you have to maintain the progress of 10 million years in a second and know exactly what happened in the realm of the gods in the past 10 million years. The margin of error cannot be more than 10%. That kind of huge amount of calculation. Anyway, I am dizzy. Yun Nuoshing sighed. Will this thing kill people? Ziyi was speechless. Just hearing about it was scary enough. Not necessarily. When an enlightened master activates the divine statue to deduce, he can deduce a very, very far future. It is not impossible to deduce an entire era. It is just that we do not know whether it is accurate or not. The further the time, the greater the margin of error. Moreover, the moment you observe the future, the margin of error will start to appear. Yin Nuoshing spread her hands. The divine statue's deduction is quite simple, but it is also quite unreliable. Otherwise, why would there be enlightened masters at the realm of the gods? It is because this thing is not very reliable. The further you look, the more fake the future is. Lon Exien nodded in agreement. She had also heard a lot about this. As they talked, Yun Nuoshing felt that she had almost reached the bottom. The speed of her descent gradually decreased from the speed of light. Light elements gathered around her body. Her 6 wings fanned out the light particles, illuminating the surroundings. She could not see the wall on the opposite side. She could only land on one side of the wall. This was very normal. She did not know how big this crater was. It was estimated that it was much bigger than the crater in the godly Tiger Mountain Villa. We are here. When the ground appeared in her sight, Yun Nuoshing let out a sigh of relief. Her 6 wings fanned gently, and the speed of her descent decreased. In a short while, she landed on the ground and stood firmly on both her feet. Suddenly, an electric current spread from the soles of her feet. Her whole body trembled, and she shivered. She grinned and said, "It seems that this place has reached the bottom. It is stuck together with the layer of rules. My current position is only a few centimeters away from the bottom of the world. It is these few centimeters that have killed countless enlightened masters." Ziyi and Lon Exien looked at the ground through her vision. They could only see a layer of ordinary stone ground. There were no broken stones, not even stone powder. The ground in this place had been melted by the purest power of the stars. It had been directly reduced to nothing. Not even dregs were left behind. Yun Nuoshing looked around. She pressed her palm lightly on the wall. Then she walked toward the center of the giant pit. When I first obtained this scroll, I did not find any remains or relics nearby. If deities or enlightened masters wanted to leave something behind, their bodies would turn into relics after they died. If they did not want to leave anything behind, they would not leave anything behind. I did not see the creator of the scroll or his remains. I am not even sure if the creator was a spiritual divine body at the level of an enlightened master. Yun Nuoshing said. Why? Ziyi and Lon Exien asked. How should I put it? Yun Nuoshing scratched her head. She thought for a while and said, It is a kind of intuition. When I opened the colorful scroll, I could see that there were many traces of heaven and earth on the scroll that did not belong to man-made. Perhaps this thing was born from the world itself. Then, the spiritual divine body at the level of an enlightened master completed it. Or maybe it got that thing, accidentally saw that star field, and imprinted it into the scroll? Ziyi said. Yun Nuoxing shrugged. Maybe it was so, and maybe it was not. Who knew? No matter how close the spiritual divine body was with heaven and earth, it should not be able to disguise the traces it left behind, as if they were traces of heaven and earth. Moreover, it should be able to deceive the other enlightened masters. However, this theory could not be proven until he returned to the level of an enlightened master with the origin of the spiritual divine body. The light element could not illuminate too far. This place was full of strong rules and oppression. Even sunlight could not reach this place because it was too deep. After leaving the end of the wall, the surroundings were pitch black. Fortunately, he had left an energy imprint on the wall as a road sign. He would not get lost in this place. However, as he walked, he still felt that the surroundings were too dark and oppressive. He could not help but speed up. Unknowingly, he did not know how far he had walked. Yun Nuoxing walked quickly for a while, and then stopped. Because he was not sure where he was, he could only walk step by step. In this damned place, the range of his soul's senses was also limited. You've been walking for 4 hours, right? Ziyi could not help but ask. It's so boring. The rules and oppression here are too strong. Hundreds of enlightened masters, and those above the enlightened master, had died here. The energy disturbances left behind here cannot be underestimated. If it was not because I created this place and awakened my soul, even I might not have been able to walk in here. Yun Nuoxing spread his hands. This is already the limit. I don't know where the scroll went after it ran down here. We can only look for it slowly. Anyway, there's plenty of time. Speaking of which, there's nothing to rush, right? Ziyi replied with an Just as she turned a page of the book, her hand trembled. She said, little star, on the front right, there's an obscure energy fluctuation. Let's go there and take a look. This slightly strange change in address made him smile helplessly. He nodded and tapped his feet on the ground. His 6 wings were tightly folded. His body was like an arrow that was close to the ground. However, after a while, he also felt the energy fluctuation. At this time, his senses were not as sharp as Ziyi's. Ziyi was a divine being of heaven and earth and was even given a godhead body. Although he had a spiritual godly body, and his soul had awakened, his soul was still a divine soul. His realm was not high. In short, due to various reasons, although his senses were very strong, Ziyi could also enhance her own senses through his senses. In fact, the reverse was also true. He could also use Ziyi's senses to enhance his senses. However, in terms of energy sensitivity, he was still a little weaker. Could it be someone who didn't die dozens of eras ago? Lan Xian asked in a gloomy tone. I did confirm that they were all dead back then. There shouldn't be anyone who managed to escape. Star annihilation is a self-destructive attack, and it doesn't even take the attacker into consideration. Since it's a self-destructive attack, the attacker wouldn't be able to withstand it. Furthermore, it's supported by the power of the Nethervoid sword. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any ghosts or gods within the crater. Yun Nuoxing shook his head. In fact, he wasn't sure whether there was anything alive in this place that could be called life. There's nothing alive. In the end, he waved his hand and decided the answer simply. Ziyi and Lan Xian were speechless. Yun Nuoxing himself didn't know whether there was anything alive or not, but it was reasonable to say that there shouldn't be any living things. especially those masters who were above the divine realm. If they were still alive, they wouldn't have allowed Yun Nuoshing, who was still breathing, to walk out of here. 10 minutes later, Yun Nuoshing approached the energy source. When he saw clearly what was there, he couldn't help but tremble. That was Ziyi and Lan Xian were also paying attention to what was happening. When they saw that thing clearly, they both gasped. Kai Xia saw it and couldn't help but take a look. As a result, she was dumbfounded. She didn't recognize that thing. In the place where the energy source was located, there were two things. One was wrapped in a ball of light, floating 2 meters above the ground. Below the ground, there was a long object partially buried in the ground. That object was surrounded by thumb-sized stars, as if it was the center of the star field, slowly rotating around it. At a glance, one could only see tens of thousands of stars. That's... Yun Nuoshing narrowed his eyes and couldn't help but stop. Chapter 10:21. At the bottom of the pitch-black pit, there were tens of thousands of stars twinkling. Yun Nuoshing stood there, and the tens of thousands of stars suddenly came to life and became very large. Each of them was tens of thousands of feet in size. They twinkled at the bottom of the giant pit and scattered light in all directions. It looked very much like the tens of thousands of burning stars in the star field. I didn't expect to see it here. I was wondering where I had lost it. Yun Nuoshing rubbed his palms, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Then it faded away. He was no longer excited. Even when he saw his old friend, he just sighed and said, "So, you're still here." However, the old friend had a much bigger reaction than him. Originally, there were only some small stars, but after Yun Nuoshing came, they became stars all over the sky. There was a sense of joy that reverberated in this space, as if telling him the excitement of meeting again after such a long time. The Red Star Sword, which is ranked 6th. Yun Nuoshing was not too excited, but Ziyi sighed. She also recognized what it was. The ball of light floating in the air was the colorful scroll, and the one buried in the ground was the Red Star Sword. Ah, is it a divine sword other than the Netherworld ruins? Brother Nuoshing, come closer and let me see. Lan Xian also looked excited, and she hurriedly urged Yun Nuoshing to come closer. Yun Nuoshing smiled helplessly and patted his head. Then he lifted his foot. As soon as he took a step, the colorful scroll trembled, separated from the ball of light, and flew toward him. Reaching out to grab the colorful scroll, Yun Nuoshing sighed. He had originally come to this big pit to look for it, but he did not expect to unexpectedly see the Red Star Sword. It seemed that he had lost it here after the battle back then. The origin sword was probably lost in the same way. It was unlikely that he would be able to find it again. After all, he himself had forgotten where he had lost it. He did not lose it on his own accord. After all, he had used up all of his energy and was sent flying by them. He had been sent flying along with his sword. The Red Star Sword was considered quite lucky to have been left here. This was a place that no one had dared to set foot in for dozens of eras, let alone go down. The density of the energy in this place was enough to make a god suffer. Furthermore, the Scarlet Star Sword was here as well. This was a divine sword that could counterattack on its own. If anyone approached it, it would slash at them without a second thought. The 12 divine swords were probably all so capricious. Back when he had subdued the Netheruan sword and the others, he had almost lost a life. Moreover, it was the kind of sword that could save a life. All right, now that we have the scroll, why don't you open it and let us have a look? Violet Knight said. She was rather curious about what was inside the scroll that he had described as miraculous. Yun Nuoshing smiled and said, "There is no rush." As he spoke, he walked toward the Red Star Sword that was on the ground. As he approached, the red star sword flashed with light. It seemed to be very excited. It was a long sword that was as black as a galaxy and covered with stars. It was about 3 meters long, but only half of it was visible from the ground. On the body of the sword, 12 crimson stars were arranged in a line. They were engraved on both sides of the sword. Those stars seemed to be real, and they were all flashing with light. Yun Nuoshing walked closer, stretched out his hand, and flicked the body of the sword with his finger. A crisp ding sound rang out, and the stars on the red star sword burned even brighter. He could not help but laugh. The 12 divine swords, at least the 4 divine swords that he knew so far, all had a large part of their consciousness. The Netherruin sword was even more so. It had its own soul. Most of the weapons that were forged had their own consciousness. The higher the level of the weapon, the clearer the consciousness. For example, weapons at the level of eternal divine weapons could almost communicate with their wielder, not to mention divine weapons. Among them, only the divine right weapons were a little more special. Perhaps because they were too powerful, they did not have their own consciousness and soul. Little guy, I am already like this. You still remember me? Yun Nuoshing poked the red star sword with a smile as if he was teasing a child. Buzz, buzz. The red star sword flashed with light as if it was responding to him. This made his smile even wider. They still remembered him and his soul. The Netherruin sword had long been integrated into his soul and had reincarnated with him. Ling Hongjian had recognized him even before his divine soul had awakened. At that time, his divine body had not awakened. Although he still had some functions, it was actually not because of this aspect. Ling Hongjian followed him only because he still recognized his soul. Ha! Yun Nuoshing held the sword hilt with his right hand and shouted softly. He used his strength. In fact, he did not use much strength. With a gentle pull, he pulled the red star sword out of the ground. This made his face twitch. He thought that he would have to use a lot of strength. Yun Nuoshing pulled out this 3-meter-long sword and waved it twice. He lifted it up and looked at it carefully for a while. He reached out his hand and touched the few red stars. They were still hot. However, the red stars near the tip of the sword had dimmed. It is still damaged. It seems like it only has the energy of the 6th level left. Its power should not be affected too much. He bent his finger and tapped it lightly. Those huge stars that filled the sky retracted back into the sword. Those were all transformed by the power of the red star sword, the remnant power of the stars in this place. It seems like the red star sword has been using the remnant power of this place to repair itself in the past 70 eras. It is just that the progress is a little slow. Yun Nuoshing muttered. The process of repairing a divine sword was very huge. It was not possible to repair it by himself. He could only wait for the divine sword to suggest that it was time to repair it by itself. Until now, he still could not figure out how to repair these divine swords. In the end, he could only wait for them to slowly repair themselves. His divine body could speed up the process. He raised his hand and waved it. The red star sword drew a trail of starlight in the sky. Some stars were annihilated. An extremely fine crack appeared in the space. It was silent. In this life, I will have to trouble you again. Yun Nuoshing sighed as his palm gently stroked the sword. He seemed to be whispering to an old friend. Buzz. The red star sword flickered and let out a soft, buzzing sound. It was like a reply. He could not help but smile. He nodded and stored it in his divine body. It seems like the red star sword sensed my aura first and grabbed the scroll. I hope that one day I can come back here to look for the scroll and retrieve it along the way. After putting away the red star sword, Yun Nuoshing looked at the colorful scroll in his left hand and could not help but sigh. This scroll did not have any consciousness at all. The only thing that could make it move and still exist at the bottom of this huge pit, other than the layer of rules under his feet, was probably the red star sword that he had just taken away. He glanced at the colorful scroll. It was quiet now. It was clearly standing in front of this layer of laws, but it suddenly lost its life. The light on its surface was also much dimmer. He stretched out his right hand and tapped on one of the two ends of the scroll. A weak power of divine right flowed and entered the scroll. After a while, the colors on the surface of the colorful scroll suddenly became active. They spread out rapidly. They drilled out of the surface of the scroll and extended into space. Buzz. Suddenly, a strong ray of light shot up into the sky from the center of the scroll. It flew out for thousands of feet and suddenly stopped. The ray of light suddenly exploded. A gorgeous color that resembled a painting appeared above. It flowed up and down like a long river. Yun Nuoshing waved his hand and threw the scroll into the sky. It sank into the long river of colors. The long river of colors hanging above his head bubbled like boiling water. The long river of colors wriggled and continued to spread further and further. It also dropped down and landed on the ground. It did not go past his legs. However, he was not surprised at all. He had opened it once in the past and was already shocked. Seeing it now, he only lifted his leg and shook it a little. He did not feel anything solid. Ziyi and the others looked at this scene nervously. The long river of colors continued to spread and gradually fell from above. It enveloped this part of the world. Yun Nuoshing took 2 steps back and retreated to the edge of the curtain, surrounded by the long river of colors. He raised his head. Was the curtain surging? It had already trapped this part of the world. Now it was time to reveal it. It suddenly expanded. What appeared in front of him was an incomparably magnificent star domain. Tens of thousands of magnificent galaxies lay in front of him. The colorful star domain had been like this since ancient times, but it was not unchanging. It was distant and ancient, and no one had set foot in it. Further away, the net-like structure of the galaxies was even more gorgeous. This star domain was like an infinitely enlarged spiderweb. This was not a static scene. In the distance, he could see stars being annihilated. A torrent of energy the size of a large star illuminated the entire vast star domain. The destructive impact caused huge wave-like ripples to appear in space. The unparalleled shock wave tore the surrounding stars into pieces. The fall of a large star even illuminated an infinitely collapsed space in the distance. It was like a spatial singularity. The space there was extremely distorted. It was like a hole in the layer of space. Everything in the present world would flow through that hole into the void. The net-like structure of the cluster of galaxies surrounded this noisy star domain. Countless stars flickered, and countless rays of light gathered here. However, they were unable to illuminate the darkness here. This place was just like what he had seen before. It should have changed, but it would never change. It was just a mark of that star domain. What are these? Star domain? Through Yun Nuoshing's eyes, Zai saw the magnificent and gorgeous starry sky. Mei Mao was stunned. Such a gorgeous starry sky could only be seen in the depths of the star domain. There were very few life forms in those places, and very few people would set foot there. It's just an ordinary star domain. However, it's not an ordinary star domain. Yun Nuoshing nodded. Her eyes were fixed on a large star. The impact of the fiery star's death destroyed everything within a radius of several light years. In just an instant, ignoring the laws and speed, the remnant energy of the fallen star, was completely devoured by the spatial singularity. It was not a black hole, but a singularity created by the wrong laws. Everything in this star domain leaked endless matter into the void through such a small singularity. In the distance, a new star was born. It was a rising star, and its light illuminated the entire star field. It was dozens of times larger than the fiery red giant from before. It was a dazzling golden star. And even further away, there was a black star. The black star was empty, releasing an ominous light. The red dot in its core dyed it with a strange color. The ominous symbol was a star of calamity. Its size was so huge that a red star that passed by it suddenly changed its trajectory and strangely plunged into the black star. It did not even cause a ripple. The collision between two star systems happened in the blink of an eye. It ignored all the laws in this world. This star domain was very strange. Star creation chart. I remember this name. Yun Nuoshing squinted his colorful eyes and stared at the galaxy. The Book of Epics floated beside him, but it was useless. The large amount of information that surged into his mind was meaningless. He could not even find a single piece of meaningful information. In an instant, all the information was disassembled and reassembled 100 billion times, but he still could not find any useful information. He still could not form any useful information. This galaxy was very strange. There were traces of rules everywhere, but everywhere was against the rules. There were no rules or rules to speak of. The descent and annihilation of the stars happened in an instant. The net-like cluster of galaxies could be distorted in an unbelievable manner in his sight, twisting in an even more unbelievable arc. This place was extremely chaotic. Laws and anti-laws, and even nothingness filled every inch of space. This was not something that could be done in a normal world. No world would be able to do this. An inch of space was divided into 10 different law zones. In a single star, there were tens of thousands of completely different laws. This caused its shape to be distorted. It was neither circular nor oval. It was distorted like a sea urchin. It was even hollow. A part of the center had been dug out, but it was still burning normally. The space here is infinite. The laws are infinite. Causality is infinite. Because everything is infinite, they can also be reversed at any time, 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 at any time. Everything can be repeated. Everything can be reversed. Everything can return to the beginning. Everything can be fast-forwarded to the end. This is an eternal land of chaos, Yun Nuoshing said calmly. Zai widened her eyes in confusion. She saw a star that had just exploded into pieces. In the next second, the fragments and energy suddenly flowed backward and reformed the star. Then, the star crazily shrunk and became brighter and brighter. In the end, it returned to dust. The dust then merged with the other stars. This place was even more absurd than the nothingness. The nothingness was nothing. There were many things here, but everything was like a game. You could never guess what would happen in the next second. Countless stars were born and destroyed. Countless galaxies were formed and destroyed. This place was like a nightmare. Don't doubt your eyes. Everything you see is real. This is an image copied from that galaxy. There is no trace of modification. No one is controlling it. It really happened. It really happened in the depths of a galaxy in a certain world. Yun Nuoshing's eyes were deep. He was still trying to unravel all the secrets in this map, but he could not. Back then, with the power of God and the Book of Epics, he could not unravel any information even after 1,000 years. He did not even gain anything, let alone now. Every time the star creation map is opened, it will evolve from the beginning. It is the scene that you just saw. Then, it will continue to evolve. the evolution of stars, birth and destruction, the condensation and dispersion of galaxies, the changes of space singularities, and it will continue to change until it closes. There will not be any repetitive scenes. There will not be any repetitive information. Yun Nuashing took a deep breath. I once spent 1,000 years studying this thing, but I did not gain anything. It took me 3 years to get rid of the messy information in my head. After that, I almost developed star domain phobia. I was scared by this thing. Just looking at it as a map may be pleasing to the eye. At most, you will feel dizzy after looking at it for a long time. But if you want to understand something from it, you can probably give up. Anyway, I have had enough of those 1,000 years. I have no idea what this thing is. I maliciously guessed that the person who carved this galaxy back then was disgusted by it and threw it aside because he could not stand it. Yun Nuashing said with a dark face. After that, he sighed again. In short, it is such a strange thing. Later, when I was about to die, I threw it away. I did not expect that after 70 eras, it would fall into my hands again. It is destined to be you, Rosy Clouds said faintly. Yun Nuashing. I would rather not be destined. This thing is really useless. I really can't tell what it is. I can't bear to throw it away. If I don't throw it away, I won't be able to find out its value. At least, you can give me some clues and let me know what this thing is related to. That way, there will be some hope and some hope. But even Xian Yin can't tell what this thing is, Zai, and the others were silent. They really had no clue at all. Xian Yin was also an enlightened master. According to his own latest guess, she might be a master above the enlightened master. If even she could not figure it out, what was this star map creation? But she did not open it to see what was inside. But I think even if she did not open it, she would know what was inside. Yun Nuashing scratched his head and said, I always feel that the space singularity is very interesting. Have you ever entered it? Zai suddenly said something very scary. Lon Xian, and Rosy Clouds were so scared that they trembled. That place was not a good place at first glance. Were they sure that nothing scary would happen if they went in? I went in. It was nothing. I just went into the void. That space singularity is very strange. It is like a hole in the real world. Behind the hole is the void. All the useless energy in this star field will be lost into the void through the hole. After a circle in the void, it will return to the real world and form a star that was born abruptly, achieving a wonderful balance. Yun Nuashing frowned and said, Also, I was not affected by the space singularity. I went in by myself, but according to what I saw and felt, the energy was sucked there. Maybe it is not in that star field, so there is no way to know what is going on. Also, whatever we do, we won't leave any traces here. I think this is a place worth paying attention to. Yun Nuashing's mind was in a mess. The scene he saw was like a trigger, reminding him of the 1,000 years he had been sitting here. It was a really troublesome time, and it was not just his brain that was hurting. Several people sat here with him every day, pulling their hair and biting their fingers. Their eyes were bloodshot. As gods, they actually had dark circles under their eyes. In order to deduce everything here, the accuracy of the deity statue's deduction dropped from 70% to less than 20%. Lao Shan and the others almost had a nervous breakdown. In the end, only Luo Guang and him were left sitting here. However, after the 1,000th year, the two of them could not bear it anymore and had to stop. At that time, their clothes were messy, their appearance was unkempt, and they looked unkempt. People would believe that they were savages if they went out, but they did not have the high and mighty appearance of gods. Later, the few of them fell silent. Looking at the star field, they felt dizzy. Yun Nuashing was fine, as he was already used to it. However, Ziyi and the others could not stand it anymore. After looking at it for only 10 minutes, they already felt dizzy. Yun Nuoxing had no choice but to put away the star map. It seems that we still can't solve the mystery here in this life. Yun Nuoxing sighed. Chapter 10:22. The star territory unfolded in front of his eyes rapidly shrank. The vast and boundless star territory all turned into a colorful stream of water, like the ink on an ink painting flowing backward. All of it shrank upward, shrank into a dot, and returned to the original appearance of the colorful scroll. It gradually fell from midair and was caught by Yun Nuoxing. It's a pity that I have a big secret in my hands, but I can't know what this secret is. Gently stroking the colorful scroll with his palm, Yun Nuoxing sighed and shook his head helplessly. He didn't know if the godly being that left the scroll also had the same mentality as him. He was extremely depressed and crazy. This is the truth of the world. But they couldn't solve it. They were all melancholy and anxious. Thinking about it this way, could it be that the godly being that received the spirit knew that he couldn't solve it, so he threw the scroll away? Yun Nuoxing sighed. He didn't know, and he didn't want to care so much. If he continued to study it, he would probably just repeat the same 1,000 years. Before he stepped into a higher realm, he probably couldn't see what this thing was. In this world, there were always some secrets that would be covered in dust for eternity. If the enlightened masters couldn't solve it, then he would wait until he was above the enlightened master level to solve it. He held the colorful scroll and shook it on the ground. After confirming that it didn't have any reaction to this damn layer of rules, he helplessly put it away. He shook his head and disappeared in a flash, rushing toward the surface of the big pit. It didn't take long for him to reach the surface of the big pit. Yun Nuoxing didn't stop. He continued to fly upward for a while before stopping. He turned around and looked down at the big pit. He wasn't high enough yet, so he couldn't take in everything at a glance. He looked at this huge abyss and couldn't help but sigh. His eyes were dim. The next moment, the 6 wings behind him spread out. Just as he waved his hand, his expression froze. He turned his head in confusion and looked at the opposite side of the big pit. There were actually a lot of people gathered there. There were also all kinds of divine birds and strange beasts suspended in midair. Those strange beasts all had people with powerful auras sitting on them. Their eyes swept across the big pit. He rushed out of the big pit. Although he used the speed of light, it seemed that a small number of people noticed him and focused their eyes on him. Why is there someone here? Yun Nuoxing was a little surprised. This crater was filled with an extremely powerful energy. It wasn't that the energy around it was weak, but once one entered the crater, the energy would be unimaginably dense, especially near the elemental stones. Even outside the crater, the energy was still overflowing, and a conservative estimate was that it could kill tens of thousands of god emperors. This high-energy area had always been a place that everyone kept a respectful distance from. It was really rare to see a guest here today. According to the records, the exploration of the big pit beside the elemental stones ended a few eras ago. At the cost of the death of 20 god emperors, the exploration ended in a hurry. Yun Nuoxing recalled those words and narrowed his eyes. They really didn't learn from their mistakes. A bunch of god emperors had just died a few eras ago, and not even their ashes were left behind. Now, there were people coming to explore the elemental stones. He reckoned that these people didn't even know what they were looking for. It was possible that they were just a bunch of people who were sent to their deaths because of their curiosity. The scale is quite big. They even sent out high-level gods. They don't know what's good for them. Yun Nuoxing sneered and shook his head. He couldn't be bothered with these people. Just as he was about to continue attacking, there was suddenly a burst of golden light. It actually rushed straight into the big pit and swept toward him. However, the speed of the golden light suddenly decreased by tens of times after entering the big pit and became extremely slow. Yun Nuoshing's hand seal was interrupted once again. His face twitched. He turned around impatiently and looked at the golden light that was sweeping toward him. There was actually a person inside, and judging from his aura, he was quite strong. He had the strength of the Emperor of the Netherworld. That Emperor of the Netherworld expert came to 100 feet in front of Yun Nuoshing. He glanced at him and found that he only had the aura of a demigod. He couldn't help but be stunned. Then, a sharp light flashed in his eyes. "Who are you? Why did you appear from the bottom of the abyss of elements? What's down there?" Yun Nuoshing narrowed his eyes and glanced at the group of people. He said indifferently, "I should be the one asking you this question. Who are you? What are you doing here?" He had planned to seal this place and let it slowly recover. The rules that filled this place were quite destructive. They were all affected by the power of the divine right back then. Those powers had already dissipated. There was still an extremely rich power of the stars left, but it affected the rules here. If he didn't erase it, this big pit called the elemental abyss would not disappear. He didn't have any good feelings about this place, nor did he have any thoughts of nostalgia. It would be best if he could erase it, but the others didn't seem to think so. Don't you know that the Holy Transforming Mountain, Five Treasures sect, and Feng family have joined forces to explore the elemental abyss in the Ganyuan region? That Emperor of the Netherworld expert sneered. The people in the distance were also quite shocked. They had come here several times. Every time, they were careful and didn't lose much. They even researched ways to reduce the influence of the big pit. They didn't expect to see a person appear from the big pit this time. His strength could be said to be weak, and he didn't seem to be affected. That demigod is actually not affected by the elemental abyss. Everyone was a little shocked. They knew how terrifying the elemental abyss was. Even divine emperors couldn't escape death if they entered it. They had to research ways to resist it, but they couldn't hold on forever. If they didn't know that divine emperors had been buried here before, no one would spend so much effort to come to this place of life and death. They cherished their own lives very much. "I don't know. I've never heard of it." Yun Nuoshing shook his head indifferently. He glanced at him and said, "There's nothing at the bottom of the abyss. You can leave now. This is just the place where my ancestors were buried. It has existed for dozens of eras. It's time to close it." The Emperor of the Underworld frowned and sneered. Just as he was about to say something, Yun Nuoshing impatiently took out a 9-colored token and said indifferently, "I'm just here to carry out a mission. If you have any objections, you can come to the Divine Land to talk." When the 9-colored token appeared, the Emperor of the Underworld's expression suddenly changed. They were a quasi-first-rate force in the Ganyuan region. They just happened to be near the elemental stones. They had coveted this place for a long time and studied it for a long time before they found a way to enter the elemental abyss. They didn't expect to meet such a fierce person today. In the realm of the gods, there weren't many who dared to go against this group of fierce people, who in the realm of the gods didn't know about the 9 divine temples. "If you don't leave now, I'll call someone over. I'll ask the Great Elder to arrange things in the Ganyuan region," Yun Nuoshing said indifferently. The Emperor of the Underworld was shocked. He quickly waved his hand and said, No, we just, I'll leave now." As he said that, he thought of something and couldn't help but be shocked. The ancestral master's burial place. He knew that several heavenly gods had fallen in this abyss dozens of eras ago, but he didn't know who was buried in it. Now that he heard Yun Nuoshing say that, cold sweat broke out all over his body. Could it be that those heavenly gods were the 9 divine temples' ancestors? Heavens, if the people of the 9 divine temples knew that they had been alive and kicking in the burial place of their ancestors for thousands of years, they would probably pull out their tendons and skin them alive. In the realm of the gods, those who offended the 9 divine temples usually didn't have a good ending. If this kind of thing was spread and the 9 divine temples shook, the Ganyuan region would be in danger. She seemed to already know? Then they could only— The Emperor of the Underworld's expression kept changing. Suddenly, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Yun Nuoxing happened to see it. She couldn't help but sigh. The token disappeared with a flip of her hand, and in its place was a black hammer. She pointed at the Emperor of the Underworld and said coldly, "You seem to have other ideas?" This time, she didn't suppress the aura of the 12th rank eternal divine weapon. The Emperor of the Underworld's face turned pale with fright. He took a few steps back before he felt a little better. However, the golden barrier around him was already on the verge of collapse. He was so scared that his face turned pale. He quickly cupped his hands and said, No, I just thought wrongly. We didn't know that this abyss belonged to the 9 divine temples' ancestors. Shut up and move aside. I don't want to listen to you. I know you can't destroy this place. The 9 divine temples just don't want to bother with you. Do you think we don't know what you are doing here? Yun Nuoxing narrowed her eyes and said coldly. Then she stuck out her tongue in her heart. In fact, they really don't know. The 9 divine temples knew that the Abyss of Elements was the place where the 9 ancestors fell, but they didn't come here often. When the previous temple masters took office, they would come here for a day or two to feel the remnant aura of the ancestors. In Yun Nuoxing's opinion, this behavior was meaningless. What was left here was only the remnant aura of the ancestors. There was no other aura that they could feel. Now, the coffins of the 9 ancestors had been brought back. In the future, the new temple master could find another place to meditate. As for the people who came to explore this place, the temple masters knew that they were from the previous eras. They didn't know that there were people who were exploring the Abyss of Elements in this era. Even if they knew, they wouldn't care. After all, there was nothing there in the first place. However, just because they didn't care, it didn't mean that others didn't care. When the Emperor of the Underworld heard the news about the 9 divine temples and saw the 12th rank eternal divine weapon, he was so scared that his aura became unstable. His body trembled, and he quickly said, Yes, we will retreat. We will retreat. No one knew what scared him out of his wits. Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but shake her head when she saw that the Emperor of the Underworld, who was so arrogant because he saw that she was only a demigod, was now running away with his tail between his legs. It seemed that the reputation of the 9 divine temples wasn't as effective as a hammer. That guy was actually a little desperate. Yun Nuoxing waved the hammer and sighed. She didn't care about the commotion caused by the Emperor of the Underworld's return. She put away the giant hammer and began to form hand seals. 5 extremely dim, black divine halos slowly appeared behind her. Even in broad daylight, the visibility of the divine halos couldn't be compared to a shadow. One could only see them when they were extremely close. Whoosh! Yun Nuoxing's hand seals changed. The 7 elemental water streams that were flowing around the elemental stone in midair suddenly trembled as if they were affected by a huge force. They trembled and left the elemental stone and rushed toward the abyss of elements. As they rushed over, the 7 elemental water streams also increased in size. In just a few breaths' time, they became 100,000 feet long, like a heavenly river. Come! Yun Nuoxing shouted softly. Her hands drew an arc in midair, and the 7 elemental water streams forcibly gathered into one. They condensed into 7 colors and streaked past Yun Nuoxing. Then they turned and fell into the abyss below. Like a waterfall, the sky reverberated with the loud sound of water splashing. Everyone at the edge of the abyss was shocked. The emperor of the underworld sucked in a breath of cold air. He knew that he had met a living ancestor. No one had ever been able to use the power of the elemental stone, not even the gods. The person he met today, a demigod, used the most violent method to seize the power of the elemental stone. He didn't know whether to exclaim that she was worthy of being called a member of the Nine Gods' temple or to fear that he had met a monster. He didn't even have the slightest idea. He hurriedly led his people and rushed to the distance, not daring to stay for even a second. When the other two parties saw this, they were confused and shocked. However, they didn't have time to think too much. The news that the former had just brought back had made them tremble with fear. They had been jumping around here for so long, and it was not much different from jumping around the ancestral graves of the Nine Gods' temple. The Nine Gods' temple was kind enough to not kill them. In fact, they were all imagining things because the Nine Gods' temple really couldn't be bothered to pay attention to them. Yin Nuoshing also couldn't be bothered to pay attention to them. Recently, he had been constantly reminded of the past, and his mental state was not very stable. If he fought, he might have a sudden cerebral hemorrhage. If he couldn't take it anymore, he might massacre half of the origin region. Because he knew that his current state was not very stable, he advised the Emperor of the Underworld to stay away from him. It would be good if he could be tactful and leave. He sighed heavily and waved his hands. The huge waterfall suddenly shrank in size and gradually fell from the sky to the ground. It turned into a colorful river that was thousands of feet wide. It gushed out from the elemental stone and flowed slowly along the ground into the elemental abyss. Other than myself, only the energy of the elemental stone can neutralize the traces of destruction that I left behind back then. Yun Nuoshing's eyes flickered slightly. The 7 elements in the elemental stone were the 7 elements that existed when the realm of the gods was first born. They were the purest and the strongest. They were countless times purer than the elements that existed in the realm of the gods now. It was a pity that no one could touch this power, not even the gods. However, he was not one of them. The 10 elements in his body now were equivalent to the 10 elements that were first born in the realm of the gods during the mythological era. He had evolved them through the use of the elemental stone in the past, and later passed them on to himself. Yun Nuoshing fixed the colorful river on the ground. He looked at the bottomless abyss and shook his head. He didn't know how long it would take for the energy of the elemental stone to heal the scars of this huge pit. The residual energy here was still terrifying. It would take a long time for the elemental stone to neutralize it. He didn't have the time to wait here and slowly heal it. He could only leave a trace and let the elemental stone fill it up by itself. Cough. Yin Nuoshing's face turned pale. He coughed softly, panted, and laughed bitterly. Was it so tiring to use a little bit of the godly right power? It actually consumed a lot of his spiritual energy and soul energy. It's too much for my body to use the godly right power now. A part of my spiritual energy and soul are automatically consumed to resist the recoil effect of using the godly right power. It must be very uncomfortable, right? Sai sighed and closed the book. She lay on the bed and rolled the blanket over herself. She looked at the sky above the spiritual world and said, "It's better not to force it. It's fine. It's only once or twice. There aren't many chances to use the godly right power. I can't use it in battle either. As for the recoil, I just need to rest a little. It's not a big deal." Yun Nuoshing shook his head. He didn't really care. The godly right power was mostly used to control and manipulate things. It could also be used to exert pressure. It was quite weak in battle. Ziyi sighed and did not continue speaking. In any case, there was an 80% chance that this idiot would not listen to her even if she spoke. Why bother making things difficult for herself? Looking at the long, colorful river that had stabilized and poured into the elemental abyss, Yun Nuoshing sighed and rubbed his forehead. Many things in the past came rushing into his mind. He was a little irritated. He shook his head and wanted to throw all these things away. But when he closed his eyes, they would appear in front of him again. The past was vivid in his mind. Brother Nuoshing, why don't you rest a little? Lon Xian felt the change in his state of mind and said with a little heartache. Yun Nuoshing nodded and returned to the fire phoenix. With a wave of his hand, the fire phoenix flew back to its original path. He looked at the people who were still cultivating on the fire phoenix and sighed. Seeing that Xian and the others were safe, he lay down. Yes, just a little rest. In 2 days, I still have to deal with the Pillar of Creation. In a few days, I will go to Yanli Academy to deal with the Trial of Fire. After that, his voice became softer and softer. As he spoke, he stopped talking. The Thousand Dreams mantra automatically activated, and he entered a state of light sleep. Zai and the others were stunned. This guy fell asleep while talking, and he said that the recoil wasn't serious. His spiritual energy was almost depleted. As an enlightened god who had lost his enlightened god status, he was half immortal. At this time, he was forcefully using the godly right power of the enlightened god level. Everyone knew that this was a matter of life and death. He was dancing on the edge of a knife. With a thought, Lon Xian came out of the spiritual world. This was the first time she had come to the real world after gaining a physical body. In the past, she had been hiding in Yun Nuoshing's spiritual world. Mei Mao shook her head, and her waist-length hair swayed. Lon Xian was a little stunned. She raised her hand and pinched it. Then she pressed her hand to her chest and listened to the sound of her heartbeat. She couldn't help but feel a little intoxicated. She hadn't felt a physical body for a very, very long time. That long period of time was even longer than the time when Zai waited for Yun Nuoshing. She was a remnant soul that had been passed down from the mythological era. She was the oldest existence in their group. However, the others subconsciously ignored this point. They didn't want her to feel sad because she was out of tune with this era. Looking at Yun Nuoshing, who was curled up into a ball on the fire phoenix, Mei Mao felt a surge of warmth in her heart. She slowly lay down and reached out to hug him. She whispered softly, "Brother Nuoshing, thank you." She had a lot of things to say. However, she couldn't say them in front of Yun Nuoshing. She could only take advantage of the time when he was sleeping to say a few words. Now, they were all cultivating. Her brother Nuoshing was alone. At least for now, she could monopolize her brother Nuoshing in this short period of time. When Zai heard this, he couldn't help but sigh and shake his head. Silly girl, he couldn't let go of the past. She couldn't let go of the past either. Instead, she hung her feelings on him. She would hang her feelings on him for the rest of her life. Zai shook his head helplessly. Really, both of them were so casual,